he'll be my top selection, Cyclone State. He's an Iowa bred. We've got a Jersey bred in here, an Iowa bred. The rest are Kentucky breds. This horse just checks all the boxes for me. Tyler Gaffalione gets the mount for Chad Summers, and he looks very, very well prepared. The 5 Showcase, your favorite. I could see why he's your favorite. Looks good, and no knocks on him at all. He's got the pedigree. Certainly has the connections. You get Irad Ortiz, who still has an very outside chance to catch up with Manny Franco for leading rider. But I like his work pattern. I like that his penultimate work was the gate work, 48 and change, and then he came back with that 101, that more stamina building kind of work after that gate work, going 5 furlongs. So obviously I think the public's got it right. They're betting the 5 horse the most, but the 2 horse as well, and the 2 will be my top selection, Cyclone State.
Richie, thank you. Cyclone State will try to make a splash for freshman sire McKinsey. There's a look at Tiz Freedom, though. The only one in this field, actually, that sold at a 2-year-old sale, Jonathan, worked 10-1, selling for $500,000, and these Tiz the Laws have sold really well, though they've not done a ton on the track as of yet.
Yeah, and look, Jaws the rail here, and we talked about that workout report. They didn't seem to love the last work, and I think that that's a little bit of a concern for me with this horse drawn towards the inside, right? You know, if you're not quick away from there as a first-time starter and you're on the rail, the experience gets a little bit monumental, right? Now you're in behind horses, now you have to pass horses, you're stuck down in sometimes tight spaces, you're getting dirt kicked in your face. It's just a lot to ask for a horse that didn't wow professional clockers in the mornings who watch the horses work. So, you know, for me, the outside was Showcase the one. I will talk a little bit about the 2, Cyclone State. You know, this horse seems to be working well as well. The issue that I have is that Chad Summers just doesn't do this very well. He's 3 for 40 with first-time starters in the last 5 years. One of those was for maiden 40, so I would even consider it maybe even 2. He's only had 2 winners. At 9-5, he'll just have to beat me.
Second choice right now on the board. There's 2 other horses in here that are big prices and protected in Jerry's Out. For Jerry's Out, typically we'll see Rudy Rodriguez have these 2-year-olds ready early. JK, a bit of a negative for me, though, is when horses have back-to-back gate works coming in for their debut. It often speaks to me that maybe they're not 100% grasping things with the gate schooling in the mornings.
Yeah, because I don't think trainers like doing gate works. You know, I think the gate is just an opportunity for horses to potentially get injured, and to do it twice means that it didn't go well the first time. At least it suggests that it didn't go well the first time.
And there's Protected, I should say, Son of Maximum Security, have to turf horse Aldwood Lane, giving the starting gate crew a little bit of trouble going into the gate. Always an adventure, as Jonathan was just alluding to, at the starting gate for these 2-year-olds, especially a field exclusively of first-time starters. They've done it in the morning, but obviously it's a much different feeling doing it in the afternoon. He goes in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day to start things off on this Saturday, Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Showcase, last to load here to the outside. Irad Ortiz Jr. And in. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning there for Cyclone State is going to be the early trailer. Is climbing at the back of the field. At the rail there is Protected, who's in front. It's Protected with that easy lead and mild pressure now from Showcase towards the outside. Jerry's Out is right there, just got passed to the inside by Tiz Freedom. It's still out wider here. Here comes Cyclone State. And Tyler Gaffalione making up some ground. They are wide, and they move into that far turn. On the front end, Protected has got the lead 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Showcase is just traveling nicely here from second. Progressing easily here. Cyclone State had that awkward beginning, but is picking up rivals quickly towards the outside. Also trying to rally on as Tiz Freedom, and tailing off there was Jerry's Out. They reach the top of the stretch. Showcase has the lead. It's Showcase at the top of the stretch who tries to kick away, is doing just that. It's Showcase who's just striding away here, and the favorite is now opening up by 3-4 lengths and widening this margin with every single stride. It's going to be a battle on for the place here. Tiz Freedom is rallying on late in the Pink Silks, but Showcase, Irad Ortiz Jr., they kick things off, and they win it as the favorite. Tight photo there for second. That was Protected to the inside of Tiz Freedom. Final running time, 1:04.50 seconds.
The favorite, a winner, showing that class out on the track and Showcase getting the job done. And Jonathan, you touched on it. He now has time to prepare for some of those big 2-year-old races this summer in Saratoga.
Yeah, 5 weeks. 5 weeks out from the Saratoga Special. It seems like a Todd type of spacing, right, with these young horses. And the way that he ran here, you'd like to think, based on seeing something outrageous opening weekend, this is likely the favorite for the Saratoga Special based off of that performance. And look, I think it's just an illustration of being drawn towards the outside. When you have a young horse, you just have a better opportunity to work out a nice trip. The 2 inside horses broke a little bit slowly, and they were against it from the start. I don't think they were beating them no matter what.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have tossed a pair of wings on those 2 horses. I don't think they would have beaten the 5 in here today, but it does definitely help to draw towards the outside, in my opinion, with young horses.
Showcase, the winner, the Dam, the sister to Grade 1 winner Volatile, who was so fast and impressive on the racetrack. Could have a big future for this colt by Uncle Mo, who gets the job done. For at first asking Showcase, Cyclone State, the second choice, as you mentioned, breaking slow. Green in the stretch, and that's just one of those things with experience as well with these 2-year-olds and things to watch as we have more and more of these 2-year-old races going forward.
Yeah, you give them that start, and maybe they learn a little bit there, and then maybe next time out will be the time for a horse like Cyclone State and Chad Summers.
We have plenty of action coming up at Horseshoe Indy this afternoon. Very excited to have them on the show. Big stakes action over there as well. Here's the field for the Indiana Derby. Just one scratch on the morning line. You do have Stronghold, who's 2-1, and coming in from California after running in the Kentucky Derby last time out. For more, live with us at Horseshoe Indy, Sarah Al-Badwi. Sarah, great to see you. You're traveling all over the place. Tell us what's coming up and what we can look forward to at Horseshoe Indy today.
Thanks, Acacia. Huge crowd already on hand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, getting ready for their second race to go off in just a couple of moments, but really looking forward to the Indiana Oaks and the Indiana Derby coming up a little bit later on today. We see some of those horses that came out of the Kentucky Derby coming in, particularly Stronghold, a horse who won the Santa Anita Derby. He is a Grade 1 winner coming into this race. He is your morning line favorite for that Indiana Derby later on today, and we'll see what kind of trip he ends up getting. He is a tactical type of horse. It doesn't seem like he's one that necessarily needs the lead, but taking a look at his Santa Anita Derby when he was able to split horses professionally and just run down Imagination, it seems like he has the class coming into this race to be a force to be reckoned with, and he'll also be forwardly placed. Ran 7th in that Kentucky Derby after sitting close to the pace. We've talked about the pace of that race, Mystic Dan being closer to it, other horses closing from further off of it, but the pace was coming apart in those later stages. So maybe you want to give him an excuse for that Kentucky Derby performance, just didn't get the distance, and maybe today with that cutback he could be dangerous. Acacia?
Sarah, thank you. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on the card throughout the afternoon. Plenty of exciting action as far as the Indiana Derby. Sarah talked about Stronghold. You also have EJ Won the Cup, who's coming in off a win, and kind of the wild card of the race is the Brad Cox trainee on the outside, Dragoon Guard. And maybe it's not kind of one of the top so-called 3-year-old races, but these are where some of these horses that are maybe later developers start to take that step forward.
Absolutely, a big performance in the Indiana Derby. Next thing you know, you're showing up in one of these Grade 1s down the line. And the other thing, though, when you hear a horse like Stronghold, when horses who ran in the Derby show up in these other Derbies, they always get over bet. So there's definitely some other opportunities in there.
Yeah, we look forward to learning a little bit more about the horses in the Indiana Derby and hearing from Sarah today. But as we promised, there's a ton of action. Monmouth Park in the spotlight as well. Here's a look at the Jersey Girl, a mile on the turf feature there down at the Jersey Shore today. And with us, as always, from Monmouth, Paul LaDuca. Paulie, what do you got for us as far as the Jersey Girl is concerned this afternoon?
Well, Acacia, when you look at this race, you know, it does come down to 2 fillies and a mare in here. And Riding Pretty is going to be the one to beat in here. She was very good on the dirt last time. Now, Eddie Owens Jr. has put her on the turf. She's only 1 for 9 on the turf, but she was really good in the Smart and Classy. Now, this was on dirt, and today we're going to be back on turf. When you look at some of her turf numbers, she was 3rd in this race last year to, I think, her main competition, Bramble Bay, who's going to be in the 10 slot today. But she's an 8-year-old mare And you're looking right now at a 4-year-old filly just run away. She's got a little bit of that swishing tail going when it comes down to the lane, but she's going to be really tough to handle. And I think that the other part about this is, you know, they ran second and third, did Bramble Bay and Riding Pretty last year, Acacia. But like I said, Bramble Bay now being an 8-year-old, Riding Pretty now being a 4-year-old, I think that might flip a little bit today.
See how it plays out. Polly, thank you. We'll hear a lot from Paul throughout the afternoon as well. As far as the opener here, Belmont at the Big A, our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day did go to your favorite, the number 5 Showcase. Bet like a good thing, Jonathan, and you showed up like a good thing today too.
Yeah, this kind of gets my brain working here, thinking about what's going to start happening in these next 8 weeks. All these first-time starters that get us excited about what could come in the future. You never know. Showcase could go on to be a champion.
Yep.
And that's what's the exciting part about these types of races, and you'll see plenty of them in the weeks to come at Saratoga.
And we can't wait. One of the most fun parts and fun handicapping puzzles are these 2-year-old races. Early graded stakes action on the card here in New York. It's the Dwyer coming up next, grade 3 event. And right now it is the number 3 Domestic Product, who's 6-5, right where his morning line is. How about the money that Save the Trees is taking?
Yeah, Save the Trees taking a lot of money from Mike Maker. I thought ran well last time, but does have to answer some questions. 2 races going 6 furlongs, now has to try the 1-turn mile. I'm a Domestic Product man myself in this spot. I think that he's shown a bunch of talent. He might have had, him and Dornick had the worst trips, in the Kentucky Derby. Dornick came back and won the Belmont Stakes. I think Domestic Product could get going here late as well.
Domestic Product, who'd been the regular workmate of Sierra Leone going into that Belmont Stakes, finished second in the Pegasus. When we come back, we'll kick off our live racing action from the Jersey Shore, picking things up at Monmouth Park after this on America's Day at the Races.
American Oaks.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
the Monmouth Park Hall of Champions. You see some pretty special Hall of Famers there as you walk down that row. Damascus, Bold Ruler, Spectacular Bid, Ruffian, Riva Ridge, and Inside Information.
Some
Quite
good
a
ones.
list,
Some
right?
good ones. Some good ones.
I like Monmouth Park. It is a fun racetrack.
I've said it on the show before. My favorite thing to do, I got to do it with my father on a couple of occasions, is take the C Streak from Lower Manhattan down to the Jersey Shore. That ferry, it's a lot of fun.
We'll kick off the live action with the Jersey Breds at Monmouth meeting the field, starting things off with the one Air Mask.
Yeah, showed a little bit of speed last time sprinting on the turf. Like this inside draw for this one.
Here's the two, Sunny Ridge Jamie.
Cutting back, didn't do much running at all, but that race 3 back could put Sunny Ridge Jamie in the mix.
One Fine Wine player off that last race.
Yep, absolutely. Looks like one that could make the lead if aggressively ridden.
First time on the turf for the 4, Molly's a Bullet.
Yeah, is trying the turf, gets Lasix, blinkers off, lots of changes.
Starview Twinkle, first time starter.
First time starter for Connections that don't win a ton of races first time out.
Here's Whiskey and Rain, layoff.
Lots of different opportunities for a tag, not for me.
Here is Let Her Run, taking money first on the turf.
Yeah, the siblings, 0 for 8 trying the grass.
Vivid Artiste is next.
Yeah, another one who just keeps showing up, doesn't have a lot to lean on in terms of turf pedigree either.
And firster Salt and Light.
Yeah, drawn towards the outside, but not taking much money at all, 26-1.
2-1 favorite on the one Air Mask, definitely a big player on the rail. Again, we're sprinting on the turf, the New Jersey bred maiden special weight here. And as far as Air Mask is concerned, defeated as the favorite, but that last race just really makes her seem a standout against this group. For more, let's check it back in with Polly.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And you make a really good point. She's a standout just on her consistency alone on the turf. JK was hitting on it. There's just so many different horses trying something new for the first time. But when you look at Air Mask, she does have 3 races sprinting on the turf, and she's got 3 decent races, a second, a third, and a fourth, and she's been involved in all 3 of those races. So you have to think that she's going to go off as your favorite in here. Now, the 3, One Fine Wine, no Paco Lopez today. I'm sure the rider Colony is happy that he's in your guys' territory there in South Ozone Park, riding Hades in the Dwyer, because he's 9 for his last 14 mounts. But One Fine Wine is a horse that has shown brilliant speed, both on turf and on dirt. But the last time on turf, Dueled, I thought was a little bit better, but Air Mask still got the best of her late in there. So, if the 1 breaks cleanly in here, like you guys said, I think she's going to be really tough. I do think the 7 in here, Let Her Run. I'm kind of with you guys. I think this horse is getting bet maybe because Eddie Owens Jr. is just having a monster meet. I prefer the 8. I think the 8 looked tremendous on the racetrack. At least you got Munnings. Orb on the bottom side. Obviously, you won the Kentucky Derby. Is a Malibu Moon. So you do get a little bit of turf in a race that's kind of a scramble where the 1's going to be very tough in here. So I think the 1 is the winner in here, and that's who I'm going to select. But I do think the 8 could run a decent race here at 7-1, Acacia.
See what she can do trying the turf for the first time. Polly, thank you. As they approach the gate, 9-5 on the 1 Air Mask. Any final thoughts, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 3, One Fine Wine. I'm a sucker for speed and turf sprints. One Fine Wine feels like one that will take the early lead. 3rd off of a layoff, 3rd lifetime start. So you'd like to think this horse probably a little bit tighter this time around as well. Maybe this time is the time. I'll take the 3.
Try to turn the tables on Air Mask as rider off the number 5, Nick Juarez, Starview Twinkle. First time starter. Looks like they're kind of adjusting something on the bridle there as they will load her in without a rider. First time starters, as we touched on with 2-year-old races, sometimes can be an adventure. You want to do that job and push horses into the gate?
Absolutely not. I have no interest.
Definitely the toughest job with the starting gate crew. So do such a great job making sure things are safe as smooth as possible loading in for the starts of these races. Nick Barr is climbing aboard in the gate with the 5-star view Twinkle as 8 to 5 on Air Mask. The opener from Monmouth Park coming up. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Let Her Run, post position 7. Molly's a Bullet. Vivid Artiste, the next 2. And to the outside post, Salt and Light. Waiting for Salt and Light. They're going to open the front of the gate for Salt and Light. We're ready to go.
Yes, sir.
We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Salt and Light was off a little bit slowly. Air Mask from the inside blasts out of the gate. One Fine Wine a little bit quicker. Air Mask keeping tabs with her. Let Her Run in the 3rd position in a good stalking position with a half mile to go. Molly's a Bullet next with Whiskey and Rain. They run as a pair. They're 2 better than Sunny Ridge Jamie, along with the firster Starview Twinkle. Salt and Light second to last is past Vivid Artiste, who's the clear trailer as they go into the far turn. Air Mask from the inside claims a narrow lead. One Fine Wine sent along to keep pace. Let Her Run 3 deep joining the fun on the front end. These 3 tussling as they come to the top of the lane. Let Her Run on the outside. Air Mask right there with her. One Fine Wine is giving way to 3rd. Molly's a Bullet right behind her. Furlong to go. It's a match race on the lead between Let Her Run and Air Mask. Let Her Run. Jairo Rendon with the head in front. Air Mask and Samuel Marin still fighting, but Let Her Run sees it out. Let Her Run a narrow victor over Air Mask, then Molly's a Bullet, and One Fine Wine.
Let Her Run victorious in her turf debut. Outgames your favorite Air Mask to the wire and pulls a little bit of an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was really no evidence on paper that this horse was going to like the added distance. I'm sorry, not the added distance, the switch to grass. And it's, you know, I think 5 to 1 the horse went off as.
Yep.
Very game and determined in the stretch. This horse is a half to a horse Speaking. I remember seeing up here a lot, Mr. Speaker, but not a lot of grass in the pedigree.
Let Her Run. She was able to run and run well on the turf in her debut, victorious at Monmouth. As stakes action coming up next in the Dwyer, there's a look at Domestic Product trying to pick up another graded stakes win. Stakes action after this.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and six-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Hello, race fans. This is your Fox Weather Risk of Impact report for America's Day at the Races. I'm Bob Van Dillen. Let's take a look at the forecast for Monmouth Park first. And again, we've got clouds out here. 83 degrees will be the high temperature getting in and out. Showers and thunderstorms are going to be a good possibility, especially later in the afternoon, but it will not be a washout. Now let's take a look at Aqueduct. Same kind of forecast. Temperatures holding out in the low 80s. Scattered pockets of rain, some showers, maybe a thunderstorm or two. But again, it doesn't look like this one is going to be a washout either. That's what it looks like here. As for Saratoga Springs, New York, this is for next Saturday. 86 degrees. It's going to be warm. Pockets of pop-up showers, maybe a thunderstorm. But again, not washing out the track at all. Anytime you need a forecast before you catch a race, hey, check us out on foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
Saturday Fox Weather report from our friends over at Fox Weather. Yes, it's humid here in New York today, but looks like we are going to be clear sailing throughout the afternoon and on the turf. Plenty of exciting turf stakes, including that Belmont Oaks and Derby. And, of course, we hope for nice weather next weekend. First and foremost, though, the Grade 3 Dwyer coming up next, a mile on the main track, a select field. And there's Domestic Product, Jonathan, a horse that won the Tampa Bay Derby. He ran in the Kentucky Derby. As you mentioned, a wild trip for him. Came back in what was a pretty crazy run Pegasus as well and finished second. Yeah, I mean, he just hasn't really had an opportunity to kind of do his thing. And luckily today in a four-horse field, you'd like to think he'll work out a pretty good trip. You know, we could start back at that Tampa Bay Derby. That speed figure, I think a lot of professional speed figure makers had trouble with it because the pace was so slow early. And when the final time is just, it can only be so fast, they can only come home so quickly, it's hard to evaluate exactly how well he ran in that race. Then he came back in the Derby, had an awful trip. He lost a shoe in there. It was reported he lost a shoe. And then he comes back in the Pegasus, and he was wide all the way around there, like unbelievably wide all the way around there. I still think... They were all lined up across the track. 100%. I still think that there's a legitimate horse in here that's going to make some noise throughout the summer, and I think that we could figure that out here in the next couple of minutes. Here's the rest of the field, though. Intriguing runners stretching out. Here's Bilal. I thought Bilal had a great trip last time, sitting in that pocket, chasing a little bit of a slow pace. He's going to have to beat me in here. Subrogate, the winner, came back with a 106 Beyer speed figure. What does Hades do? Do we send today? I would think so, especially in this small field with Paco. The problem is that Hades hasn't really run back to his Holy Bull in that allowance race at Gulfstream. He's going the wrong direction. Your favorite Domestic Product? Yeah, I think he's the best horse in here. Let's not forget, this horse arguably outworked Sierra Leone leading up to the Kentucky Derby. And Save the Trees, the new face. Yeah, this horse is taking money. He hasn't broken particularly well going the 6 furlongs, but that's against 6 furlong types. Maybe it'll kind of get hidden a little bit here in this situation, but he is going to need to break cleanly, and he is going to have to handle that added distance. And though it's just a select field, a big class jump for him as well. There is Bilal warming up, as we'll get a chance to check in with Richie. Richie, Grade 3 Dwyer coming up. What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's short but select field. Last time the Dwyer was a 4-horse field, you had Commendable, who had won the Belmont, Red Bullet, who had won the Preakness, More Than Ready, that needs no introduction, and Albert the Great, who wound up winning it. That was his first stakes win. He would go on to win the Jockey Club Gold Cup. So that was a loaded 4-horse field. These four have to distinguish themselves that they're that kind of caliber yet, but starting with Bilal, he really looks like a horse that he's been more proficient sprinting, but he really looks like a horse that a mile is going to be very, very good for him. I like the way he looks from a physical perspective as far as stretching back out to a longer distance. Hades looks fantastic. I was leaning on picking Hades, takes the blinkers off. I like that angle, and he's getting back, shortening up in distance around 1 turn. His 2 one-turn races, especially his second one going 7 furlongs, was a scintillating performance. Could not look any better for Joe Orsino. And then the 3 Domestic Product will be my top selection. He looks tremendous. When he broke his maiden at a 1 1/8 here last fall, I was taken with how far he stayed in the bridle, and that speaks into of a horse's stamina. I know he has the stamina. I do think that the turning back to the one-turn mile could be maybe a little bit more difficult for him than some of these others, because I do think he has a tremendous amount of stamina, but I also do think he's just the best horse here. So sometimes I just boil it down, guys, to as simple as, who would I want to ride here? And I guess I'd want to ride your favorite, Domestic Product.
Fair enough, Richie. I think we all would choose that, as this is a horse, Jonathan, who, he's had maybe not the easiest trips around, but he does come in for Chad Brown, who's been dominant in the trainer standings for this meet as we wrap up after today. And then tomorrow, as Domestic Product will look to pick up the second career graded stakes win. And you touched on that Tampa Bay Derby. I think the best explanation of it is that it was run in tactically like you'd expect a turf race to be run. So not necessarily what you're expecting for 3-year-old dirt horses at this stage. He also is a horse that talked about working with Sierra Leone. He's one that kind of gets forgotten a little bit because of his talented stablemates.
Oh, I completely agree. And he's one who, he kind of always shows up and runs. And outside of the Derby, which I think he had an absolute excuse in. And the other thing about a horse like this is that I feel like he's going to continue to improve. I feel like he was kind of a little bit not late to the party, but he wasn't like one of those horses that people were cutting in line to bet to win the Kentucky Derby early in his 3-year-old year. But I think he is going to continue to trend in that direction, continue to improve. And his style, I think, kind of helps him in a race like this. I don't think there's anyone in here that's really going to take advantage of it. Hades is probably going to try to go out there and, in my opinion, make a mistake and try to kind of walk the dog on the front end and invite these other horses in. And when it turns into a sprint for home, like you mentioned, like the Tampa Bay Derby was, I think that plays right into the hands of Domestic Product. I just think he just feels like it's inevitable that he's going to work out a nice trip in this race.
Expound on those tactics a bit with inviting the closers in.
Well, I think a lot of times the mistake can be made from connections or from riders or from trainers that, let's try to go 49 or go let's get to the lead, but let's try to walk the dog on the front so that we have something when we turn for home. But I think that that's a mistake. I think what you want to do in situations like this is when you have that speed as a weapon, use your speed. I've made the comparison to it's like having Steph Curry and telling him not to shoot threes, just go out there and do a bunch of layups. His weapon is the fact that he can shoot threes. Hades' weapon, Save the Trees, their weapon is their speed in this race. And they need to take advantage of that. And it doesn't always happen. And I think that if Domestic Product is within 2 lengths of the lead, I think he'll win this race pretty easily. I think the only way that he can get beaten here is if one of these horses kind of opens up and really kind of gets him off the bridle, has him chasing a little bit.
With a short field, there's a lot that can happen as far as it becoming a rider's race as well. The Grade 3 Dwyer for the 3-year-olds going a mile. Will today be the day in the sun for Domestic Product? Chris Griffin has the call.
All set. And they're off in the Dwyer. Hades gets the first call, and Bilal at the rail has got early speed as well. Domestic Product is settling just off of them, stalks the 2 pace setters now, and Save the Trees is out in the center of the racetrack, might tuck in behind as they get set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. Very tightly packed in. Bilal hugs the rail, has the lead. It's Bilal who's in front. Hades is there in the 2 path, now about 3 path there, is going to track from second with Domestic Product outside of him. The trailer is Save the Trees. They work up the backstretch in an easy opening quarter of 23.51. Bilal has got the lead, is up by 3/4 of a length. Hades is right there, continues to be in second. Domestic Product just patiently ridden from third. Save the Trees. Arad Ortiz Jr. is the trailer, but is drafting right in behind this leading trio with less than a half mile to go. And they work into the far turn. Bilal is still the target. Bilal has got the lead, went 46-1 for that half mile time. And here comes Domestic Product, and Domestic Product is on the move. Hades is encouraged to try and keep up, is losing some ground from third, and Save the Trees will have to pass them all as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Bilal has not been caught yet. It's Bilal who's in front. Here's Domestic Product to the outside, ready to challenge, and the front two have really gotten away from the rest, and Domestic Product has now taken command. It's Domestic Product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch. Domestic Product, look at him, just stride out, opening up, now about 8 lengths from the rest of the field inside the final 16th. No doubt, Flavien Prat, Domestic Product, easy winners of the Dwyer. Hades re-rallies to get second, then Bilal and Save the Trees in 1 minute, 33.54 seconds.
Well, no doubt about that winner, Domestic Product. Jonathan, you said he's just the best horse in this field, and he showed that on the racetrack.
Right about here, it took him about three jumps and 2 shakes of the rein, and he was already in front by like 3. He was very impressive. I think this is the performance that Chad and Flavien and Klarovich Stables kind of always assumed they were going to get out of a horse like this, and he seems to be improving at the right time. And look, I mean, I think tactically they played right into it. I mean, he was going to win for fun no matter what. There's nothing that could have changed the outcome of this race, in my opinion, but they didn't do themselves any favors by just like sitting there, allowing him to be so close. Early in the race, when I saw him within a length and a half, sitting outside comfortable with Flavien basically water skiing back there, it felt like this was going to be the outcome.
A couple interesting things happening. Did not see an aggressive ride from Hades. Let Bilal go to the front. So thus that kept Domestic Product, yes, 3 wide, but just in that stalking spot, kind of perfect where he needed to be to pounce. And then in the stretch, you could see Junior Alvarado on the 1 Bilal go to the riding crop, start riding, and Flavien Prat had not even moved a muscle yet.
No, it was, it's, you know, if you bet the 3, it was one of those races where it's comfortable. You feel, or if you singled the horse and the pick 5 or whatever, it's just like, oh, this is going to go just how I need it to go. He was very impressive, and like I said, I think that later this summer, I looked for Domestic Product to be making some noise, whether they decide to go back down to the Jersey Shore where they ran that Pegasus to look at the Haskell, or they, you know, look at something maybe like the Travers down the line. I mean, I think he's definitely going the right direction.
Comes back with his ears up, proud of himself, as he should be. Domestic Product wins the Dwyer. Speaking of big races coming up in Saratoga, opening day, Thursday, July 11th, just a couple days away. More on that after this.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You can probably even bet on Naira Bets from the top of the Cyclone at Coney Island.
I can tell you one thing. I have bet on Naira Bets from some wild places in this world. Definitely from Italy. Definitely from Ibiza.
Oh, that's cool.
From an airplane, of course.
Yeah.
What's the other? Come on, I know I got one more good one. I can't think of it. Oh, my sister's wedding.
I did from the Miss Connecticut pageant.
See? As you should.
Domestic product wins the Dwyer. His rider, Flavien Prat, sitting by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And Flavien, domestic product was always traveling in the bridle. You had to feel very confident early on.
Yeah, he was traveling very well all the way around. Yeah, I very felt happy. Felt like he was cruising all the way around, and he really kicked on well.
You know, this is the second time you've ridden him. How did you feel from that first try last time at Monmouth to this time? You know, obviously he got it done today, but did you feel a big improvement?
Oh, I think the cutback in distance was a great move from Chad. You know, getting back to a mile, one turn. He was today was in a good rhythm. Last time it just didn't work out our way. I thought, you know, crossing the finish line for the first time, I thought he would, you know, everything would have set up nice, and turned out it went pretty chaotic after that. So today, you know, we had a good trip, and he relaxed well and made a show his talent down the lane.
You're riding, you know, you've ridden several of the better 3-year-olds this year. Where would you place this guy in this, and could he be maybe your second half of the year kind of horse?
Well, different, you know. I think more of a, you know, one-turn horse. But you know, since he ran the first time out in Saratoga last year, we always thought he could be a good horse. And you know, obviously you try to go to the Derby, and you have to go 2-turn. But I think that's what he wants to do.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, and congratulations. And guys, domestic product gets it done with a really good imported product.
With Flavien Prat aboard, rode him last time, and Flavien, he's definitely got some good 3-year-olds that rode Sierra Leone in the Belmont Stakes. Domestic product, the favorite, with the win in the Dwyer $3.40 winner. As we turn our attention to the third race, now we'll be on the turf, sprinting here, Belmont at the Big A. And a nice allowance coming up, and Senbei's 9-5.
Yeah.
Man.
And if you look at the doubles, the 5 is almost half the price in the double. So the 5 will end up going favorite here. But Senbei is taking money. He's my pick in here. Senbei, I just remember how fast he once was. I still believe he is that fast. I just think he, you know, kind of broke just a tad bit slow last time, was wide all the way around there. I kind of like him from the inside here to pop away from there and hold some position.
Much better post versus the outside post, going 5.5 at Saratoga last time. More in that third race in a moment, but as we mentioned before the break, just a few days away from opening day at Saratoga. Now, a cool thing this year with the 6-day out draw. Past performances already out, so you can get started on your handicapping.
I gotta love that. I mean, you know who makes the most happy? Our friend Andy Serlin.
Oh, yes.
He loves an early draw.
He already sent in the replays for Talking Horses for opening day.
It's a wild gentleman. Works hard, though. You can't argue with that.
He certainly does. Some of the sights and scenes from Saratoga. Cannot wait for all of that. We got a little taste of it with Belmont Stakes Racing Festival up at Saratoga this year. But just one of the great things about it, Jonathan, is all of the fans that come to the track so engaged with what's happening at the races and looking forward to the stakes that you have. Usually a stake every single day throughout the summer.
Yeah, it's what's great about Saratoga. It's, you know, it's no offense to other racetracks, or even sometimes, you know, our Thursdays might not be, you know, star-packed downstate. But that's what's great about Saratoga. You're always going to see a horse that could be a potential superstar, whether it be a maiden or whether it be a horse in the Schuylerville or the Diana or the Quick Call. There's always an opportunity for greatness, and that's what makes it so much fun.
Yeah, it certainly does. Of course, you saw that opening week stake schedule, the Schuylerville, as always, for the 2-year-old fillies to kick off the week, and of course highlighted by that Grade 1 Diana on Saturday. And we'll all be up there covering it all.
Ready to go, ready to rock and roll. I can't wait.
Yeah, we certainly are excited about that. We hope you join us this summer at Saratoga as well. Mac, over to Monmouth Park coming up next, down the shore for the 4th of July weekend continuing. We have race 2 coming up next, 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. In this claiming race, one scratch, Grated Coconut is out. I'm not a big Grated Coconut fan myself anyway.
Keisha, I was right there with you. I don't need it at all.
Yep.
Do not need it at all.
I'm good without the coconut. So that does mean that Run Corey Run is the favorite. You have Run Corey Run at Monmouth, and then coming up Run Curtis Run, Belmont at the Big A. So don't get those two confused. But Run Corey Run, the favorite, makes sense as a favorite being the big drop in class, but it's a big drop in class and a long layoff.
Yeah, it's a big drop in class, but my concern is there's just no other option here.
Yeah.
I would love to try to beat Run Corey Run in here, but it just from a figure standpoint, from a class standpoint, just feels like the most likely winner. I just even if you try to get excited about, you know, maybe even like the 4, I just still just not the price is still too low.
Here's the other horses in the field, starting off with the 1 No Regard Turf to Dirt.
Yeah, lots of turf and not a lot of early speed.
It's only run once on the main track. There's the 2 El De Leo.
Yeah, I thought this horse ran okay last time, but the figure was just slow.
Run Corey Run. We talked about that big layoff.
Yeah, big layoff, pretty aggressive drop. Did not run well last time. It is definitely a concern.
There's Festinet, current favorite.
Yeah, I mean, the debut race I thought was okay. The other dirt race was all right, but still a little bit too slow.
And Equal Justice for All, back to dirt.
Another one without a lot of early speed, but does have some okay numbers on the turf, but does have a bad habit of breaking a little bit slow also. So keep an eye on that with the 6.
Not a ton to sink your teeth into in this race 2. For some help, let's check in with Paulie.
1 minute to pose. 1 minute.
Yeah, this is a tough one. It really is, because when you look at Run Corey Run, he was entered yesterday in for a similar type of race, but it was a $12,500 race. And this is a claiming tag for $7,500. So I don't really know what to do with that. Now, that race did have some horses with 2 horses in that race had buyers over 75. And I wonder what Run Corey Run would have been in that race. But they decided to come here for $7,500. I don't know if that is a negative or a positive. So, you know, like I said, it's your own discretion there. Festinate, you know, going long for the first time on the dirt. Now, he's gone long on turf and has handled it well. So you would think that the horses run well on dirt and is handled long on turf, that handling long on dirt should not be a problem. And that's why this horse is 7-5. And currently is probably going to go off maybe as your tiny favorite in here. Acacia. I just think it's between those 2 colts. I'm not going to give you anything else, really. I do think the 2 El De Leo, if you actually look at that horse's past performances, Son of Arrogate, that was the first time he's ever gone around 2 turns. Now, it does say a mile at Laurel, but that's a 1-turn mile, and it was by far his best race. So, you know, the 2 could be a horse that could maybe run up and maybe split maybe the 3 or the 4 in here if the Run Corey Run is not ready, or the 4 really is not ready. But it looks like those 2 horses are going to be really tough in here, and I'll give the 2 maybe to try to hit the number.
Paulie, thank you. See what El De Leo can do off of that last race when finishing 3rd and at a big price is at least an alternative to the 2 favorites.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 4. I feel like this horse will be in front, and when you have a bunch of horses that you don't trust, just give me the one that's in front. Run Corey Run was entered on the 28th and scratched, the 22nd and scratched. And it's just a pretty aggressive drop. It feels like screaming give up.
Yeah, was running behind Il Miracolo the last time we saw him on the track.
Yeah, I'll take the 4 in here. Not with a ton of confidence, but, you know, if you're looking for a little action.
Nothing wrong with that. Loading in at Monmouth Park for race 2, Matt Zinnerman standing by.
Run. Festinate, 2nd to last. To the outside post, Equal Justice for All. We're ready to go. And Lyroff. No Regard bobbled just slightly coming out of there. Otherwise, everybody got away cleanly. Run Corey Run on the lead, fresh off the layoff. No Regard sent hard to get forward position, and those two are 1-2. Run Corey Run quicker into the clubhouse turn. No Regard holds the inside spot, cuts the corner, and matches Run Corey Run, snatches the lead, in fact. No Regard, offensive-minded, a neck in front. Run Corey Run right behind him in second. A gap of 2 to Festinate. He's in the third position. LD Leo inside of Equal Justice for All. Those two share the back marker's spot. They're 4 lengths off. Dueling leaders down the backstretch. No Regard has the head in front. Run Corey Run still right there hounding him. Festinate went off at 3 to 5. The favorite gets a lovely trip off the top pair, advancing now. And here comes the favorite. Festinate in the 3 path, moving up to challenge the front runners comfortably. Goes well within himself, it appears. And Run Corey Run now nickeled along to keep pace. No Regard retreats to third. Wallen an all-out drive. He's called it an afternoon, backing right out. LD Leo claims third from that weakening No Regard, and a big space to Equal Justice for All, who's detached from the rest. Coming to the top of the lane, Jairo Rendon sitting pretty with Festinate. These two just breezed right to the lead, and Run Corey Run could not keep up. It's Festinate coming off the turn with an increasing leading margin. He's 4 ahead in the swing for home. Run Corey runs second. LD Leo making up some ground, tries to get into the second position, but at the furlong marker, now it's just a guessing game of how much Festinate is going to win by. The class dropper, Festinate for the Kathleen O'Connell stable, running away with this one. Festinate gives Jairo Rendon the early double. Run Corey Run holds second. LD Leo was third. No Regard fourth. And then Equal Justice for All.
Festinate gets the win, much the best in this spot. He didn't do it setting the pace, Jonathan, but it really didn't matter.
I think it's the hardest thing about this game. One of the hardest things about this game is trying to identify the intent of a trainer or an owner when they're dropping a horse. Is it dropping because you want to get your picture taken, you know you're going to win, pick up the purse, lose the horse, dropping to give up? And I think that's the hardest thing to try to identify. And with Run Corey Run, horses like this win all the time that just look like it's an absolute give-up move, but this time Run Corey Run did not run very well, and Festinate just happened to kind of inherit a race with a few horses that are not very good.
Jairo Rendon sweeps the early double at Monmouth Park. Prices and more when we come back. We'll also take a look ahead at the Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks. She feels pretty. She is waiting in the wings as she'll try to build off that Hilltop win last time out. Take a step forward to pick up another graded stakes win.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Be here with all these amazing people. It's really very, very inspiring.
I'm just so humbled and so proud to be here.
Everybody deserves to win. I mean, it's a big honor.
So to have an evening like this to dedicate for those people that are the superstars is so cool.
Getting recognized for your hard work is always appreciated, but the TIAA took that to the next level. It was an amazing experience.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Coming up a little bit later on in the Fasig-Tinton Belmont Oaks Invitational, we'll get a chance to see She Feels Pretty, Jonathan, who was so impressive as a 2-year-old. She was arguably best in that Breeders' Cup, and then, yes, it was inferior competition in the Hilltop, but she won like a short price favorite should.
Absolutely, it's what you want to see when you have a horse like this to come back and win like that. I agree with you. I thought she was outstanding as a 2-year-old. I think that, hard to justify, was very good in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Surf, but she did find herself forward in a paceless race, and She Feels Pretty ran well, and then came back here and ran fast. She looks like one that's going to take another step forward. I don't necessarily have any concerns about her getting the additional distance. Look, I think that while this race, the Belmont Oaks, has more horses in it, I actually think that this one is probably a little bit more formful to me with She Feels Pretty. I think Endlessly, and the Charlie Appleby horse on the rail, I'm going to draw a blank on it now because I'm bringing it in the Derby, Legend of Time, are a little bit more of a wide open race. I think She Feels Pretty could be pretty darn good.
You saw She Feels Pretty with her friendly goat Mickey. And I just think it's so cute. Cherie DeVoe said she's a very easy keeper. She just likes to have a little pal. She wanted to play with the cats or dogs around the barn and wanted a little friend.
Everybody needs a friend.
Yeah.
Everybody needs a friend.
I think it's so cute. Yeah. If I go missing at Saratoga, I'm probably over there, like finding the goat to go say hello to. We'll take a look at the cross-country pick 5 sequence, the Belmont Oaks. In that sequence, as is the Jersey Girl at Monmouth, you've got 3 races from Monmouth and 2 from Belmont at the Big A. Jam-packed action as far as that cross-country pick 5 is concerned. We will take a look at the field for race 3, sprinting on the turf, starting things off with the 1 Senbei, now 5-2.
Yeah, I've always been a huge fan of this horse, and I'm just hoping we'll break a little bit better from the inside, show some of that old school speed that he used to show.
Here's Script, second off the layoff.
Ran extremely well last time. I just have a problem with late running sprinters, late running horses in turf sprints.
There's the 3 Ikigai Big Price.
Once upon a time, this horse had very good numbers, but those numbers are very, very far from now.
Fauci off the layoff, trying to get back on track.
Yeah, this horse is weird. He runs well, runs bad, runs well, runs bad. Maybe this is one of those runs well.
Here's Run Curtis Run, who did run very well last time.
Ran extremely well, got a very nice trip sitting in that coveted pocket spot in turf racing. That's my only issue here.
Watch out, Butch Reed sending a horse to New York. Here's 4 Harp.
Yeah, this horse has a race back at Laurel last summer that absolutely wins this race, but that seems to be an outlier. Don't really see too many other races like that.
For more on this race 3 field, let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, we'll work from the outside in here, and we'll start with the 6, 4 Harp. For a turf sprint, you're not seeing the typical amount of turf sprint speed. And when 4 Harp ran that big race at Laurel, it's because he controlled things on the front end at the same distance, going 6 furlongs. Now, there was given the ground that day. I will say this, he looks tremendous from a physical perspective, and Butch Reed does not come up the turnpike to go pay a visit to Gargiulo's in Coney Island on the way home and have a nice Italian dinner. He comes up here when he likes his horses, and I think 4 Harp, if he gets to the front, and potentially he could here, especially with Jose Lezcano, who is consistently aggressive in all the right ways. I think he's a bit interesting. Run Curtis Run, obviously the horse to beat, taking all the money. But he has 3 wins, 6 seconds. And when horses start doubling up on their seconds as opposed to wins, you know, it's just something to keep an eye on, something to look at. I agree with Jonathan. This horse had an absolute perfect trip. You want that pocket in turf racing. You want to save ground. You get that cover, and hopefully you have live cover. Your fullback that you follow through the hole if you're the halfback. And then that brings me to my top selection, and that'll be Senbei. He had the race off the layoff. He didn't break particularly sharp. He looks fantastic, and I think he has enough speed to put himself in the right spot, and maybe he's the one who gets that coveted pocket trip this time. And also, I like horses that are cleverly named. So whoever named Senbei, very smart, very imaginative. I'm sure you can expound on that, Acacia.
I see what you did there, Richie. Yes, that would be me. Senbei by Candy Ride out of Sweet Aloha. Connection said we need a name for the Candy Ride cult, and I looked at Hawaiian candy stores, and a Senbei is a Japanese tea cookie. So
Look at you. That's wonderful.
That's my boy, Senbei. But yeah, as Richie said, he didn't break that well last time, but he also had the far outside post going 5.5 at Saratoga. Not really what you want for a turf sprint like that.
Absolutely, right? And he had come off a little bit of a break, too, so, you know, sometimes just, I remember now. This is what I'm supposed to do. And I like the idea, and I feel like I've said this about Senbei before, drawn on the rail.
Yeah.
Manny is not going to not be trying to get his position moving forward. He knows he's got the speed with this horse. He knows this horse extremely well, and I think he'll pop away from there and should be able to work out possibly the same trip that Run Curtis Run got last time from that inside draw. And let's also not forget an important point that you want to keep in mind is, you know, they run 5.5 at Saratoga, and we run 6 here. There's a difference there. Different types of horses excel and can win those races. So even when we go back upstate next week, you want to make sure you're taking that into consideration. Just because a horse won going 6 does not mean they're going to duplicate that performance. Or, conversely, if a horse runs poorly going 6, you can maybe look for a turnaround when they get back upstate going the 5.5.
It's not always even just the physicality or how good they are at the distance. It's the way the races are run.
Absolutely. I think that you get some more aggressive early paces going 5.5 than you do going 6, right? And I think that can definitely lead to that.
And here's an illustration of that trip we were talking about for Run Curtis Run behind Botsarakan, who was able to use that speed. And there in the green cap on the outside is Senbei, who did have to be wide and try to come closing, whereas Run Curtis Run was able to save all the ground throughout.
Yeah, it's a huge difference, especially in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Those decisions and being wide or saving ground, I mean, it can make a huge difference. And considering how close they were, about 2.5 lengths away from each other, and comparing the two trips, and then comparing the prices today of even money versus 5-2, Senbei for me makes the most sense.
Let's mention quickly the 2 Script as he comes out of that race as well. He was off slow. He was last early in that race. He had to wait for room a little bit, but as you said, that's his typical running style. He comes from very far off of it.
Once upon a time, going a little bit longer, he was a little bit closer. I'm hopeful that Johnny will kind of try to get him away from there and not be so far back. Because if you're so far back, then you're just hoping that there's a meltdown. But I do think if Script can be a little bit closer, Script could surprise him here.
He's 5-1 right now as they load in for race 3, sprinting on the turf. Our first turf race of the day here in New York. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin.
Fauci. Run Curtis Run and 4 Harp. Last to load to the outside. Here's 4 Harp. Is in. All set. And they're off. Ikigai's got early speed. Run Curtis Run in the early mix, and out wider there is 4 Harp. Joining them at the rail, Senbei. That's the 4 across the course. The 2 at the back is Script with the trailer, Fauci. On the front end, it's Lane Luzzy and Ikigai. They're in front. They're up by a head. Pressure to the outside from 4 Harp, and these two fly early. They are about 4 lengths clear from Run Curtis Run. The favorite is now well settled in third, chasing a 21-1 opening quarter mile. 4 Harp has dispatched of Ikigai for now. Right there in third is Run Curtis Run is tracking those pace setters still. Senbei's in behind that. They're single file into the turn. Second to last is Script, and the trailer is Fauci. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go, and 4 Harp has gone quickly the entire race. It's 4 Harp who turns for home, is still up by 2. Run Curtis Run is fully in pursuit. Senbei can be said, and Script is on the grandstand side rolling now. They're chasing a hot pace, and now Senbei is unleashed, and Senbei has passed 4 Harp. Rallying on late is Script coming after Senbei, the new leader. It's Senbei who's well clear, is up by 2. Senbei, Manny Franco, they get the score. Script for second. Holding on for third there was 4 Harp. In a big effort. Final running time, 1 minute 6.85 seconds.
Senbei with the win. I can breathe. Jonathan, good to see him back to the winner's circle. He's had some trips. He's been rained off a lot. Manny Franco started asking him early, and he was able to run down the pace lead.
If you bet on Senbei, if you're a fan of Senbei, like I know you are, Acacia, that was a very stressful race to watch. right? You didn't really get the position, I think, that we all kind of hoped. You'd be a little bit more forward. Then he looked like he was almost like uncomfortable chasing a little bit. Manny started asking, and it looked like he was going to kind of get tired. But then he kind of rallied and really kind of took over that race. The only real concern was whether or not Script was going to keep running late at him. Sinbei did his job, and he did it well. It's always good to see your old boy run well, I can assume.
Yeah, great to see him running well. Sinbei, second start of his 5-year-old season after being so precocious and fun as a 2-year-old as well. 2-1 favorite, and you heard Chris Griffin commenting on the time, and I'm told it's 5/100ths off the record. But as we talked about yesterday, we're not really running turf races at Aqueduct this time of year. We're usually running in April or in November as far as history goes. So it's tough to gauge. It's been hot, and you have better quality turf horses that are running this time of year.
Absolutely. When you look at track records like that, you want to ask yourself, well, how did that happen, right? Yeah. The Fierceness Full, Mentee is one that kind of comes to mind, right? Like he ran that fast 2-year-old number, but they don't really have those races. Right. So it's different. Surely something an accomplishment, but there's a little bit of context to it.
Trainer Christophe Clement and looking on as Sinbei gets the win 1-2-6-5 in race 3, Belmont at the Big A. Prices and more when we come back. We'll also take a look a little bit at the Belmont Derby, endlessly back on the turf, the surface that trainer Michael McCarthy said he wanted all along.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com or download the app today. In race number 3, Belmont at the Big A, Sinbei, second off the layoff, gets the victory with Manny Franco, a rider who knows this horse quite well and puts him one step closer to winning the riding title for this meet.
Yeah, he didn't have to lose nearly as much ground as he did at Saratoga. He went from 5.5 to 6. second race off of a long break, some pace to close into. Everything just kind of went Sinbei's way today. And he's just continued to prove to be a pretty darn cool horse. His 6th career win.
Actually, his first on the turf as well. Though he's run well on the grass, he gets his first victory over it. So now winning on both surfaces, $6.70 winner, 1-2-6 in the 3rd. Belmont at the Big A. As we take a look at race 4 coming up next. This one, a $50,000 claiming race going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And right now it's Low Society, who's the early favorite for Linda Rice. And back to the dirt, just a 7-day turnaround.
Yeah, and you look at the double payoffs, the 1 and the 5 are very close. I think they're going to end up going off pretty similarly price-wise. I went in with the 5, Low Society, who doesn't have a lot of early speed in the last 2 turf starts, but if you look back to that dirt race 3 back, there is a race I think that can get this one taken.
And they claimed this horse for $50,000, so just back to the level at which they picked him up. So a drop that does make sense. More on that race in a moment. First, back over to Monmouth Park. We're on the turf for race 3, a maiden claiming race for $40,000. I love the name of the one, and he actually lived up to a little bit on debut. The Drunk Neighbor.
Yeah, we all have had a
we
drunk
all have
neighbor.
one. Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to think who mine was that I didn't like very much.
You probably had one in college at least, right?
Yeah, but I liked him.
Ah.
Yeah, he was drunk, but I liked him. Yeah.
2-1 favorite is the 8 New Spell to the outside for Louis Linder. Meeting the field, though, starting off with the 1, the Drunk Neighbor.
Yeah, look, this horse took a tad bit of money on debut. I think it's at least worth noting now, dropping in for a tag.
And stretching out as well. A lot of changes for the Drunk Neighbor. Here's the 2, Attrayant.
He's had a lot of opportunities, but only one of those opportunities was against claiming types. I'm going to look elsewhere at the short price.
Could finish second that day. The 3 Editor's Choice went by. Here's the 4, Governor Dutton.
Yeah, Governor Dutton was 48-1 last time, was wide all the way around there, and ran about like that, 9-1 today.
Big price back to turf for TV Man.
TV Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's nice. This horse has been beaten 21, 17, 14, never really close.
Kathleen O'Connell looks for another one with running the numbers, and here's the 7, Brad's Bet.
Yeah, Brad's Bet stretching out. This horse has sprinted the last few times for maiden 16s. I'll look elsewhere.
And New Spell to the outside.
Yeah, another one who ran against maiden 30s a couple of times and has gotten close. But I feel like at short prices, those other 2 times were the time. I don't need this horse against this group at 5-2. I think the rail is the interesting, right? Yep. The horse took a little money on debut, switches surfaces, and now shows up at a short price. And look, I won't put it past you. Put it past the crowd there at Monmouth. They always have a nice crowd. I could see this horse being a horse that people just bet because of the name.
Right.
Because it's a very funny name.
It is.
But I do think that there is some signs that this horse is taking some money.
2-1 now on the Drunk Neighbor. For more, let's go to Paul. Paul, what do you think of the Drunk Neighbor?
Well, I think he's going to be the horse to catch in here. Talking to Kelly Brain, he was telling me a little bit earlier, I was mentioning the name, and he didn't want to mention the context of the name, which is actually pretty funny. But he had said, listen, this horse has got some natural early speed, and I think that's kind of what the public is playing, that this horse might go towards the front end, and some of the other horses might be a little suspect in here. And this horse is taking some major money after being just basically unseating Joe Bravo after bolting. So at 5-2, and I don't think it's going to change much. If you look at the fixed odds, the 8's a slight favorite over the 2, is a slight favorite over the 1. So the 2, I'm not attracted that much to. And the reason why, son of English Channel did have his best day on the Breeders' Cup turf here at Monmouth when he won the Breeders' Cup turf on that muddy day in 2005. But this horse has dropped in for the maiden 32 tag and couldn't get the job done at Tampa. So I don't know if you want to take 2-1 today. You know, the 8 in here, New Spell, Louis Linder sent out 3 horses. He had one yesterday, so he's 2 for 3 so far on this meet. I actually liked this horse's last race. He, closed into a slowish type of pace. Does not have a ton of speed, but I would think the 8 is going to be sitting in a decent spot. I think there should be enough horses that will go. And Jairo Randon's going to look for a natural hat trick here as he's won the first 2 races in here. And I will give a little bit of a look to the 4. You know, Terry Pompey's horses have run very well so far. I think this horse, you know, just kind of needed that last one. And you're getting what now? 9-1 on this horse as the Drunk Neighbor clicks down to your favorite. Now, I got to ask a question to you, Keisha. Like, for us Gen X people, the Drunk Neighbor could have happened yesterday at the barbecue in July 4th. For, you know, the people like you could have happened in your apartment or, you know, stuff like that. We all had drunk neighbors. The Gen X people, at least, did in our dorms.
I think any college probably had a drunk neighbor down the hall somewhere, Polly. Yeah, there's always one that you know. And Kelly Breen's got a story. He's not telling it to us, but I know he's got a story there. I love it. We'll see what the drunk neighbor does at Monmouth. But first, over to Horseshoe Indy. We're going to meet the field for race number 4 coming up as we will back to Monmouth in a moment. But first, this 4th race is the Maury Holman George Memorial Handicap, and 6-5 to the outside. But first, here's Hidden Connection.
Yeah, Hidden Connection has always just kind of been banging around with these stakes types. Didn't run particularly well last time, but 2 races back against Raging Sea, I thought put her in the mix.
Raindrops on Roses.
Just has to get faster.
Here is Blue Light Special Talent.
Yeah, has a little bit of early speed, but didn't run too well last time. Gets Lasix back this time.
Here's Take a Stand coming up next. Comes out of the Shawnee.
Some of the better races were on synthetic. This race takes place on the dirt.
Next will be the number 5, Mike Smith, aboard the 5 Traverse.
Mike Smith, always good to see a Mike Smith sighting, no matter where it is. Lasix for the first, or back Lasix for the 5.
Riding for Riley Mott. Here is Loved in the Godolphin Blue.
Yeah, this looks like this one might be pretty tough in here. Adds a Lasix, has some back numbers that could be really, really hard for these other horses to compete with.
And has some dangerous early speed. And the 7, Stellar Lady.
Yeah, another one who I thought was a little bit interesting. Hasn't run since August of last year and didn't run particularly well. Likely needed that break.
We'll be back for the Stake Horseshoe Indy in a moment. But first, back over to Monmouth Park as they approach the starting gate. Any final thoughts on this Monmouth 3rd?
You know, I'm going to go with the Drunk Neighbor down on the inside. Like Paulie mentioned, you just want to kind of follow the money sometimes, especially with a horse that it doesn't look like. It's like the horse like ran like the best figure last time. You know what I mean? So I think when you have a situation like that, you want to you don't want to be too stubborn. I've always said the money is, to me, the thing you can kind of trust the most in terms of consistency in this game.
A very, very good point. We'll see if it's right on the Drunk Neighbor, co-favorite right now at 2-1 with the number 8, New Spell, who tried the turf for the first time last time out. Loading in for race 3, Monmouth Park on the turf in this maiden claiming. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Loads. TV Man and Running the Numbers have got in, waiting with editor's choice for him to take his spot. Governor Dutton, post position number 4, coming up at 10-1 with Fernando Jara. 2 back, Brad's Bet, one of 2 Russell Cash entrants, the other being editor's choice, both for Ocean View Stables. And New Spell to the outside post to round out the field of 8. We're ready to go. And they're off. From the inside, the Drunk Neighbor shows prominence in the early stages. Brad's Bet on the far outside, taking the second position with a line of runners. Governor Dutton not far off, nor is Editor's Choice coming out of the chute. The Drunk Neighbor clearly ahead, coming out of sprint races, leads by a length. Editor's Choice second, Atreant to the inside third. Governor Dutton in the 4th position early on approaching the turn, running with numbers racing inside of him going into the turn. Then comes Brad's Bet, New Spell, and TV Man drops to the back as they round the clubhouse turn. The Drunk Neighbor, Nick Juarez in control of things here. Lengthened 3/4 of a head. A Treyant runs in the 2nd position to the inside of Editor's Choice. A space of 3 to running the numbers. And Governor Dutton, who's eased off the speed. Another length and a half to New Spell. Brad's Bet now 2nd to last. He's 2 clear of TV Man, who can still see them all as they head down the backstretch. The Drunk Neighbor still on top. The margins a length and a tail. A Treyant goes well on the inside on a hold right now behind the leaders. Editor's Choice pinging him in, going into the far turn, clearly into 2nd now. A Treyant is back in 3rd down on the inside. There's a gap of 3 to New Spell, who's underway. New Spell making up ground nicely in the 4th position with the ears pricked up. He looks ready to roll. New Spell on the outside, making an eye-catching rally. The Drunk Neighbor drifting out, turning for home. Left the rail open here for a Treyant to come through, but New Spell, it appears he has a little more run, and he takes command with a furlong to go. New Spell's in front. A Treyant 2nd, big space back to Governor Dutton, who's into 3rd, coming to the line. It's New Spell, Jairo Rendon, 3 for 3 on the day. A Treyant was 2nd, Governor Dutton 3rd, running the numbers 4th.
Jairo Rendon sweeping the card as he gets the early pick 3. This one with New Spell.
Yeah, it seems like they've named the neighbor appropriately, because he was a little misbehaving the stretch as well. He's starting to develop a bit of a reputation for himself.
Yes, he has. As back over at Horseshoe Indy, we have stakes action coming up. Let's check in with Sarah El-Badwi.
Thanks, Acacia. This does start the stakes. Thanks, Acacia. This does start the stakes action of today's card, and we'll take a look at some of the horses that are warming up in here. There seems like there could be plenty of pace on in this race early, but nobody really wanting to break off from the pony during their warm-ups, maybe sort of trying to trick the other riders into thinking they may not be forwardly placed. And here, I landed on the number 1, Hidden Connection, a horse with plenty of back class. Didn't really run that well last time out in the Shawnee down at Churchill Downs, but she was caught wide that day. She gets Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby winning rider Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard in here, and hoping that she can be forwardly placed from the rail. Back to you.
Sarah, thank you. We'll see how it plays out. It's even money on the number 6, Loved, Jonathan. She comes out of a try in the Double Dog Dare, trying to turn the tables on Hidden Connection, but that speed, very dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's drawn outside of Hidden Connection, too. I've always been a fan of Hidden Connection. I kind of wish Hidden Connection was drawn outside of Loved. But my fear is that Loved is going to be kind of sitting outside of Hidden Connection, pressuring her all the way around there. And Loved's speed figures, and at least in her recent races, suggest that she's really kind of going in the right direction. And we'll see. Brian Hernandez, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Especially Brian Hernandez drawn near the rail, also a positive. So, I mean, I do think the winner is going to come from one of these 2 horses, one of these 2 favorites, Hidden Connection or Loved. But at such similar prices, I just think it makes a tad bit more sense for me to go with Loved.
See if she can wire the field using that to her advantage. 5-year-old mare by Medaglia d'Oro, Loved, still lightly raced. She's had some gaps in her races. She put that impressive 3-race win streak together. 4th in the Molly Pitcher, 4th in the Double Dog Dare. See what she can do coming up here as far as Hidden Connection is concerned. She is a horse that's been running almost exclusively in graded stakes company recently. So you could say she's getting a bit of class relief in here.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting some class relief. You know, I think some of these, kind of dodging some of the grade 3, grade 2, grade 1 types that can show up and showing up in these listed stakes and these stakes where there is opportunities to you still got to deal with some horses, but maybe just a little bit easier than some of the stuff you might see in the higher ranks of the grade 1s, grade 2s.
Got some pretty cool drone shots there going into the gate as we have race 4, Horseshoe Indy coming up. The Mari Holman George Memorial Handicap, 4 to 5 on Loved, as we send it up to John Dooley for the call.
Fast track one more. Ricardo Santana Jr. with Stellar Lady. It's the first of our stakes on Indiana Derby Day. They're in the gate. They're off in the Mary Holman George Memorial. And there's Traverse going out toward the front. Raindrops on Roses and Hidden Connection with the rail for Brian Hernandez Jr. And Love comes up on the outside. As they enter the first turn, it's Hidden Connection. So Hidden Connection has pole position with 7 furlongs to run. Raindrops on Roses and Blue Light Special, third and tight toward the inside. In the meantime, Loved coming up on the outside with Laurent Giroux and the Godolphin Blue as they go to the back. And then comes on the outside, after breaking sharp, Traverse with toward the inside, Take a Stand in the green cap. And while settled by Ricardo Santana Jr., Stellar Lady trails. The opening quarter, 23.08 seconds. Hidden Connection dictates the handicap. Hidden Connection in front by 2. The Raindrops on Roses, who's joined on the outside by Love, who's making headway for the run to the half-mile pole. Then Blue Light Special, it's a gap of 3 to Take a Stand, who's up 1 spot. Traverse now second to last, and the trailer remains Stellar Lady. They went past the half-mile pole, and 46.06 seconds. Hidden Connection as Loved starts her bid on the outside. Hidden Connection and Loved is poised. Now 3 furlongs from home with toward the inside. Blue Light Special, Take a Stand is also gaining ground, coming toward the quarter pole. In the meantime, Raindrops on Roses has dropped back in 5th. Traverse and Stellar Lady has trailed. It's Loved. Loved with Hidden Connection and Take a Stand as they turn for home in the Mary Holman George Memorial. 3/4, 1 minute 10.23 seconds. It's Loved with Laurent Giroux. Loved is the leader with 1 furlong to go. From the outside, Take a Stand. Toward the inside is Hidden Connection. And then Blue Light Special. Raindrops and Roses, Traverse and Stellar Lady. They're near home. Loved. It's the daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, and Loved has won it by 2. Take a Stand edged out Hidden Connection. Blue Light Special finished fourth.
She did not do it the easy way, but Loved got the win wide early, wide throughout, taking over and able to hold off Take a Stand.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like she was much the best in here, the way that she earned it. You know, chasing those horses around there, wide into the first turn, and then still kind of won comfortably in the end. Seems to be a really talented horse. And I'm sure Godolphin doesn't have enough of those.
That's right. Such a shame. As it is 6-4-1 under the line. Hidden Connection was able to control the pace in the front end with Love not being able to clear. Unfortunately, we'll have to settle for third as it is Loved who gets the job done under Florent Giroux in the Mary Holman George Memorial. Handicapped as Loved picking up the first stakes win of her career as well. We head back over to Belmont at the Big A and race number 4 coming up next. Sprinting on the main track, $50,000 claiming race. Here is Play Good, Pay Good.
Play Good, Pay Good ran extremely well first time out for Rick Dutrow, but the figures really have gone the wrong direction since then.
Dropping in class for that 3-year-old filly. We'll see if she can turn things around. Here's the 2, Your Forever.
It hasn't run since April, but does need to get faster with this group.
Has some early speed. Big price on the board. There's Grammy Girl, another one who has speed.
Yeah, leaves the turf from last time. 2 races back, though. That race is absolutely competitive with these.
Here's the 4, Progeny, class dropper.
Yeah, hasn't been, in the last 2 starts, hasn't run particularly well compared to what this horse has done in the past. But this filly does have some back numbers for George Weaver that fit.
And the 2 for Linda Rice. Here's Low Society.
Yeah, tried the grass for a couple times since being claimed by Linda. Now gets back on the dirt where she's done most of her best racing.
And New York bred 5-2.
Yeah, another one for Linda drawn towards the outside with Kendrick. This one doesn't have a ton of early speed, and I think that at outside draw, you'd want to try to utilize some of that speed to help get some better position.
Well, there's your current favorite, Play Good, Pay Good, as we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale joining us. Maggie, what are you seeing here?
Well, Acacia, we'll start with the favorite down on the rail with number 1, Play Good, Pay Good, as she returns to the NYRA circuit here for Rick Dutrow. And I must say that getting at least another furlong probably helps her, though she has shown that going long, she can't sustain that speed. And last time, she had to break from the rail at Laurel, and oftentimes you do not see horses performing particularly well one win on the inside over that surface. So she was sent hard. She could never really attain the lead, and then she got shuffled back and rightfully so never really recovered. So we'll see how aggressive Arad Ortiz is from the get-go. And if she is naturally fast enough to flaunt that early speed, she looks fine overall. I'm not particularly in love with her at a short price, but she does make some sense here. As we'll move on to a horse to the outside, and Linda Rice will send out 2 in here. Actually, her Low Society, number 5, switching over to favoritism at the moment. And I don't have a problem with her, though both of these fillies coming back on relatively short rest. Again, that is something that Linda Rice is more than capable of, and she is probably the one trainer on this circuit that I feel really comfortable with taking her horses when doing this. But let's talk about 5-2. She broke okay from the inside last time and then steadied back, and then she kind of started climbing from the kickback, and she was just way too far back in that race, which we saw a bit of an upset winner in Maggie's Palace, able to get the job done. And then when she switched out to the middle of the racetrack down the stretch, she ran on nicely. And while she is a little bit of a lighter framed filly, relatively speaking, coming out of Linda Rice's barn, and I'm not the biggest fan of lightly framed fillies with quick turnarounds, I love her energy level today. She came onto the track bouncing. She was really bright and eager in the paddock, and she got that patented Kendrick Carmouche big warm-up. And now, Acacia, she gets that outside post. And really quick, before I get it back to you, actually, I just want to throw in the long shot. She looks woefully slow on paper. That's number 2, You're Forever. But I thought Rob Falcone being aggressive with her maybe spoke to the fact that he thinks she's improved a bit since we last saw her mid-April. And physically, I think she has. Again, probably not a likely win candidate, but one to use underneath at a massive price.
31-1. Maggie, thank you. You're Forever at a big price, as Ruben Silvera will climb back aboard. As far as the 5 Low Society is concerned, we'll take a look at her last win in May. This was for Previous Connections, Jonathan. She was picked up for $50,000 that day, and Linda immediately puts her on the turf. And an interesting move, and I think now they're just kind of going back to basics with her.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she had shown the fact that, like, you know, she wants to be forward. And maybe Linda just wanted to give it a shot. Let's see if she wants to run on the grass. You know, being by World of Trouble, you assume that maybe that could be something that Low Society would like. Didn't work out particularly well. Now gets back on the dirt. I expect this horse to kind of go back to those dirt numbers and what this horse was doing on the dirt. That May 9th race absolutely wins this one. January 1st, that race absolutely wins this one. And you might even be able to make the argument that that race in November last year on the dirt could win this race as well. I think Low Society looks to be pretty tough in here. The one Play Good, Pay Good. It just feels like this horse is going the wrong direction to me.
Yeah, tough read on this one, who, as you said, ran so well. She did kind of a similar thing last year at Fairgrounds, too. She ran that impressive race to Breaker Maiden, and then obviously she was facing tougher. She seemed to kind of start trending in the wrong direction after that win.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And when you have these horses that are in for claiming tags, a consistent path of them going the wrong direction usually can lead you to you know, trying to beat horses like this.
2-1 on Play Good, Pay Good. Your favorite is the 5 Low Society. The 3 Grammy Girl. I think that she is a bit intriguing because she's cutting back in distance. She has shown some speed, but she's also dropping in class, and maybe she's a little bit of a tough read because her last race was so disappointing, but it was on the turf.
Yeah, I love a cutback going 6.5. All right, I think that when you have horses that have shown the ability to go a little bit longer and have run well enough, especially shown speed going a little bit longer, and then you cut them back to that kind of that 6.5, that 7, man, they really can find a little bit more for you in the stretch. So if you like the 3 Grammy Girl, I'd be looking for her to do some running a little bit later in the race.
See how it plays out, as there she is with Manny Franco in the saddle. Manny, as we mentioned, trying to pull away from Irad Ortiz in the riding title with the last couple days to go. They've really all put on shows. Manny, Irad Ortiz, Flavien Prat, the top 3 in the riding title. And I know, you know, they all want to win it. Manny Franco ahead by a couple now.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially in New York more than anywhere, you know, winning these riding titles says something about the way that you're riding, says something about the rider that you are, and finding yourself atop of that leaderboard. It's always an accomplishment, no matter where it is and how it is. If you're a meet leading rider in New York, you're doing something right.
Absolutely. See how race 4 plays out. Chris Griffin has the call for the 3-year-old fillies.
Here's Low Society. 5-2, last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed from 5-2 towards the far outside. And at the rail here is Play Good, Pay Good. And Play Good, Pay Good is now ahead in front. Directly to the outside is going to be Low Society, tracking from second. 5-2 progresses as there as a pair with You're Forever, their third and fourth. From the back, Grammy Girl is second to last with the trailer Progeny. They are tightly bunched, about 3 lengths to cover them all, and they're rushing up in behind Play Good, Pay Good. Play Good, Pay Good went 22-1 for that opening quarter mile. Tracking to the outside still is Low Society, Jose Lescano there on the move. A lineup of 3 in behind. 5-2 is shoved along here in the 3 path, is 3 wide. Inside of that rival comes Progeny is in fourth. Dropping back a touch was You're Forever, the trailer. Grammy Girl. They're still chasing Play Good, Pay Good. And Play Good, Pay Good, doing it nicely, is up by a half length. Low Society has been there the entire journey. The rail is open for Progeny if good enough, is trying to work on through as they line up across the racetrack. The new leader is Low Society, who kicks for home. Play Good, Pay Good is trying to battle back, is doing just that. Low Society has got a nose in front. Play Good, Pay Good has a final furlong to re-rally towards the inside. It's still these two going at it for a final 16th. Low Society still with a nose in front. Play Good, Pay Good is trying one final time. Low Society does enough. Low Society wins it over Play Good, Pay Good, then 5-2 and Progeny. Final running time, 1:16 flat.
Low Society, the favorite, delivers in race number 4. Jose Lescano aboard, back to basics for this filly, and she delivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Low Society was kind of had that advantageous outside position. I think that if you switch and put Low Society down the inside, Play Good, Pay Good ran extremely well and might have actually got the job done in here. But I just think that being on the inside, having a horse to your outside, it's just not as ideal of a spot. Low Society ran well and got it done here for Linda Rice and Jose Lescano, and ended up going off as the 6-5 favorite.
6-5 over 2-1. It was a bit of a ways back. I believe it was the number 6, 5-2. It was checking in third, 5-1, 6-4 in race 4. But the top 2 finishers dueling down to the wire. Low Society, Play Good, Pay Good, and it is Low Society for the always dangerous duo of Linda Rice and Jose Lescano to get the victory in the 4th. And wonder if she was claimed out of here.
I tell you what, the name of the 6, confusing.
5-2.
Right? Especially for a horse that's 4-1.
Right.
You know, what?
Yeah.
Did it click down to 5-2? No.
No.
You confused me.
I know.
5-2, huh? Okay.
5-2. Looks like 5 and 6 were both claimed, we're being told. So we'll see what the future holds for them. But it was at number 5, Low Society, the favorite, delivering in race 4, 5-1, 6-4. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about some of the upcoming stakes action, including Ever So Mischievous in the John A. Nehrude. Got a win last time out. It'll try to pick up another graded stakes victory after this.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is just the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
We're back on America's Day at the races, taking a little stroll through Central Park. I believe it's Central Park. Yes, looks like Central Park. You're watching America's Day at the races on this Saturday afternoon. As we just saw in race 4 at Aqueduct, it was Low Society getting the victory. Back down to the level at which she was claimed, back to her preferred surface, and back to the winner's circle.
Yeah,
See how that works out?
It makes sense to me. Linda wins a lot of races because I think she does a great job spotting her horses and putting them where they need to be, where they can win, where they fit, the surface they fit, the distance, and that's exactly what happened here with Low Society. Back to the dirt, back in for a tag.
Gets the victory here over the number 1 Play Good, Pay Good, who ran very well too for a horse that seemed like her form was tailing off, and sort of won the battle sort of angle in this spot too. With such a big effort, have to settle for second though. 5-1-6 under the line, $4.50 winner in the 4th Belmont at the Big A. As we take a look at the field for race number 5, we're going 7 furlongs on the main track, and a key scratch of knee deep in snow, meaning Gentleman Joe is a very short price right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've got no problem with Gentleman Joe, but for me, I've always been a Amundsen fan. Such a gutsy horse, and was claimed for 25. At least it says he was claimed, but he's still with the Cantermossy, so I'll have to look in a second. But anyways, a horse I've always been a huge fan of. You get Flavien Prat drawn outside of his main competition. I think he's definitely dangerous in here.
Absolutely. Flavien Prat, yeah. Amundsen avoided claim last time out, so we'll stay with the Cantermossy barn and try to make it 3 wins in a row in this upcoming 5th race. Now, you might have noticed we have a pretty jam-packed show today. We're on till 7, but you can stick around as the fun continues this evening from 8 to 11. Live racing action from the Meadowlands. Chris Griffin will be hosting in studio tonight with Paul Verderosa. We'll have our team out at the Meadowlands as well. We'll have Jessica Otten helping us out, as always, Gabe Pruitt. And big Saturday night in harness racing tonight. Over $1.3 million in stakes purses, including the Meadowlands Pace eliminations.
You gotta love our 4-legged friends getting a lot of FS time, a lot of Fox Sports time today, you know?
And well deserved. So make sure you stick around, watch that show this evening. It'll be a lot of fun and see some big starts, as well as looks like there's a little bit of rain taking place at Monmouth Park. This is race 4 coming up next. New Jersey bred maiden special weight. Let's check it with Paul. Paul, I hope you found some cover.
Yeah, I found some cover here in the suites up here. Yeah, and Matt Dinnerman just announced, Acacia, that the horses are going straight to the gate. They might be loading right now, so get to your Naira Bets account and see if you can get the wager. And see Matt calling them to the gate right now. Now, the 2 first-time starter, the 1 for Patrick McBurney, I think is very, very good in here, but might need a little bit of distance. I'm going to go with the 5, Jay Willard. Gets a lot of weight off with Francisco Martinez. That's all I can say to you, Acacia. They rushed him to the gate. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck indeed. As Paul said, they're in the gate. Matt Dinnerman has the call. Race 4.
Groovy Sensation goes it. And to the outside, Mildew to round out the field. Mildew goes in. We're ready to go. And Lara. Uneventful beginning. Mildoon from the far outside. Lady Marlene has speed, but the gray Fancy's Rosebud is quickest. Fancy's Rosebud clearing off on the front end and scoots away to a 2-length lead in the early stages. Allison Park, the first-time starter, with Jay Willard there side by side. Lady Marlene in the 4th position, 3 lengths off the pace. Another 3 to Eatontown Girl racing alone. Then comes Gypsy Style inside of Mildoon, who just passed her. Groovy Sensation second to last. Allie's Hannah well out of it. A strung out out group being led by Fancy's Rosebud, who's on top by just a neck. Lady Marlene coming out of the pack to challenge the front runner, and these two are hooking up approaching the quarter pole. Big gap of 4 back to Jay Willard, who could not keep up. Allison Park has made up ground into the 3rd position, needs to catch her big sister, Lady Marlene, who has the lead, but here comes Allison Park and Samuel Marin rocketing to the front. The first-time starter, Allison Park, in control, approaching the 16th pole. Jay Willard is re-rallied, is trying to come on. Eatontown Girl's in front. Eatontown Girl coming to the line clear. Eatontown Girl wins it. Mildoon 2nd, Groovy Sensation 3rd, Jay Willard 4th.
Eatontown Girl with the win, just holding on late, able to turn things around today as she gets the victory. And yeah, a pretty cool element that you heard in Matt Jennerman's call, the one Allison Park out of Marion Eileen, as is the 7 Lady Marlene, making them half-sisters running in the same race.
That's nice. Nice story.
Family affair.
Yeah, they can argue about it later. The 6 Eatontown Girl, her last race, showed some early speed, which to me indicates talent. It doesn't always mean she has to run with that exact same style. It just means that there's something there when they can show some speed like that. And she kind of ran her race in reverse than she did previously and gets the win and gets the maiden broken.
Gets the victory here today. Still looks overcast there at Monmouth, but told apparently the rain has stopped. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on with the weather situation over on the Jersey Shore. We'll have Paula Duca keep us updated throughout the afternoon. But the 6 Eatontown Girl with the win back over at Horseshoe Indy. Race 5 coming up next, and it is for the Indiana bred runners coming up here as this first level allowance horses in the paddock at Horseshoe Indy. That's a look at the number 11 Tiz Eddie, morning line favorite to the outside for a horse that's just been knocking on the door.
Yeah, and it has speed, and I love speed drawn towards the outside. I feel like it gives riders so many different options, right? You could pop away from there. If you need to make the front, you can, but you don't typically have to. You can allow the horses to the inside to kind of be a little bit more aggressive, and you can kind of sit chilly towards the outside and make your decisions as they come. Oh.
Call to post at Horseshoe Indy. I love it. This is a very intense call to post here. Big day over here.
Yeah.
Horses on the track, 8-5 again on the outside runner, Tiz Eddie, as the 2 is out. And again, that's a one other than allowance for Indiana breds. And we'll get a chance to meet the field, starting off with the 1 Oil Man.
Was extremely wide last time, and hopefully this inside draw can help that one save some ground.
Here's the 3 Dossier.
Yeah, another one who was wide around there last time. An inside draw could potentially help.
4 is out. Here's the 5 Booming.
Yeah, Booming didn't do much running last time. Was 83-1. Was beaten by 25 lengths. Gets a little class relief.
There's the 6 Leo Springs.
This horse was 21-1 last time. 56-1 before that, and 80-1 before that.
11-1 only today. There's the 7 Hawkeye.
This is the horse I like in here. This horse has speed and has shown that speed on a couple of occasions.
Into an Indiana bred stake as a 2-year-old. There's Solar Power.
Yeah, came back off of a break last time. Hadn't run since October. Looks to take a step forward off of that.
Last out winner at Costly Pass.
Yeah, this horse ran extremely well last time. Just a little bit too short of a price in this wide open of a race.
And Tiz Eddie to the outside.
No problem, but feels like the 10 and the 11 could kind of set it up for someone to come from off of it. My hope is the 10 and 11 pop away from there, ding dong away from there, and the 7 that I like, Hawkeye, could sit right in behind him.
See what kind of trip takes place in this upcoming 5th race, Fastmain Track at Horseshoe Indy. The favorite to the outside, Tiz Eddie. But there's plenty more stakes action coming up this afternoon at Horseshoe Indy. Let's check in once again with Sarah.
Thanks, Acacia. And looking forward to that Indiana Oaks coming up a little bit later on today, as the 3-year-old filly picture does still need some shape taking, though Torpedo Anna currently at the top of that class, and Impel going to be a very short price in that race for trainer Brad Cox, jockey Florent trainer and jockey combination that we are very familiar with as having plenty of success. Last seen, she was second in the 8 Bell Stakes on that Kentucky Derby weekend behind My Main Squeeze, the New York bred, and she ran very well in that spot. Just her 4th start overall. She went 2 for 2 to begin her career, then ran 3rd in that Grade 1 Ashland before coming up with this performance, going the 7 furlong distance, cutting back a little bit for that 8 Bells. I ultimately wonder what her preferred distance is going to be going forwards, but coming into today's Indiana Oaks, it does seem as though she is going to be loose on the lead and is likely to be able to control things from start to finish of that race. Really going to be a short price, but deserves to be.
Yeah, she does. Impel, who's coming out of the 8 Bells try. She was so dominant in the first couple of races in her career in that Indiana Oaks, which will go as race 11 today. Looking forward to see what she can do stretching back out.
No, absolutely. These races are fun to be able to kind of see some horses that you've been following for a while and see if they can kind of turn the corner, right? I mean, it's a long year. You know, you're not defined by what you did early in the year, and there's a lot of horses that can continue to improve. And looking forward to seeing that race as well a little bit later in the card.
Impel, a horse that, as mentioned, second in the 8 Bells, certainly did not discredit herself there behind My Main Squeeze. We know how talented she is. Ran behind Leslie's Rose and Just FYI in the Ashland. Definitely faced some good horses, and I think stretching back out in distance. Sarah touched on Torpedo Anna's dominance in the 3-year-old filly division, but if they decide to run her in the Travers later this summer, that means a race like the Alabama really could be up for grabs.
Absolutely could open it up for a lot of other horses. I don't think the 3-year-old championship can be opened up by any means, but yeah, Torpedo Anna has really kind of knocked out all the contenders in terms of those kind of 2-turn races. So if she decides to go a different direction and the Travers, and if she wins the Coaching Club American Oaks, I would have no problem with them taking a chance there. But also, you know, there's nothing wrong with winning the Alabama.
That's for sure. Definitely prestigious race. We get a chance to see Torpedo Anna likely the second weekend of Saratoga in the Coaching Club American Oaks, as Jonathan mentioned. Back over to New York at Aqueduct. We have race 5 coming up. I'm sorry, we're not. We're staying here. We have race 5 coming up here at Horseshoe Indy with the Indiana Breds, an 8-5 favorite on the outside. Let's go back to Sarah.
Thanks, Acacia. And we are seeing some of those horses that are taking quite a bit of money towards the outside in this race, and deservedly so. They do seem like the fastest ones on paper, but I'm taking a little bit of a shot with the number 6, Leo Springs, a horse that really defied one of his trainer's statistics of winning first time out, not something that this trainer is known for. In fact, the only other debut winner drawn right outside of him in this particular race in Hawkeye, but he's been facing some tougher company overall. He went over to Oaklawn for the first winter meet and was running against horses that ultimately just outclassed the level that he is at. He doesn't want to go the mile distance. I think you can forgive that race. And then in his last start, coming back to the things that he wants to be doing, sprinting, running against these state breds, he didn't really get out of the gate all that quickly. He kind of got sandwiched at the start of that race, 2 horses colliding in front of him, and he was farther back than I think he ultimately wants to be. So I'm willing to give him another chance in here out of a bit of a price, hoping that he can rebound, going back to that debut effort and be a factor at a price.
And a nice price indeed, 13-1 in Leo Springs. Sarah, thank you. See what he can do. John Horan sending out 2. Jonathan likes the other one in Hawkeye. So maybe it'd be a good afternoon for the barn.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Look, I just think Hawkeye is interesting, having some speed. It's a little bit of a concern that the other 2 horses that I think are the more likely of winners, the 10 and the 11, also have speed. But I'm hoping from those outside draws that those 2 horses will be a little bit more aggressive, potentially clear the field, and then as 2 talented horses kind of get hooked up together and set it up for someone from off of it. I just don't want that to be someone from way off of it. I'm hoping that Hawkeye can stay connected enough.
Now we go back to New York and horses in the paddock at Aqueduct, 7 furlong. 5th race coming up here. Gentleman Joe, the heavy favorite again with that key scratch of knee deep in snow. Gentleman Joe, I thought with the scratch, and you kind of wonder if Amundsen can run back to some of those faster races. Don't you think Gentleman Joe might just send?
I would think so. I mean, it's not really necessarily Irad's forte, but he is one that can get one away from there if they have that natural speed.
Loading back at Horseshoe Indy as we go into the gate for this 5th race. We send it up to John Dooley.
Now McKenna Anderson with Leo Springs loading at 6 furlongs, so stand by. One more, Sammy Bermudez with Tiz Eddie. Here comes the 5th in the gate. And they're off. Costly Pass broke sharp. Oil Man with a bid, and right there, Hawkeye between horses. It's Hawkeye who's taken the lead from Oil Man with Dossier, and right there is Booming. They chase Hawkeye for the run to the half-mile pole. After breaking sharp, Costly Pass is running in 5th. Tiz Eddie up into 6th. Then toward the inside is Leo Springs in 7th, and Solar Power has drifted back to last. It's a close-knit pack as they go past the half-mile pole with Hawkeye, the leader for Joseph Romero. It's Hawkeye out in front of Costly Pass, who's starting a bid, and Tiz Eddie is gearing up for a run too. The quarter 22.32 seconds as they round the far turn. It's Hawkeye narrowly from Tiz Eddie with Costly Pass running in 3rd. Oil Man is 4th. Booming in 5th with Solar Power 6th on the far outside and looking to gain. Then we trail back 2 and behind horses as they straighten for home. Leo Springs and finally Dossier, and here come the Hoosiers. It's Tiz Eddie who's sweeping in front now for Sammy Bermudez. Half mile 45.62 seconds. Tiz Eddie driving down to the final 16th with Hawkeye toward the inside. Leo Springs now moves up between horses. Solar Power and Booming is battling down toward the finish too. It is on the outside Leo Springs from McKenna Anderson. Leo Springs just reeled Hawkeye in. The John Harron 1-2. Tiz Eddie, Booming, and Solar Power.
And Sarah and Jonathan give out the exacta. Sarah's top pick, the 6 Leo Springs, able to run down his stablemate Hawkeye, who I know you like, Jonathan, and they upset the favorites in here.
Yeah, we did. We gave the exacta, but don't get it twisted. Sarah did all the hard work finding the winner. I just had the horse that ran second.
Leo Springs with the victory as the number 11, your favorite Tiz Eddie, just holding on for 3rd there. Back over Belmont at the Big A. We have, as mentioned, race 5 coming up, and see how this does play out. And I think a big question around here is, can Amundsen run back to some of those big races? Here's the rest of the field, though, starting off with 6%.
Yeah, hasn't run since May, but does get a chance to get back sprinting for David Jacobson.
In a long time since that horse has seen the winner's circle. Here's Writer's Regret.
Yeah, claimed from Tom Morley by the Cantermossis for $12,500, jumped up to $32,000.
As races on the go back, just haven't seen them in a while. There's your favorite, Gentleman Joe.
Yeah, this horse makes a ton of sense in here after being claimed last time by David Jacobson.
The 6, Amundsen, is next as he looks for 3 in a row.
I've always been such a big fan of this horse. I'm looking for this horse to run back to those previous 2 performances. If this horse can take another step forward, it should be tough to beat in here.
And kind of a new face in here, at least just making his 3rd start here at Aqueduct, Notable Bob, the Chilean bred.
Yeah, just hasn't done much running in terms of figures compared to what these other ones can run. You know, Amundsen is capable of running in the high 80s. Gentleman Joe in the 80s. It doesn't feel like Notable Bob is one of those types.
See how it plays out in the 5th race here. Even money on Gentleman Joe, given the scratch, given his tactical speed, given his form. Too short a price for you on Gentleman Joe?
My bad.
I said, do you think it's too short a price for you on Gentleman Joe?
No, I mean it is to a certain extent, right? I mean, Gentleman Joe, I think there's some questions that have to be answered. He's creeping up a little bit here. I mean, these prices feel about right. I mean, look, I think the winner, it really has to come from the 4 or the 6. But Gentleman Joe at 6 to 5. I just think I would prefer Amundsen at 2 to 1, and what you would think Amundsen might even drift up a little bit as well.
And you saw that on the bottom there. Don't get shut out. Be sure you are signed up with your Naira Bets account. Get that $200 deposit match bonus using promo code MATCH200. Even money on Gentleman Joe. Let's check in trackside with Maggie.
And I think the distance will have a significant bearing on the outcome of this race, guys. And that's a 7/8 in here. And Gentleman Joe, as he takes a slight drop in class and turns back a little bit, I've always wondered if he is truly a sprinting type. But the 7/8 I think is imperative. I think 6 or 6.5 is just a little bit too short for him as Rick Dutrow reclaims this horse. And just based on pure physical appearances, I think he looks best. I really could not get past him. And we'll see with the scratches in here, it feels like the early lead could be up for grabs. And maybe Irad just pulls no punches, knows that he's on the best horse, and Gentleman Joe goes. But sometimes when you're turning horses back a bit, that speed's dulled slightly, whereas you have horses kind of getting out to longer distances, and that includes number 6, Amundsen, as we haven't seen him since Derby weekend on May 5th, and he is riding a 2-race win streak into here, but I think arguably against some weaker company, although, you know, with these tough older horses, they all have their fallback races that are very good that they can sometimes get back to. Amundsen, he looks good. I wanted to reserve judgment until I watched the way that he moved out here on the track, but I could not fault him whatsoever. He was very, very quiet, though, in the paddock. And you often wonder, too, are some of these horses just not adjusting and handling the heat quite as well? But he elevated a bit more once I saw him out on the track. Wish he was sweating a little bit more, though. A horse that often does sweat a lot is your current third choice in Writer's Regret, who does come back off the quick turnaround and claim for the Cantamasses. I will say this about this horse, and do note that in his last 3 starts, he was wearing, his last 2 starts at NYRA, I know he was wearing front wraps. Previous trainers use black ones, and sometimes it's tough for the, I think, chart callers to see them. So if you see them back on today, they have been on, and I can confirm that they definitely were on last time. He's a horse that does not like being inside, and he spent the entire race last time on the inside. I know he's drawn towards the inside yet again here, but we'll see with an aggressive rider like Manny Franco, does he use his horses, you know, he's not that fast, but does he get aggressive with them to ensure the fact that he gets out there and gets his position and drifts off the rail? Maybe he has upset potential on his mind. Guys?
See what he can do today. Maggie, thank you. 9-2 on Writer's Regret. The Cantamasses represented by 2 in here. They have Writer's Regret as well as Amundsen. And as Maggie touched on with some interesting points about getting off the rail with Writer's Regret, to see what he can do, maybe getting a little bit of a better trip, because he does have races on the go back.
No, he absolutely does. It's a pretty confident move as well, right? The 12,500 up to run for 32. And he does have those back numbers. It's just he's got to somehow find them. And this horse was with a couple of different trainers that couldn't find those numbers. So it always makes me feel like, you know, a couple of folks have had an opportunity to try to find those back numbers, and it wasn't found. You know, what's going to change here today?
Amundsen, give us the case for him.
Yeah, I've just always been a huge fan of this horse. He used to run with a lot more early speed. He's still up there. He can still be a little bit close, a little bit connected. But I've just always been a huge fan of this horse. He's gutsy. I love the fact that he's drawn towards the outside. I think this horse fits Flavion's style very well, right? Flavion's very, he's a lot more aggressive than I think most people might think he is. He's forward. He gets his position moving forward. And I think with a horse like Amundsen, that makes a ton of sense in here. And I love the fact that he's drawn outside of his main competition in the 4, Gentleman Joe.
Gentleman Joe, 3-5 right now. Very short price. Don't forget there's a middle pick 4 that starts here as well, as we have a jam-packed card this afternoon and a lot coming up. We've had 1 stake down in New York, still plenty more to come, including that Belmont Oaks and Derby. And as you kind of touched on earlier, the 3-year-old fillies seem strong overall. With the 3-year-old boys, we're kind of waiting to see somebody take a step forward.
Absolutely. You know, with 3 different winners of the Triple Crown races, it feels like it's wide open. Feels like, you know, the 3-year-old champion is gonna likely, in my opinion, be the winner of a race like the Travers or a race like the Haskell. Or maybe even a 3-year-old who improves enough to make some noise in the Classic division. Overseas today, a very interesting turf horse by the name of City of Troy, a son of Justify, won, and sounds like they're talking Classic with him. So that you get the 3-year-olds, you get Forever Young back, You get National Treasure. We'll see what happens with Arthur's Ride if he continues to improve. What the heck? Let's throw Next into the equation. And a little City of Troy. It could be a very, very interesting running of the Classic.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun if all those horses show up into the starting gate. But when you think back to a few years ago, nobody had ever heard of Arrogate before going into the Travers, and look what he did as far as that 3-year-old season was concerned. Loading in for the 5th, Belmont at the Big A. Gentleman Joe, the heavy favorite. Chris Griffin has the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Notable Bob and Amundsen break with early speed, and just off of them is Riders Regret and the Red Cap, those 3 across the track. Gentleman Joe has worked towards the far outside, is now in the center of the racetrack, and the trailer is 6%. It's a two-way battle for the front, is taken off the heat was Notable Bob, broke with the leaders, but is now last. The leader is Riders Regret, who's a neck in front. Amundsen right there stalking in second. Gentleman Joe, or Rat Ortiz Jr. out in the center of the racetrack in third. At the rail, that's 6%, gap of 5. Back to the trailer. Notable Bob, 22-3 for the opening quarter mile as they get set to reach 4 furlongs left to go. And Riders Regret has got the lead. Manny Franco and Riders Regret. Amundsen, Flavien Prat back for more within ahead of the leader. And just off of them, here comes the favorite. Gentleman Joe is ready to pounce. And Rat Ortiz Jr., Gentleman Joe, they're on the move from third. At the rail is 6%. Jose Gomez looking for a way through in the Red Cap. Has some run, nowhere to go yet. And the trailer is Notable Bob, 45-1 for that half-mile time. They get set to approach a quarter mile left to go, and Amundsen is kicked on. It's Amundsen who's trying to put it away right now, just not making up the ground is Gentleman Joe. Mild rally here from 6%, but Amundsen just keeps striding away inside the final furlong, is now 3 lengths clear. Amundsen opening up in the late stages. A clear second, Gentleman Joe, then 6%. Amundsen, Flavien gets another one on the afternoon. Flavien Prat there with the win on Amundsen, then came Gentleman Joe, 6%, and Riders Regret in 1 minute 22 seconds flat.
Amundsen gets the win. He definitely showed more speed today, maybe dueling with his stablemate a little bit on the front end, Jonathan, but he was able to pull away from his competition.
No, he broke well, and he was sitting in a nice, comfortable spot off of his stablemate. And you could tell, you know, especially that angle we show on the turn when you can see them. You can see the riders. You can see who's asking, who's not asking. Flavien was sitting pretty chilly there. Irad was starting to get busy on the favorite, the 4, Gentleman Joe. And when they turned for home, it seemed that Flavien just had a lot more horse left, and he extended his lead as they ran through the stretch.
Makes it 3 victories in a row for the 8-year-old Amundsen as we take a look at the start. And just, I think a complaint for plenty has been that Amundsen's been a bit sluggish at the gate, and you can see Flavien Prat. I like these head-ons, watching the intention, watching the aggression from riders right at the start, and in that green cap and red blinkers, Flavien Prat was intent on making sure his horse was forward.
Yeah, I'd be curious to hear Flavien kind of explain where he feels like he's gotten some of his forward aggression. I would imagine it came from being out in California where, you know, speed is a little bit more at a premium than we have here on the East Coast. And all of his time riding in California, I just feel as if he learned the weapon that speed is. I remember when he first started coming over to New York, and he would be wiring races and on the grass, getting out on the front end, and I think he does an outstanding job. And it's one heck of a room we have here, Jock's room that we have in New York with the likes of Flavien and Manny and Irad, and the list goes on.
Very talented rider. Flavien Prat picks up his 2nd win of the day. 6-4, 2-3. Amundsen with the very slight upset over Gentleman Joe, not able to dig into that margin. There goes Amundsen into the winner's circle for the Cantor Massey barn. Again, 2nd win today for Amundsen with the victory, as we've got stakes action coming up next at the Belmont Derby.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing Endlessly get back on the grass. You know, I mean, I think that I understand why they ran in the Derby. Michael McCarthy was pretty open about it. His owner wanted to run, and he said, I'm not going to stand in the way of that. I don't see it, and he didn't run particularly well on the dirt. But, look, I've never had a horse that was eligible for the Derby, so I can't tell you what I would do. But I think I would probably run him too, with the opportunity of switching him back to the grass for races like this.
Let me tell you, you always say you don't want to get too excited. You don't want to Derby dream too much. It is very hard not to. It's very tempting. Well, we'll see what happens coming up next. The Belmont Derby and a whole lot more live racing on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. As you can see, pretty foggy over at Monmouth Park. So horses are in the saddling area. We are told that there is a weather delay at Monmouth Park. Not sure what timing looks like over there. Right now, this race is on the turf. This 5th race coming up, turf listed as firm. So we'll see what takes place and hopefully be out of that weather delay shortly over at Monmouth Park. Back over at Aqueduct, Amundsen makes it 3 victories in a row, and a horse that they gave a little bit of time after that last race, and he came back and he was certainly ready for this spot.
No, he sure was, and he popped away from there and made everything easier on Flavien Prat, finding himself in a forward position. He sat off of his stablemate, and look, the favorite probably didn't fire his best race, looking right here on the wrong lead, chasing, looking a little bit tired, while the 6 was kind of striding away from him. But Amundsen did it the right way, despite looking in the eyeballs of his stablemate the first time around there, and another win for the Cantor Mossies, the good guys. Every time I see them, the Cantor Mossies are so excited.
Yes.
They're so happy to say hello, and very nice guys.
They really are. $5.60 winner. Great people, great horsemen as well. Amundsen gets the job done. And second win today from Flavien Prat. As we mentioned, race 6, Grade 1 action. Our America's Best Racing race of the week. It is the Grade 1 Belmont Derby Invitational, going 1 mile and 3/16 on the turf. Legend of Time, even money right now. Wow.
Look, I actually said on a podcast, whoever they overreact and bet here, the bet is the opposite, right? So they're overreacting and betting Legend of Time. So to me, Endlessly makes a ton of sense at 4-1. I was concerned that they might overreact and bet Endlessly as a horse that ran in the Derby, that everyone knows wants to get back on the grass. They're not doing that. I think they're both very talented horses. I thought Legend of Time ran outstanding last time. I thought he learned a lot. I thought that he ran a lot better than he did at Churchill Downs. But Endlessly at 4-1 makes a ton of sense to me. I'm a little bit excited about that opportunity.
Kind of a generous price for a horse that had such good turf form and a trainer who's been vocal about wanting to go back on the turf. And you get an Umberto Rispoli sighting here in New York. We don't get to see him ride here very often.
And looking at the doubles, the 1, Legend of Time, is paying $7, and the 5 is paying $12. So I think the 5 endlessly will come down a little bit off of that 4-1, but I do know for sure that Legend of Time will be the favorite.
Endlessly will get a chance to get back on the grass for the first time since he was a 2-year-old. And here's the field making their way over for the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. And it's pretty interesting. You do have the top 3 horses coming out of the Pennine Ridge. You have Endlessly, and then you have a horse like Tricari, who's right there, the 4 behind Endlessly. Michael McCarthy said he wanted to run Endlessly in the American Turf instead of the Kentucky Derby. The horse that won the American Turf was Tricari at 47-1. What does he do, as they will actually get a chance to face each other today?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that, the time was the 47-1, right? But I will say this. I feel like an idiot when I look at Tricari. I was at the Kentucky Derby. I actually was a guest of Graham Motion in the paddock, and he won at 47-1. And you already know what I'm going to tell you. I didn't have $1. In fact, the horse knocked me out of the pick 6, so I had to smile in the winner's circle picture.
Oh, no.
It's tough.
That's brutal. Is that going to be the margin of victory already right there? I mean, is it kind of foreshadowing with them walking over endlessly that far in front?
These horses are entirely too talented. It can't be that big of a gap.
We love getting a chance to see these 3-year-old turf horses. But as we mentioned, we have the top 3 finishers out of the Pennine Ridge. And you see in the short comment, as we'll take a look at that race in the Pennine Ridge back May 25th, as little bit of a bobble maybe for Legend of Time. I think he just settled off the pace and waited for room, but he was able to get that room and come running late.
Yeah, he was just very comfortable. If you watch Joel Rosario here, just watch his hands. Never really even got too aggressive with this horse. Kind of did it on his own here. Joel, kind of one of those patented rides where he doesn't even really use the crop at all. A lot of guts from this horse as well coming up the inside. I will mention towards the outside in that maroon cap, Royal Majesty, I thought ran extremely well considering the trip, but Legend of Time seemed to have just a little bit more in the tank.
Gets the good finish there. Royal Majesty, who had a bit of a wide trip. I thought he was very interesting coming out of this race for Belmont, and a horse that was his kind of coming out party a little bit, stepping forward and showing going 1 1/8 by Frankel. The distance can be a little bit of a question for a couple of these horses in here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be a little bit going a little bit further with the 1 3/16. But, I mean, a lot of them have been, they're all kind of bred in a way that you would think it shouldn't be necessarily a problem. I'm not too concerned. I don't think that distance is going to be the reason why the horse that whoever you like at home is the reason that they get beat. I think just play the one you like here. For me, it's going to be Endlessly. The winner of my favorite stakes race, the Jeff Ruby's Stakes.
Are you thinking more about the stakes themselves?
Both.
Horses have made their way into the paddock for the Belmont Derby. We'll get Maggie's paddock report, more comments, and graded stakes action coming up after this.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Horses are moving, stepping out for race 5 at Monmouth Park. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca for an update.
Well, Acacia, they just walked basically out of the paddock and right on the turf course, and Matt Dinnerman just announced basically that they're staying on the turf course, and it is firm. I was able to talk to Brad Thomas, a legendary in-house analyst here at Monmouth, and he said he walks the course every morning, said it was hard as a rock, so that rain was okay for the turf course. Now, the next dirt race, they have sealed, sloppy, and sealed. So right now, so far, they're on the turf, Maggie, and they're sloppy and sealed here from the Jersey Shore.
Oh, Polly, I'm sorry about the weather there at Monmouth. Blue skies and sunshine here, a little warm. At the Big A, though, as we do have our first Grade 1 in the paddock, it is the Belmont Derby, as we'll begin with the outside runner and your likely post-time favorite, and as the 1 is your current favorite, but that's number 5, Endlessly. This horse really has some gears. I went back and watched his turf races as a 2-year-old, where he has not seen the green stuff since becoming a 3-year-old. But watching that Zuma Beach effort, for instance, this guy really has some gears. Now, he may have just been fully better than his competition, but there's an argument that he is a better horse now as a 3-year-old, and that he's actually a better horse on the turf, given his record being 3 for 4 on it lifetime. Coming off a little bit of a break after, I would say, a respectable enough effort in the Kentucky Derby, probably not where he's going to excel on the main track. He looks as though he's ready for a fight. He's got great energy here in the paddock. He looks fit, and he's not an overly big horse, but he's a very athletic horse, which I really appreciate. Acacia, I'm excited to see what he does getting back to the turf today.
Absolutely, Maggie, thank you. Can't wait to see that Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Meanwhile, back at Monmouth, we are loading, and we are on the turf for race 5 in this turf sprint. Any final thoughts, JK, on this 5th race?
No, I'm going to go towards the outside. I was trying to find a horse that maybe had run on a turf course, not listed as firm well, but none of them have done that. So outside speed, turf sprint, it's typically my best friend.
Race 5 from Monmouth. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Fast Fixer to the outside post. Here's Fast Fixer, Jairo Rendon to round out the group. We're ready to go. And let off. Good beginning for all the runners. Fast Fixer on the far outside with Baby Boomer. Those two share the lead early. Whistle While You Mow, the gray horse, moving up to be close to the pace. Sand Dude not far off as well. We Ready wedged between horses. Eddie the Great second to last. Cabinet Pick at the back, just 4 or 5 lengths from first to last. Whistle While You Mow and Fast Fixer. Fast Fixer steps on the gas and takes command. 3/4 of a length ahead. Whistle While You Mow down on the inside, right behind chasing. Baby Boomer in the 3rd position. 2 lengths off the lead in the clear now. A gap of another 2 to We Ready with Eddie the Great. Sand Dune is plummeted to the back with Cabinet Pick as they come to the top of the lane. Fast Fixer has gotten away and opens up 2.5 lengths as he turns for home. Baby Boomer in second. Eddie the Great, both runners running together. Whistle While You Mow calls it a day. Fast Fixer on the wrong lead, trying to get there. Drifts to the outside in front, 1.5 lengths. Eddie the Great continues to make up good strides, and Eddie the Great pounces on Fast Fixer to win it. Eddie the Great over Fast Fixer, then Baby Boomer and Cabinet Pick, who came from the back to snatch 4th.
Eddie the Great able to run down Fast Fixer late in the 5th at Monmouth Park. Horseshoe Indy has some stakes action coming up. It's the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial in race number 6, going 1 mile and 16th on the turf. And horses are on the track right now. Let's check in with Sarah.
Thanks, Acacia, and getting over to the turf course for the first time today here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is rated as yielding, but it's very nice out at the moment, very sunny, a little bit of a breeze going on as well. So we'll see how that course ultimately ends up drying out throughout the day. The horse that I have some interest in is the number 1 Runaway Storm, a horse that was able to upset the Bryan Station at Keeneland last year when closing out his 3-year-old campaign. And in his start before that, he was running behind horses like Integration, like Program Trading. We know what kind of caliber that 3-year-old male class of 2023 was on the turf, and he was able to hold his own against some of them, now making his 4-year-old debut. I think he might be forwardly placed in this spot at some of the projected speed. Has chosen to run on the dirt a little bit later on today, scratching out of this race, and going to your current favorite, number 6, Master of Foxhounds for Phil D'Amato, maybe an indication of how Stronghold will ultimately be able to fare later on today in that Indiana Derby. He has been in nothing but graded stakes company since 2022, dropping out of that Breeders' Cup Mile, and certainly has plenty of back class to go to. But number 1, Runaway Storm for me. Acacia?
Sarah, thank you. Yeah, 2-1 of the Phil D'Amato runner, who of course has Stronghold waiting in the wings for the Indiana Derby a little bit later on today. Love that drone shot over at Horseshoe Indy. Pretty cool with the horses making their way to the turf.
Love a drone. Love an overhead view, especially like, you know, the big races where you can like actually, you're above, you can see the moves that they're making.
Yes.
Coming through gaps or being stuck on the inside. It's a great way to honestly to race watch and to learn how a horse maybe got a trip. The head-on is great. Like, we all love a head-on, but let's be honest, it's not like most racetracks put like the highest quality camera for the head-on camera, so sometimes it's hard to see things, and sometimes the angles don't work out well. The pan, we know what the complications of trying to evaluate a trip based on the pan. I love those drone shots when you can get them.
There is Endlessly in the paddock, his last race in the Kentucky Derby. Meeting the field, though, for the Grade 1 Belmont Derby, starting off with Pennine Ridge winner, Legend of Time.
Ran extremely well in that Pennine Ridge, took a big step forward from the American turf. Definitely the one to beat, maybe not the one to bet.
Second that day, here's White Palomino.
Yeah, this horse set a pretty nice, comfortable pace. Maybe a little bit of added distance will help.
There is Royal Majesty, a wide trip in the Pennine Ridge.
Yeah, I thought Royal Majesty ran well last time wide, but I wouldn't get carried away based on the way that I thought Legend of Time still had a little bit left in the tank.
American Turf winner Tricari.
2 times ago, feels like the time at 47-1.
And Endlessly, back to the grass.
Endlessly ran an 80 on the Beyer scale as a 2-year-old. Legend of Time ran an 84 last time. I'm looking for Endlessly to take a step forward.
You ask and you shall receive. There's a great drone shot loading in at Horseshoe Indy for race 6, the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Let's send it up to John Dooley for the call.
One more. Ricardo Santana Jr. Here comes a 10-time winner, me and Mr. C. They're in the gate. They're off the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Grace Fable with Money Supply. There's Master of Foxhounds toward the inside. Runaway Storm maybe just leads out from the rail for Alex Achard as they make their way toward the first turn. It's Runaway Storm. So Runaway Storm's in front of, right there on the outside, Master of Foxhounds making his 7-year-old seasonal bow as a credit tucks in third. Big Dreaming is next in fourth. After a sharp start, Grace Fable is fifth out to the stretch. With Money Supply between horses, defending champion Me and Mr. C with 7 furlongs to go, and Brown Liquor Man trails. It's Runaway Storm. So Runaway Storm allowed to dictate terms, takes them through an opening quarter on yielding turf in 23.73 seconds with 5 furlongs to go. It's Runaway Storm who shoulders the load in front of Master of Foxhounds, who follows the leader there for Antonio Fresu with a credit galloping along in third to the half-mile pole. Break of 2.5 to Big Dreaming with Me and Mr. C, fifth on the outside for Ricardo Santana Jr. And then comes Grace Fable with on the outside Money Supply, and the trail remains Brown Liquor Man. A half mile for the front runner, Runaway Storm with a close-up, Master of Foxhounds poised. 47.25 seconds as they round the far turn. It is still Runaway Storm from a looming up Master of Foxhounds, who's starting to quicken up Runaway Storm as they near the quarter pole. 3 clear from a credit who straightens away in third. Big Dreaming of the White Blinkers and Me and Mr. C. Money Supply, Grace Fable, and Brown Liquor Man as they straighten away. Master of Foxhounds up to Runaway Storm, who's led them a long way. 3/4 woman at 11.19 seconds. It's Runaway Storm with Alex Ashard. Now in the final furlong from Master of Foxhounds, who's coming hard. Along with on the outside, Money Supply, who's charging late. Master of Foxhounds, Runaway Storm, and Money Supply for Jaime Torres. Money Supply dived out, but at the line, photo finish. And the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial with Runaway Storm, Master of the Foxhounds, finished third.
Money Supply with the win. He got the right kind of setup in here, Jonathan, for Joe Sharp and Preakness winning jockey Jaime Torres.
Yeah, how about that? First time turf, first time stake. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah.
To get your first win on a turf race and a stake race. Joe Sharp, outstanding job with this one. Joe Sharp, Mike Maker, when they start making changes, I start paying attention. I just wish I would have been paying a little bit more attention to this one.
9-1 winner as the two favorites dueling on the front end. Back over at Aqueduct, it's time for the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. 3-2 on that horse right there. Legend of Time, as we check in trackside with Maggie.
And I'll admit, Acacia, when I looked at the board, I was a little bit perplexed at the wagering. I thought that Endlessly would be a shorter price than what we see now, but it's all falling consistently to Legend of Time, and maybe his trainer likes him a little bit too, as Charlie Appleby here today, and I saw Graham Motion in the paddock too, and I joked to Graham, I said, wow, the Englishman sighting is off the charts today, and he joked with me, he said, well, England was playing football, aka soccer, and I was watching it with him, and we both needed to get down to the paddock, but I took him down for the wrong race. Good job, Graham. But we'll take a look at Legend of Time here as he wears that hood as he normally races in. He was kept away from all the other horses in the paddock, and I thought the groom may have just been up to something clever because he was walking in the shaded part of the paddock because it's hot when you're standing in the sun. So I thought that was good. This horse is incredibly focused. He's a bit of a smaller type, smaller, handier horse. And I wonder if that, has a little bit of something to do with him being well-versed here on these American tracks with the tighter turns, as we are on the outer turf today, though. He wasn't paying attention in the gate last time, and he was just kind of standing, looking around, shuffling his feet a bit. And I hope, now that this is his third start in the States, that he is a little bit more focused. It doesn't seem to matter where he breaks, and he does get a little bit more ground to work with, and he put in a great effort last time out. Is he the most impressive-looking physical type? No. That doesn't mean he can't win. As we'll move on to his outside with the horse he narrowly defeated last time in White Palomino. He was he took on the big boys, I would say, in graduating, breaking his maiden, and then on to a Grade 2 event. He's my type of horse. He's big, burly, and I love the way he moves over the turf. He just kind of bounds along and attacks that ground. And I thought he was very game in defeat last time. We'll see if he's forward again, which watching the warm-ups, Flavien Prat gave me every indication that he will try to be massive warm-up from this guy who immediately got a big gallop down the front side, going the wrong way, and has kept him moving throughout. So possibly trying to steal this on the front end. Number 4, Trickery might have something to say about that, though. This is, I thought, a fairly big price on this horse because physically he looks fantastic. If I was blindly picking horses on looks, he would be it. He's big, scopy, he's everything that you want in a long-distance turf runner. So while he came up short going the Penn Mile, I'm actually okay with the stretch out in distance. Again, he has to deal with White Palomino, and he may just be naturally faster, but I thought last time in that Penn Mile, as a beaten favorite, was forced to make an early move when a horse ranged up on his outside, and he finished best of the more forwardly placed horses. So we'll see how he fares today, at least drawn outside of the other likely speed, Acacia.
See how he navigates it this afternoon. Maggie, thank you. Trickery, I guess I've been saying it wrong, my apologies, as he did win the American Turf at that big, big price, and see what kind of tactics we'll employ. But I thought what Maggie said about the number 2 White Palomino, how sharp he was in the preliminaries and the speed that he showed last time, you'd have to imagine they're going to be aggressive with him early again today.
Absolutely, and this horse ran 9.5 furlongs previously and ran well down at Keeneland. So maybe just a little bit of that added distance. While we talked about, I don't think any of these horses are going to get beat because of the added distance. It might actually play into the hands of White Palomino, especially if they're going to ride aggressively with a little bit of a stamina test, right, to get out there and kind of run a little bit. But my eyes are just stuck on the 5 here. Endlessly is a horse that I've I've always been interested in. You know, I understand why they tried the Derby. I think Michael McCarthy does an outstanding job. And then him coming out here to get back on the grass in this race, you'd like to think he's had this race circled for quite some time.
Yeah, as he said, this would be a game plan for him for the summers, and there's Endlessly winning the Grade 3 Jeff Ruby Stakes. Now, this is on synthetic at Turfway. He's won twice on synthetic at Golden Gate and Turfway. He's won 3 times on turf, and he's obviously very talented on a multitude of surfaces. But as you said, his trainer being vocal about wanting to go back to the grass with him. And you mentioned something that I think is really important about the 80 Beyer speed figure he ran winning the Zuma Beach as a 2-year-old. You always expect a certain amount of jump in the speed figures from 2 to 3 just naturally. And this is a horse that obviously is good enough to win a race like the Jeff Ruby by open lengths.
Yeah, absolutely. He's won all of his races by open lengths. Is pretty surprising too, especially, you know, turf and synthetic, right? 2 lengths, 2 lengths, 2 lengths, 1.5, 4 lengths. I mean, that's his performances have been dominant. Yeah, to your point, Keisha, I think that you can expect that when a horse, you know, runs about an 80 as a 2-year-old, that when they get to this point of the year as 3-year-olds, there's nothing wrong with the idea that it could be above a 90. And if this horse can run above a 90, he's going to be extremely competitive versus this group. There is some other interesting ideas, though. I mean, I think this is going to be a very interestingly run race. The 2 White Palomino, if this horse is aggressive, Royal Majesty could take another step forward. Trickery, another one who might appreciate a little bit added ground as well. But it's one of those deals where my brain can't get past the fact that I've been waiting for Endlessly to get back onto the grass for quite some time.
3-2, though, on the number 1, Legend of Time, Pennine Ridge winner, as we'll get a chance to see 3-year-old turf stars in the making in the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Coming up next, you're watching live coverage here on FS2. We send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Settled Royal Majesty, all set for the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. And they're off. Trickery breaks very well with early speed. Right there is White Palomino in the red cap. These are the front 2. Just off of them is going to be Endlessly. He's going to tuck right in behind them and crosses over with Royal Majesty, the early trailer, but up close, Legend of Time, the field of 5. Passes us for the first time, and it's White Palomino in front, assumes command, and White Palomino will take him into that first turn. It's a leisurely pace early. Then comes Trickery right to the outside, 25 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. White Palomino, Flavien Prat's got the lead. Directly to the outside. Here comes Trickery, is challenging, is stalking from that second position, and a ground-saving journey is William Buick on Legend of Time at the rail in third. Following them, Royal Majesty is in the 4th position, and Endlessly. Rispoli, they're the trailer, 4 lengths off the lead. They're chasing the leader. White Palomino, 50-1 for the half-mile time, and White Palomino does it nicely. Trickery is engaged to the outside, content to sit right in that second position here for John Velasquez, just watching the leader intently. At the rail, Legend of Time, and Buick looking for a way through, is just moving to the inside, is watching these top duo as they approach less than a half-mile to go. Royal Majesty and Junior Alvarado still sit in the 4th spot, and the trailer continues to be Endlessly as they start to pick things up front. And here comes White Palomino to turn up the pressure, and White Palomino now extends the margin, is up by 3/4 of a length. Trickery is readily a challenge to the outside. Legend of Time is down at the inside. That ground-saving journey just waiting for some room as they reach the top of the lane in the Belmont Derby, and White Palomino is trying to win it all the way. Trickery to the outside. Royal Majesty is keeping Legend of Time tucked in that spot, and now the leader is Trickery. It's Trickery who's put ahead in front. White Palomino's trying to come back. Legend of Time's got to pick it up from there. Nowhere to go. Trickery and John Velasquez almost home. White Palomino's going to try one final time here at the line. It's going to be a photo finish. Tight photo between the top 2. Trickery had the lead. White Palomino lunged late. Noses on the wire. It's a tight photo. Legend of Time finished 3rd, and 1:54.3 in the Belmont Derby.
They made it exciting. Trickery and White Palomino with a pace that really held together. It looked like Trickery was going to take over and pull away, Jonathan, but White Palomino, very, very game.
Yeah, White Palomino was very game on the inside and kept trying and kept trying. It looks like at the first pass of this picture that it was Trickery that had his nose down. Legend of Time, I think Legend of Time fans and bettors will say that kind of got stuck in there. I thought that even when he got clear, he was never really getting to those horses that were in front of him. I thought he was a little bit disappointing considering the ground-saving trip he got around both turns. Endlessly didn't do much running at all either. Trickery and White Palomino definitely ran the best 2 races, despite the fact that they were attending its reasonable fractions.
And it has been posted. Trickery, the winner, 4-2-1-3. Maggie mentioned football or soccer. England tying with Switzerland. I'm sure Graham Motion very happy he gets this win outright here.
This makes him feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
Makes him feel a little bit better. And the Ammermans got to be happy. They had a shot at getting a grade 1 win for Oscar Performance. It just happened to be the longer price of the 2 with Trickery.
And been amazing England winning in penalty kicks, I'm told. See, I've been working. I haven't been following that closely. I'm sure my husband is glued to the TV with what's been going on in the Euros. But yes, Trickery gets the victory here. John Velasquez in the saddle for Oscar Performance. You mentioned the Ammermans, very talented racehorse who's been sensational as a stallion right off the bat.
No, absolutely. He was a fun horse to watch as well. And yeah, when you have a horse like that and you campaigned and you get to run the sons and daughters, I think it just makes it that much more sweet.
Trickery with the win. There's a look at the Belmont Derby garland. Absolutely beautiful, very patriotic as well.
It is nice, yeah. Usually this race is always, typically surrounding, if not run on the 4th of July. So an appropriate floral blanket.
Very appropriate. Trickery with the win for this 4th of July weekend. 4-2-1-3, 5-1 winner game down to the wire under John Velasquez. Just a few days away from opening day at the Spa. We'll kick things off on FS2 at 12:30 on Thursday. More on that after this.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races as we just saw an exciting Belmont Derby that went to Trickery, as we are always brought to you proudly by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and right here at home at the Big A. And pleased to be joined by winning trainer Graham Motion in the winner's circle. As what a day for you, Graham. England wins, hold on, yeah.
Between penalties and then this, it's been unbelievable.
I mean, it's good to be an Englishman today on a patriotic Saturday here at the Big A, but Trickery. I feel like sometimes he doesn't get the respect at the windows, but he has been putting some really nice performances on the track.
You know, it's funny you say that, because when I saw he was one of the longest shots on the board, and it was a very competitive race, but it made me laugh that he never really quite gets respected.
And to talk a little bit about the trip, you know, he was posted outside of the other speed, and we saw Flavien Prat kind of dole out some slow fractions, but you had the master riding him today, and John Velasquez, that never let him out of his sights.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you have so much confidence in Johnny. I actually thought Johnny might decide to go on, but, you know, he made the right decision.
Saratoga Derby?
Look, we've got to look at it. I don't know what his distance limitations are, but I said to Johnny, we've got to ride him like he's going to handle the distance, and I really thought he would.
He was amazing today. Congratulations.
He's a special horse. He really is. Thank you.
He definitely looked the part as well, Acacia. And I'm sure Graham is going to be celebrating with some maybe Newcastle Brown Ale tonight for this big win in this Belmont Derby. And hey, England winning too.
A lot to celebrate today, Maggie. I love it, as we do see Trickery with the win and John Velasquez aboard. $12.40 winner. I thought what Graham said was very interesting too. You've got to ride him like you think he can get the distance, and Johnny definitely had enough left when it mattered coming down to the wire.
Yeah, I love that. I love that that notion where I think that the opposite of that is to ride passively and to not ride as if you're going to have a full tank when you turn for home. And Johnny did that. He trusted the horse, trusted Graham Motion, and got a Grade 1 win. I'm always amazed to see Johnny, even at his age, and I don't mean that in a negative way, to just still be out here banging heads with these young guys and winning these Grade 1 races.
He was just riding at the Curragh the other day as well, riding in Ireland, riding at Royal Ascot, and now back putting on a clinic once again. And I love seeing this shot here too, because Johnny gives the best feedback. I love talking to him after a race.
If I just won a Grade 1 race and I had a horse that I wanted to find out more about, I'm not sure there's anyone in that room I would like explaining it to me more than Johnny Velasquez.
Talking through the race with Graham Motion, hand motions included, very animated. He loved to see that, taking him through every step of it. Kind of a really interesting insight look to what that trainer-jockey combo's like.
The peace sign, when you see a jockey give that, that's the universal sign for his ears were sticking up, waiting for me to tell him where to go.
A nice performance from Trickery, winning the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. And we'll see if the Saratoga Derby could potentially be in the future for him. But one thing we know, this is a talented horse. Certainly at that 47-1 shot win in the American Turf, not a fluke.
No, absolutely not. Not when you come back and win a race like this.
Turning the page, race 7 coming up next. 7 furlong main track race. Non-winners of 2 in life. No surprise, Vespucci. Certainly a heavy favorite right now. Actually, not that heavy. It was even money on the morning line, 3-1 at the moment, but is taking a significant drop in class.
Yeah, I would imagine that'll come down a little bit. I thought Vespucci was going to be pretty tough to beat in here. Just has an edge on all these other horses, and they're not necessarily betting someone else as well. I just think that just a little bit chilly, probably still firing up in their Naira Bets accounts after that Grade 1 race.
Well, we'll see what Vespucci can do coming up in this 7th race at Aqueduct. As we head over to Monmouth Park next, we have race 6 coming up. This one going to be 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. It's a maiden claiming race, as we'll get a chance to meet the field for the fillies and mares here. And you can see a wet track after that rain, but it looks like we're seeing some sun shining now on the Jersey Shore, which is great to see. Here's Highland Holiday to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, last 4 races on the turf, now catches the sloppy racetrack.
Stretching out in distance as well. See what she can do in her first start on the main track. 5-1 at the moment. Here's Yum Yum Eat 'em Up.
Yeah, this horse has like some nice, okay pace figures in terms of, it feels like they'll stretch out. Nice, even numbers.
Stretching out in distance for Flag Song Flyin'.
Yeah, another one who has some even numbers trying to stretch out. Those types of horses usually do well.
Big price on Baby Cakes. There's the 6, Classy Chick.
Classy Chick all the way down to the 6 here. This horse does not have a lot of early speed. I don't love that on types of racetracks like this.
SK Moon stretching out, and the 8, Azteca Stardust.
Yeah, another one that hasn't done much running, doesn't do much running early, doesn't do much running late. 24-1 seems about right.
Moving right towards the gate, sloppy and sealed at Monmouth Park. But as mentioned, looks like the sun is shining now. Classy Chick 3-2 going against the favorite here.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 2. I like the 2 and the 3. I'm going to go with the 2, taking the blinkers off. Second start off the short break since April. And like I said, has those kind of even-looking pace figures going shorter that suggest that going longer, they'll just kind of clip around there. I think the 2 or the 3 are the winner here, but I'll go with the 2 officially.
Race 6, Monmouth Park coming up next as they load into the starting gate. We'll go up to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load and call.
Flag Song Flying, post 3. Baby Cakes, post 5. Classy Chick walking up to the gate. SK Moon, second to last. Azteca Stardust to the outside. Here's Azteca Stardust, Jorge Hernandez to round out the field. We're ready to go. That's the 2, Yum Yum Eat 'em Up, who was acting up a little bit in the gate. Rider hopped off. They're going to back out Yum Yum Eat 'em Up. It looks like, hard to see from this vantage point anyway. Looks like Samuel Marin, he's going to hop back in the saddle, so they're not going to back him out. Looks like we're just about ready now. And Laruff. Yum Yum Eat 'em Up, just a step slow. Baby Cakes going to the front. Classy Chick away well is moving up to apply some heat with SK Moon. Azteca Stardust deeper on the course. A contentious tempo on the leads, charging into the turn. Azteca Stardust and SK Moon side by side with Baby Cakes, who eases off of them down on the rail, is running in the 3rd position now. Another length back to Classy Chick, who's being level 3rd approaching the backstretch run. Flag Song Flying in the blue jacket. 6 lengths off the pace, a gap of 3 to Yum Yum Eat 'em Up, second to last. And Highland Holiday is well behind as they approach the backstretch run. Doesn't appear to really love the slop today as they head down the backstretch here. And the leaders going at it here. SK Moon, Azteca Stardust. They are side by side approaching the half-mile pole. A gap of 2 to Classy Chick. Flag Song Flying to the inside. Another 2 to Baby Cake sent along his lost position. Yum Yum Eat 'em Up, still second to last. Attempts to get going. Begins a little bit of a move on the outside, but has plenty of work to do. Still 9 behind. Huge gap back to Highland Holiday. Not going to get it done. Azteca Stardust dropping anchor on the lead. SK Moon still in front. But here comes Classy Chick, the favorite, takes control. SK Moon behind in second while under siege. Flag Song Flying 3rd. Tries to get up towards the leaders at the top of the lane. It's Classy Chick in control coming off the corner. Classy Chick by 2.5 lengths approaching the furlong marker. SK Moon and Flag Song Flying second and third. Classy Chick still in front, is leg weary, but has a 4-length cushion. From a million miles behind, Highland Holiday is coming from absolutely out of nowhere to round out the exacta spot. Classy Chick's home, though. Classy Chick by 5. Highland Holiday, second. Flag Song Flying, third. SK Moon, fourth.
Classy Chick, the favorite, gets the job done, was able to handle the wet track and a little bit of the drop in class as well.
Yeah, look, they were all tired when they turned for home. I was looking for someone. The 3 looked for a 2.5 seconds, like they were going to run on and try to catch the 6, but just too far ahead, too much of a lead for the 6 Classy Chick, and a nice run for the 1 Highland Holiday to come rolling up to pick up the pieces to round out the exacta.
Able to handle the dirt in her dirt debut. Not to look at your favorite, though, Classy Chick, who gets the victory in race 6 at Monmouth Park. As we mentioned before the break, just a few days away, Thursday, July 11th, opening day up at the Spa. Saratoga Racecourse open for the summer. And as is always the case, Jonathan, opening weekend going to be jam-packed with stakes action, of course, kicking off at the Schuylerville, and then you look forward to seeing that Grade 1 Diana on Saturday, historic race that will highlight a terrific Saturday card.
It's funny, Saratoga, they all these weekends, they when you think about them, I have memories of opening weekend, and you have, you got the Whitney weekend, and Travers, and 4-Star Dave, and Alabama. It's just the gift that keeps on giving, right?
Yeah, it really is. I love the Diana. Looking forward to that. I met my husband in the winter circle after the Diana.
Well, look at that.
Yeah.
There you go.
So you never know. As the 2-year-old fillies always kick off in the Schuylerville, we'll get a chance to see the top 2 finishers coming back from the Astoria, won by What in the Literal, who broke her maiden in style, using that speed to her advantage over the Steve Asmussen runner Aoraki.
Yeah, no, she was impressive, right? To take all that pressure that day and hold off the outside horse. And look, What in the Literal feels like one that you want to try to play against next time, right? One that who kind of got things in an advantageous way down on the inside. And did it well.
Yep.
But I think that moving forward, the way they're going to bet this horse out of this, you're going to try to look for some other opportunities to make some money in this race.
Well, we kind of know what to expect from these two, and they'll get a chance to rematch out of the Astoria. And there's What in the Literal, trained by Jenna Antonucci. As again, that 2-year-old filly broke her maiden in style there in Saratoga, but using that speed and kind of where you want it to be on the main track at Saratoga. But taking a look at the field, I think one horse that a lot of people are excited to see again is the 5 Complexion, the half-sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Jack Christopher. Had some of his biggest wins up at Saratoga, and she broke her maiden like very impressively here in June, and we'll see what she does stepping into stakes action.
Yeah, she did it visually impressively, right? I mean, she did it by open lengths here. But when you look at figures, depending on what speed figures you look at, this performance is not a huge standout compared to what everyone else in here has run. So while you would like to think that based off of her pedigree, based off of the fact that she's running away from these horses and winning by 6, that she's likely to be overbet to a certain extent as well.
And she looks like her big brother with that big white face. You can see the resemblance immediately.
Well, I will say this. Not quite as fast as Jack Christopher. He was pretty darn special.
Very few horses are as fast as Jack Christopher. But yeah, past performances out already for opening day. You can start doing your homework, start getting excited about all that we have to look forward to for opening day at Saratoga. Back over to Horseshoe Indy as we have race number 7 coming up next. It's the Snack Handicap for the Indiana Breds. 1 mile on the turf. There's a look at the field. Let's check in with Sarah El-Badwi.
Well, an absolutely excellent name for a race, the Snack Handicap, coming up here on the grass. And we do have those Indiana breds squaring off in here. Your current favorite, number 8, Molly's Town, a horse that really was that 2-year-old sensation going back to last year. Very impressive early on in his career, very precocious type that has been able to win going a route of ground as well, but is trying the turf for the first time. Not an overabundance of turf pedigree for this one, though certainly seems like it's not a negative move onto the grass, and sometimes in these types of situations you can have the class of this horse just end up prevailing. But as far as my top selection, I went to the number 6, Take It and Run, a horse that has at least won on the grass before, then switched over to the synthetic, ran well against Open Company in there, and then sort of got to get back to what he wanted to do in terms of going a little bit longer. He will have to get the full mile on the turf course, was rained off the turf last time out when getting the victory. But if for some reason Molly's Town does not quite take to this surface, he's where I would want to go ultimately at a little bit of a better price. Acacia?
Sarah, best of luck. Been picking some nice winners on the card here today. Yielding turf course, what Sarah touched on earlier. The sun is shining at Horseshoe Indy, which we love to see. For the snack coming up, what is your favorite snack?
Ooh. Well, you know, I wouldn't call it a snack, right? But I love some ice cream. But the problem is I can't eat ice cream when it's light outside. Like it has to be
evening activity.
Yeah, it has to be dark. Yeah, I can't. Like people that eat ice cream in the middle of the day are very weird to me. I'm more of a 9 p.m. ice cream guy. Yeah, that's I like an ice cream.
Yeah.
I like a smoothie.
You like to munch on anything during the day? No snack selection?
No, I'm not much of a snacker like that. I will say this: I don't know how they got to my house, but I've enjoyed them very much. These Nutella biscuits. Have you seen these things?
No.
These
but
little,
I'm intrigued.
Oh my gosh! These little circles. Those show up. I do get a little snacky there. Like the occasional Oreo.
Love a good Oreo.
It can happen.
I'm a big fan of the Boom Chicka Pop kettle corn.
Wow, kettle corn. That's one.
Yes.
That's the one that's
my
sweet,
go-to.
right?
Yes.
Niche.
Go-to. Back to the snack. 4 to 5 on your favorite. Molly's Town does have that early speed, but can it transfer to the turf?
The Molly's Town is so much better than these other horses. I don't care if they're running on grass, dirt, synthetic. I just feel like this horse has an unbelievable edge. There's not a lot of turf pedigree in here, but Motown did win a Grade 1 on the grass, so maybe you can catch a little bit from the sire side.
Indiana bred 3-year-olds going a mile on turf. Here's the snack handicap and John Dooley.
Run coming up. Take it in, run loaded. Here comes the favorite. Molly's Town, 3 to 5. Over the mile, Fernando de la Cruz for Gennaro Garcia. Molly's Town. Andres Aloa, Jailhouse Justice, a last out winner in. One more. Evan Roman with Classic Express. Start to the Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. This over the mile. They're in the gate. They're off. And the snack. Molly's Town broke sharp. Black, white, and gold with Hoosier Daddy now, and Neutron is also forward here in the early stages. Taken and run over to the inside part of the course with Kingsbury Road as they make their way toward the first turn. Moped Mo also angles over while in the clear from Jailhouse Justice. Then we trail back toward the inside. Running second to last, Positive Change, and on the outside, Classic Express as they round the first turn with inside 6 furlongs to run, and there's Neutron. So Neutron for Eddie Perez has taken a short lead as these Indiana breds go to the back of this yielding course, taking a run coming up ambitiously on the outside, and is now in a battle with Molly's Town as Neutron takes back over them in third. For the run to the half-mile pole, Black, White, and Gold is next in fourth. With on the outside, Kingsbury Road in fifth. Hoosier Daddy now 6 between horses as they head to the far turn. Then it's a break of 4 more to Moped Mo with Jailhouse Justice, and Classic Express is last to the 10th. The half-mile 47.47 seconds, and the one well back, actually Positive Change. It's Molly's Town has taken the top here for Fernando de la Cruz in front of Take It and Run with Neutron. Black, White, and Gold is next as they round the far turn, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Then looking to gain toward the inside is Jailhouse Justice is off of heels. Hoosier Daddy now got shuffled back. Kingsbury Road is sweeping along with on the front outside Moped Mo, Classic Express, and finally Positive Change at the back of the pack in the snack. It's Molly's Town. Molly's Town coming down toward the final furlong from Black, White, and Gold. Hoosier Daddy now is staying on between horses with Jailhouse Justice coming late. Kingsbury Road, Neutron gave way, and Classic Express, they're close to home. Molly's Town, and here comes Hoosier Daddy now for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. 13 to 1. Hoosier Daddy now has taken the snack handicap from Jailhouse Justice. Molly's Town, Kingsbury Road, then Classic Express, Black, White, and Gold, and Positive Change were next across.
It looked like Molly's Town might have been home free, and then Hoosier Daddy now comes rolling. You could see Molly's Town getting a little bit tired there in the stretch.
Hoosier Daddy now. It's a very good name for an Indiana bred, right? You got to like that. Yeah, I mean, it was, and the 8 was definitely the best horse in the race. It was very aggressive. Got stuck in a kind of a tricky position going to that first turn and had to kind of look some other horses in the eyes all the way around there. And Hoosier Daddy now was definitely very impressive.
Yeah, love it. Very clever for an Indiana bred. First time on the turf for this one as well. And he really took to it, able to run down the favorite in the snack. Back over Belmont at the Big A, 7 Race 7, 7 furlongs, non-winners of 2 in life. Vespucci, the favorite. He's a horse that ran so well in his first start as a 4-year-old with a 90 Beyer speed figure. Is he ever going to be able to run back to that?
I don't know if he'll ever run back to that. He's broken slow on occasion, so he's going to need to do a little bit better there. If he pops away from there, I think he's going to be hard to beat.
Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting off with Big Night Out.
Yeah, this horse ran well a couple of starts back for maiden 40. Is in here now against winners for 40.
Dropping class for Cam Duke.
Yeah, the drop in class could help. This horse is going the wrong direction, though.
There's your favorite, Vespucci.
Yeah, just needs to break well. I think this horse will be tough in here.
Here is Sin Nombre.
Yeah, a horse that has some early speed, but might need a little bit shorter.
He loves to finish second. Refua.
Yeah, was stuck wide all the way around there last time. In fact, has been wide his last 3 starts.
First off the claim, Andy Cant.
I thought this horse was a little bit interesting for the Cantor Mossies. One that if they improve a little bit, they could be right there at the end.
And class dropper Cephalos Mission.
Yeah, just going the wrong direction, speed figure standpoint, and dropping, typically not ones that I like to lean on.
That's the field for race 7. Let's check in trackside with Maggie.
Yeah, Acacia, we'll take a look at Vespucci here. Wait, quick. Do note on number 1 in here, Big Night Out did have a shoe repair back in the paddock. No worse for wear, handled it beautifully. Just wanted people to be aware of that. But as we do take a look at your current favorite, Vespucci, he gives me the impression, as you guys were mentioning, can he ever get back to that first race off the bench, that he was really cranked up for that return to the races, because that day in the paddock, he was like a fire-breathing dragon. He was really pumped up. He was bad to saddle, just kind of like, you know, a bull in a china shop. And now I don't think he is anymore. He is really quiet. I mean, night and day difference. Obviously, I didn't cover his last start. I didn't cover the start before that. But he is fitter, as he should be, with this 4th start off the bench. I didn't love him as a favorite. I'll be honest. He can win here. I get it. But just looking at him physically, I wasn't overly, you know, impressed. He does kind of have a race, though, with 2 next time out winners, including Little Nye with an 88 Beyer and the last place finisher that day returning with an 83. Next, we move on to Andy Cant, and he goes first off the claim for the Cantor Moss. He's looking for another winner on this card. He comes off the short rest, and I remember talking with Rob Atras last time when he was the beaten favorite, and Rob just being more than happy to see this horse claimed. And he's what Andy Cant is what trainers like to say are soft types, not physically, but in their constitution. You know, when you try to kind of tighten the screws and increase their training, they back off their feed. They don't, you know, they just react negatively to it. And he's a horse that I thought Rob did beautifully with physically, because he's never one that carries that much weight. And now off the quick turnaround, he has lightened up significantly. But I will say this, he did warm up really well. He moved great over the racetrack. Let's also take a look at number 8, Cephalos Mission. Linda Rice has decent numbers. First time for a tag in dirt sprint. She's 18 for 68. If you go 3 back, this horse is raced against Lightman, who I think is just sensational right now. And Clever Forever, though it was a slower figure, makes him a player here. And I don't think he's a horse that likes a wet track at all. I don't love him, but if you like him on the drop, I can understand that. And then I'm going to take number 2 in here, Cam Duke, who I understand is coming off an eased effort, but that day at Saratoga, you wanted to be forward, was wired by Caldo Candy, and I just think, or at least I'm hoping, Dylan Davis is aggressive with him, because on paper, Acacia, he is the fastest horse early, and hoping that we can pull a little bit of an upset here at 6-1.
On the drop in class, Maggie, thank you. We'll see what Cam Duke can do for a horse that he has been exposed against $25,000 claiming types. That was back in April. It was his first race off a layoff, and Maggie touched on his speed could be a key weapon in this spot.
Yeah, but I think definitely when you know going 7 furlongs on the dirt, speed is your weapon. I think that a lot of times, you know, horses and trainers and riders will want to kind of take back and try to save a little bit. Just like we heard Graham Ocean say, ride them like you know they'll get the distance. And I think if you do that with a horse who has speed going 7, you're going to be in the right spot.
Loading in for the 7th, Belmont at the Big A. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin.
Thank you, Acacia. There's Andy Cant and Cephalos Mission. Last to load to the outside, goes in. All set. And they're off. speed from Refua in between horses. Also Cam Duke is in the early mix, and Cam Duke is now a neck in front. Right to the outside comes Sinombre, who's going to stalk from second. Out wider there, Refua, who broke with the leaders back to third. Now passed towards the inside to be fourth as Big Night Out. Pink Silk progressing at the rail. Sapphalo's Missions up on the far outside is taken fifth. Second to last will be Vespucci, and the trailer Andy Kant. They work up the backstretch and they're chasing Cam Duke, who went 22-3 is unopposed on the front end. A tight hold, Big Night Out, tightly at the rail there in the Pink Silks. Is held towards the inside here, as holding that position was Sinombre. They're second and third, less than a half mile to go. Out wider is Refua, is now shoved along here from John Velasquez from the 4 spot. Vespucci trying to pick it up from the back. Second to last, Sapphalo's Mission, and the trailer continues to be Andy Kant. They're well into the far turn now, 45.36 for the half-mile time, and Cam Duke is still finding plenty so far. Here's Sinombre, the big long shot towards the outside. Big Night Out, still ridden patiently, looking for room, is going to tip towards the outside with Refua. They reach the top of the stretch, and Sinombre is trying to take it right to Cam Duke. Refua is starting to rally on Big Night Out, but the big long shot, Sinombre, is 33-1 and trying to pull off a big upset inside the final furlong. Sinombre, Refua is chasing Sapphalo's Mission. Nothing from the favorite Vespucci. Sinombre is almost there. Sinombre, the longest shot on the field, wins it. Sinombre wins it over Refua, Sapphalo's Mission, and Cam Duke in 1 minute 23 seconds flat, 33-1.
Monster upset in race 7, by far the biggest price we've seen today, 33-1 on Sinombre, who was traveling well and able to take over for the win.
Wow, 33-1 to get started in this pick 5, right? Second leg of the pick 6.
Yes.
And yeah, but wow, I mean, and look, with Trickery winning the Belmont Derby and this horse running second, there's a couple more favorites later in the card that could probably lead to a potential carryover on a Saturday. So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, I mean, this horse was, I don't see anywhere in these past performances where this performance came from. Did show some speed last time going to 6.5, but in all the races, this horse just seems to be going the wrong direction as the distances get a little bit longer, but they got it done today, that's for sure, 33-1.
1, 4, and 6 all claimed in this race. So your favorite Vespucci claimed out of here, even though he showed pretty much nothing in this spot, and you wonder what the future will hold for him. But Sinombre at 33-1, getting the big victory here, and Refua picks up another second place finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And Refua just didn't really have an excuse, in my opinion. But when a horse like this at 33-1 wins, something always tricky has to happen.
5, 6, 8, 2, 33-1 upset in race 7. Belmont at the Big A, prices and more. When we come back, we'll take a quick timeout. Our live racing continues on America's Day of the Races after this.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
955, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
It's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It was pretty formful until a few minutes ago. Lane Luzzi pulling the upset in the 7th. Here in New York, Sin Nombre at 33-1 gets the victory. Let's head down to Maggie.
Lane Luzzi here with a little bit of an upset special here on the card to get the fireworks going as this patriotic weekend continues. Lane, a horse that you said was kind of sneaky live. What gave you confidence in him heading into this spot today?
You know, he just broke really good from the gate, a little bit of speed in the race, and I wasn't sure I'd be so forwardly placed, but, you know, when they do it so effortlessly, you just kind of go from there, so it's really all credit to him.
And Jesus Romero worked a long time for Bruce Levine, really has kind of honed his horsemanship skills. His horses always look great, and you're always guaranteed a decent price.
Yeah, like I said, I looked at the morning line, I couldn't believe he was 20-1. The 6 to the outside had just beat him, and he was 8-1, so you kind of just go with the flow in my position, but like I said, they did a great job. He put me in a good position to win.
I mean, if I was standing here with blindfolded, I would think I was talking to your dad. How's that working relationship going on as your dad, Mike Luzzi, is your now agent?
We're enjoying it. I mean, it's a new deal for him. It's my first year here in New York, so we're kind of playing it on the fly, but we're enjoying it and we're doing okay.
Well, you're the boss. Do you ever tell him, Dad, come on, you're not doing good enough here?
Oh, I don't have the heart to do it. I really don't. It doesn't even feel right saying that I'm the boss, but I mean, it's really a team thing and we're having a lot of fun.
As you guys should be. Congratulations here, Lane.
Thank you so much.
All right, Lane Luzzi pulling off the upset here with Sin Nombre to get things rolling here on this Aqueduct card, guys.
Like father, like son, Mike Luzzi, a rider we saw for many years on this NYRA circuit, and now Lane Luzzi winning races and pulling upsets. And I thought it was interesting what he said, Jonathan. He didn't expect to be so forward, but just kind of let the horse take him there. There's Sin Nombre winning at 33-1.
Yeah, and he mentioned just kind of comparing the two, being pretty close, running third to Refua last time, and Refua being bet, you know, a lot more than Sin Nombre was here, but Sin Nombre paying $68, and we talked about Trickery winning the Belmont Derby. In the 8th, if ever so mischievous, in the 9th, if she feels pretty, or in the last, if the Chad Brown entry. If one of those 3 loses, if 2 of them lose, I think you really could start considering a potential of a carryover.
Keep an eye on that as the card continues. We have graded stakes action coming up again in the 8th, as you touched on, ever so mischievous. He'll break from the rail in the grade 2 John A. Nehrude for 4-year-olds and upward. And this is a horse who got kind of that comeback race last time out after being so uncomfortable, kind of chasing between horses in the Cigar Mile. And we'll get a chance to pay tribute to longtime horseman John Nehrude, who left such a big impact on the game. 1972 Hall of Fame inductee, somebody who trained many great horses, Jonathan, and also a founding member of the Breeders' Cup.
Absolutely, the Breeders' Cup. Thank you for that, Mr. Nehrude. It's one of my favorite 2 days in racing with those 14 championship races, and it's always an honor. It's always nice to honor those that set us up to have a sport that we all love.
Back over to Monmouth Park, a mile on the turf in the 7th race for this starter allowance. Let's check in quickly with Paulie.
Yeah, it is a starter allowance, a mile on the turf, so they're not coming out of the chute here. And right now your favorite is the 8 in here, Oive for Fernando Hara and Safi Joseph. And, you know, Safi owns this horse as well. And, you know, this horse used to be in the Brad Cox barn, but last time out, won a decent race at Gulfstream Parks. And you look at some of these horses in this race, there's a lot of horses trying the turf for the first time. So I do think the 8 is the horse to beat. And I think 4 to 5 is probably what he's going to end up going off at when they spring the latch. Now, the 5 horse in here is very fast on dirt. Never run on turf. If you look back at the 5's got the best numbers in this race and was taking a little bit of money, but it's really hard to discern whether the horse is going to like it or not. He's 5 years old. You know, maybe he's worth a flyer at 7-1. I thought the 7 in here, Dreaming of Abba, was a player. I tell you one of my other ones in here too, Acacia. I think the 2 at 16-1, Golden Purchase. I've learned over the years, Galileo on the bottom side, they like a little bit of cut in the ground. I think the 2 might run a big race, and then the 3's probably going to try to lead him all the way around like he did last time. But I think the 2 is value here at 17-1.
A big price on Golden Purchase. Polly, thank you. They are heading into the gate for the 7th Monmouth Park Starter Allowance. Coming up next, here's Matt Dinnerman.
Bazarita goes in. Dreaming of Abba. Still working with Dreaming of Abba. Dreaming of Abba goes in. Oy Vey to the outside. Your current favorite, Oy Vey, with Fernando Jara.
One out, Mike. One out.
Here's Oy Vey. We're ready to go. And Lair off. Shogun Be Fast is sent for speed. Bazarina takes the 2nd spot with Dreaming of Abba, but it's going to be Shogun Be Fast who leads the way with one lap to go. Dreaming of Abba runs in 2nd. Bazarina 3rd to the inside. A gap of 2 to La Grotte, who's off the speed today. Golden Purchase saving ground into that clubhouse turn. 333's alongside of him. Oy Vey is 3 deep. Big gap to Sheer Dominance, who's at the back of the field well behind. They approach the backstretch. Shogun Be Fast wings it on the lead as a 2-length advantage. Bazarina in the 2nd spot, 1.5 lengths to Dreaming of Abba. La Grotte, they're side by side now. Another 1.5 lengths to that line of 3. Golden Purchase, 333, and Oy Vey who attempts to get closer. Oy Vey all the way adjoined 4th with La Grotte, and a big gap of 10 back to Sheer Dominance, who's detached from the rest of the field with a half mile to go. It's Shogun Be Fast on top, 3/4 of a length. Bazarina right behind on the tail of the leader as they go into the turn. Dreaming of Abba 3rd around that turn. La Grotte has come under a hard ride. Oy Vey being asked to improve now is 5th in an all-out drive. 333 is still in midfield, needs to pick it up with Golden Purchase, who's got a little run behind horses. Sheer Dominance still well behind. Top of the lane, Shogun Be Fast opens up 3 and goes for home now. Dreaming of Abba in the 2nd spot with La Grotte. Shogun Be Fast under the left-handed encouragement, drifts out, leads by 2. La Grotte is coming charging quickly, making a race of it. Shogun Be Fast holding on though. Shogun Be Fast all the way under Jomar Torres. La Grotte's 2nd home, then Oy Vey, photo for 4th, Dreaming of Abba, and Golden Purchase.
Shogun Be Fast, well, he lived up to his name using that speed and able to pull away, flip back to that left lead late, Jonathan, and there was no catching him.
It's just such an underrated weapon in racing, the speed. Just being forward and finding that position. You're not trip dependent. You know, a lot of times people are too scared to go fast. They don't want to go too, because everyone sees you. When you go too fast on the front end, all the bettors see you, all the owners see you, all the trainers see you. And I think a lot of times that it's like I said, it's an underrated weapon in racing.
For Jomar Torres, used that speed with Shogun Be Fast, and he gets the win here. It's like a little bit of a late run from the number 1, La Grotte, who was switching to the turf. Didn't matter though, no catching the pace setter, Shogun Be Fast, who gets the win in the 7th at Monmouth Park. 3-1 under the wire, as it's time for us to say goodbye. Coming up, it's the Nehrude. Real quick, any Any thoughts from you?
I've always been a huge fan of Qatar Racing's Ever So Mischievous. I'm really looking forward to seeing him run. I've always thought he has a chance to be pretty special, and let's see if he can do so as a 4-year-old.
A fun group coming up. More stakes action. Belmont at the Big A, as we've got Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. Hope you'll stay with us on America's Day at the Races. And don't forget, start doing your homework. Few days away from opening day, Saratoga Racecourse on Thursday, July 11th.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here at America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports as we have horses assembled in the paddock for today's Grade 2 John Nayrud. And we'll start with the outside horse. We see the two horses bookending the field as your first and second choices. And while I have seen Ever So Mischievous throughout his career, I have yet to lay eyes on Mulligan, as I'm getting to do so here today for Rudy Brissett. I love what I'm seeing from this horse, and it seems as though coming back now as a 4-year-old, he is better than ever, though takes on his sternest test yet since coming back. I thought last time he broke a step slow, then he went up out of the chute to press. He was encouraged a bit around the turn and really was hitting his best strides late. So given the fact that this is 7/8 of a mile, I think it suits him perfectly. Again, he is a horse that is incredibly fit now, third off the bench. He's dappled head to toe. He's arguably the best turned out horse here in the paddock, but he's also got a lot of poise and class to him, and I like the fact that he is drawn outside with some speed. He can kind of be wherever Flavien Prat wants him to be, as they have teamed up for a win in the past two back at Keeneland. Next, we'll go to his inside with the horse I got to give some credit to. I mean, he and his trainer, Jeff Runco, Coastal Mission, probably the kings of West Virginia. But with that being said, you often don't get that much respect when you step away from there, as he is seeking that graded stakes victory, which has eluded him as of now. But last time I thought he ran incredibly well in the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile, where he went very wide into the first turn. He battled off and all of the pace challenges, only to lose the war when Bright Future really kicked it into high gear late there, rallying up his inside. This is a horse that always looks apart. He is well turned out, he's healthy, he's a happy horse. There's a lot of kind of personality with him too. So maybe a little less ground is preferable for him, but like I said, he tends to take his racetrack with him wherever he goes, and a horse that is always going to be a big price too, as we welcome in some new members to the show. Greg Wolf, I think you got a Richard Migliori returning to the program as well with you.
Yeah, I got a MIG with me on the set. Winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, Coastal Mission. She was just talking about, can't believe this horse is 7-1 right now. This horse, wherever he goes, as she said, he shows up, 12-time winner from 21 starts, and he just ran too well to lose in that Grade 3 at Monmouth.
He's 7 for 9 at the distance, the 7 furlong distance, and he's versatile. He's a horse that possesses speed, but he's also capable of coming from off the pace. I agree. 7-1, way too big a price on a horse this honest.
And meanwhile, Ever So Mischievous, our post parade here coming up in a moment. Public going a little overboard here to make this horse 4-5?
I think so. I think maybe partly the connections. Obviously, Brad Cox is a trainer that everybody is aware of how well he does. He's winning at better than 50% here.
We'll start with him. He came off the bench to win his 4-year-old debut. He's 5 for 8 lifetime for Brad Cox.
Yeah, won the 49er here, the prep for the Cigar Mile in nice fashion. Obviously, something went awry in the Cigar Mile. Came back well.
90% Matt. He's been first or second in 11 of 17 starts.
Yeah, Butch Reed. He doesn't come up here to stop at Gargiulo's in Coney Island on the way back for a good meal.
Prevalence, Grade 3. He was just second, going 6 furlongs in the mud at Pimlico.
In good form. Wasn't able to get to Super Chow, who we saw be very successful here over the winter.
Coastal Mission. Here's the one we were talking about. 5-year-old, 12 for 21 lifetime. And he ran a figure at Laurel Park. He ran a negative number.
He's just a very good horse, and he's a horse that's athletic enough to handle those tight turns at Charlestown, but he's shown he's proficient at bigger tracks as well, and he's closing on $700,000 in career earnings.
Now that Laurel performance quicker than what really anyone has ever run in this field. And here's Mulliken, still relatively lightly raced here for a 4-year-old, coming off a career best performance.
He really kind of stepped up his game as a 4-year-old too, and you expect to see horses improve with age, with time. He's well posted, he's got speed, he should be very forward, obviously a contender.
So 9-5 on Mulliken as we get set for the pick 4 coming up on this Saturday card. Final Saturday of this meet before we head to upstate New York. You can play all the action by getting signed up with NYRA Bets. Play through Saratoga all summer long and beyond. $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. That promotion with that code right there, match 200. Again at NYRABets.com. Even money on Ever So Mischievous, one of the top trainers in our sport. Brad Cox conditions this horse, who showed a lot of promise early on. Cigar Mile obviously did not go his way. That's the way he ended his 3-year-old season. He came back the right way, though, as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, you love to see horses come back off a subpar effort in the Cigar Mile. And it wasn't just that he was beaten in the Cigar Mile. He was beaten 26 lengths. Obviously, something went amiss. And for him to come back and show, hey, I'm back, I'm in good form. Not easy to do either, Greg, to win going a mile off of a layoff.
No, and he did it pretty stylishly. You would think off this performance from that barn, being away that long, there might be a forward move in him as well.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. But isn't he under the gun a bit from the rail? I mean, he has to be able to get his position going forward, and that might be difficult with the likes of Mulliken in here, who looks like he has a tremendous amount of natural speed.
I like that warm-up from the favorite, 7-5. Here's Mulliken. Yeah, obviously preferred outside post position here. Gives him options with Flavien Prat.
I mean, Flavien is a rider that just is so smart about position, getting his position going forward. He's just such a complete rider, and you know he's not going to take anything away that comes easy to Mulliken.
He's been on the lead going 6 furlongs in the past. This is 7 furlong
performance that was a winning one. 98 Beyer speed figure in this win where he had a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, but again, this shows his versatility, right? He won the previous start gate to wire. This race at Churchill Downs going 7/8, didn't break as sharply and had to, just sit just off it. But boy, he finished with his legs underneath him. It wasn't as though his stride was deteriorating at all.
Now he becomes the favorite at 6-5. Let's go downstairs to Maggie for more.
Yeah, I really like Mulliken in here. I like the efforts that he's coming in here off of. I do know that the waters get deeper here, but I just think that given that outside post and what he has shown me physically in the paddock and out on the racetrack, that he's ready for this stern test. As we'll check out his main competition on the rail, and that is Ever So Mischievous here for Brad Cox. And going back to the last time I saw him, which was for the Grade 2 Cigar Mile, it was over a muddy sealed surface, so maybe he didn't appreciate that, but he has run well over a sealed surface prior to that. He just didn't look that good. And obviously, as Mig said, coming out of it with an issue. So regroup, came back, got the job done, in a workman-like fashion. I like him better now that I've watched him on the racetrack than what I did in the paddock. I do think actually less ground might be ideal for him as he turns back from that one-turn mile to this 7/8. But again, nothing that he showed me moved me away from Mulliken. I don't love taking a short price on Mulliken though. But again, I just thought, at least heading into this, he looked second best, and plus the rail draw. And then let's check in with the longest price in this field is number 2, 90% Maddie, who does have the second place efforts racking up. And he's a horse that doesn't like to switch leads, which I think is his Achilles heel. And while he comes with that rally, it just lacks that punch because he's not switching leads. He is a little bit of a quirky type. He breaks post parade. He loves to throw out some bucks and be a little rambunctious with the lead pony. And last time he broke a little slow from that rail. He had to be niggled at to stay up. He lost ground around the turn and swung out late and actually re-rallied, which I thought was admirable given the fact it was tough to make up ground at Saratoga overall. But once he was out of that kickback that seemed to be affecting a lot of horses, he was able to put in a rally. We'll see what kind of trip he's able to pull here yet again, but he gives me the impression that another one where it feels like that's too big of a price on him, Greg.
All right, Maggie, we'll see how this plays out here. Grade 2, John A. Nayrud, and inside-outside taking the majority of the money, but Prevalence, Coastal Mission, I thought major players in here as well, so much more wide open, I think, than the board's reflecting.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, Mulliken is well posted, though, and he is coming off of 2 very nice efforts now as a 4-year-old, so maybe there's a potential that even another step forward with him.
Another look at the 4-horse. Coastal Mission, this 5-year-old who is just ultra game. 16 of his 21 starts, he's been first or second, the majority of those wins. And again, what you mentioned, 7 for 9 at this distance, including one of the fastest races he's ever run just 3 starts ago.
Yeah, I mean, he holds his form. He's ultra consistent. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking. And I think he embodies all of that. Witnessed by the 12 for 21 record, 7 for 9 at the 7 furlong distance with a second and a third. I think there's a lot to like here, and 5-1 I think is more than a fair price.
And we don't see this barn show up here often, really, if at all, in New York. So for him to bring this horse, he had to feel, you would think, that he has a real shot.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a trainer that's winning at 24% on the year. He knows what it takes, what kind of horse it takes to ship to New York and be competitive. He's not coming up here because he wants to enjoy a day in New York. He's coming up here to be competitive.
And tactically, he's not a horse who's going to be that far out of it either.
Well, and that's what I like about him, too. He's a horse that can be forward. He's going to create his own trip. He's versatile. I think he finds himself in a good stalking spot.
So let's go back to Tyler Gaffalione and his job on Ever So Mischievous with what could be that tricky inside post.
Well, you got to come out running. You're forced from the rail. And if somebody else really wants to go, well, then you allow them to clear, but it creates that separation you want so that you can give your horse his best chance. The last thing you want to do is come out complacent. Have a horse fold over in front of you, back it up in your face, and then the outside rivals have you pinned in, and you're in an uncomfortable position.
We've seen some drama, massive drama play out in the Triple Crown the last few years. We saw Luis Saez DQ'd out of a Kentucky Derby win. That man right there, inches from a Kentucky Derby win. Whether it would have stood or not, we don't know, but he was oh so close to crossing that wire first.
Yeah, with Sierra Leone, who was lugging in badly with him. He did the best he could under a very difficult circumstance. And it's a really hard thing. You know, Luis Saez being disqualified in a Derby. That can ruin a career. You have to have a mental toughness. You have to have a certain constitution. And the same thing by losing the Derby by a nose. You have to have a certain mental toughness to be able to just go on, continue to persevere, and keep that good attitude.
Tyler Gaffalione on Ever So Mischievous, 9-5 second choice from the rail. Second start back of this 4-year-old season. Favorite outside, even money, Mulligan for Rudolph Brissett with Flavien Prat. Grade 2, John A. Nayrud. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
For the Nayrud. And they're off. Good speed from Mulligan towards the outside. It's Mulligan right to the front, and there's Prevalence in between horses at the rail. Ever So Mischievous just off of them. Coastal Mission. The early trailer, 90% Maddie. They work up the backstretch, and Prevalence has the lead. It's Prevalence and Arad. Ortiz Jr. comfortable enough, is up by a half length with Mulligan and Flavien Prat right to the outside here stalking. At the rail, it's Ever So Mischievous as they work up the backstretch through a 22.54 opening quarter mile. Under a snug hold is Coastal Mission, progressing nicely here from fourth. Wants to go. He's just held back there in that fourth position with less than 4 furlongs to travel. The trailer continues to be 90% Maddie, who starts to make up some ground. Rallying from the back end of the field as they chase Prevalence. It's Prevalence who's in front. Mulligan just waiting for the cue. 3 wide as Coastal Mission ranging up on the outside. Ever So Mischievous now gets the hurry up at the rail. Is going to try and squeeze through this very tight spot with 90% Maddie catching up to the group. 44-4 for the half-mile time. Tightly bunched here as they reach the top of the stretch, and Mulligan is the new leader. It's Mulligan who's in front. Here comes Coastal Mission trying to rally on. 90% Maddie on the wrong lead, but has momentum down the grandstand side. It's Mulligan who continues to find more on the front end. Coastal Mission is trying to catch this leader. 90% Maddie is right there in third. It is still Mulligan now holding them off inside the final 16th, and Mulligan is sprinting clear. Mulligan will win the Nayrud and win it impressively. Coastal Mission second, 90% Maddie, then Ever So Mischievous and Prevalence, and 1 minute 20.54 seconds.
Mulligan just too hard to get by. Coastal Mission gave it a go, but Mulligan has now won 3 in a row.
Mulligan was very good. This is a very fast 7 furlongs in sub 121, 120.54. Perfect trip, perfect ride from Flavien Prat, but he always had horse up underneath him. You know, you get those trips when you've got a horse that's carrying you into the race the way Mulligan, excuse me, was, and no excuses for Coastal Mission. He had dead aim and just could not get by a very game and a very good Mulligan. 90% Maddie rallied from far back on the wrong lead, hung a little bit late, but this was a really solid effort by your winner. This was impressive.
5, 4, 2, 1. Trained by the man standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
We don't often get to see Rudy Brissett here in New York, but boy, when you come, you show up, and Mulligan really showed up today, Rudy.
Well, yeah, it's never easy to win a race in Naira. We know that, so we try to come with the one we think they fit. Obviously, today was the right spot for him. We've been respecting him, but at the same time, he's been showing up every time, and then now it's time to throw him under the bus, and we did today. We see what next.
That's a very fast time for 7.8. So do you think he kind of tops out and that he's that true sprinting type?
We don't know yet, so we got to find out. I mean, so far we haven't gone 2 turn. I think he's definitely 1 turn type. Cool, maybe under 2 turn, but we're not gonna find out too soon.
I like that. I like that approach. But a really talented 4-year-old. Will we see him up at Saratoga competing in those big races?
Well, first we gotta see how he could out today, and then he ran really fast, and then we gotta look at numbers, and then bring him home in Kinland, and then from there we see what happens. But obviously, Saratoga may be on the radar.
I think it should be. Well, congratulations. Enjoy this win. Very talented horse.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Rudy Brissett with Mulligan today. We'll see. I'm going to cross my fingers, Greg, that we get to see him for the Vanderbilt or the Forgo.
I would think that's very much on the schedule right now after this performance here. 3 in a row from Mulligan and a quick final time. 120.54 seconds. You looked it up. not far off the track record.
No, less than 3/5 of a second off the track record set by a Breeders' Cup Sprint winner and champion, Artex.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. It's Mulliken in the Nayrud 3 today for Flavien Prat.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Back on America's Day of the Races, final weekend of the meet before we head upstate to Saratoga, and we're starting to see some breakout performances from some horses that may be major players in their respective divisions, and this is one of them. Mulliken, he's won 3 in a row now. He gets a 7/8, and this great dude, John A. Nayrud, in 1:20.2. That is flying.
Racehorse time. Mulliken, a really nice horse. Beautiful stride of the Son of Violence. Sat the perfect trip, always carrying Flavien Prat into the race. Held off a determined bid by Coastal Mission, who's as hickory and honest a racehorse as come. This was a nice effort, Greg.
Vanderbilt at Saratoga, probably a little too quick. That's July 27th, but you got to think that Forgo is on the map and in the plans August 24th.
Yeah, especially as proficient as he's shown himself to be now, going 7 furlongs, 4 tries at the 7 furlong distance with 2 wins, 2 seconds. And yeah, I mean, off an effort like this, the Vanderbilt might be a little quick back, but the Forgo towards the end of the meet looks like it has to be on his schedule.
We're going to head back to Oceanport, New Jersey, check in with Paula Duca. 8th from Monmouth coming up, 6 furlong sprint here in this 8th. New Jersey breds, allowance optional claiming field on this wet track now, sloppy, sealed. Paulie, several options on that betting board.
There is several options, and right now the 5 is taking a lot of money, but we'll get back to the 5. The 6 in here, Ship to Shore for Eddie Owens Jr. I know this horse lost a 1-5 last time out. Actually lost to the 4 horse in here. I'm on fire, but I just think the speed advantage of this horse gives this horse a really distinct advantage. I didn't like the way he loved the slop last time out, but if you look at this race, the only other horse with any kind of pace in here is the 1, and the 1's going to have to show up here to maybe sting the 6. Now, The 5 is taking a lot of money at 3-1 because guess who just drove back right up the turnpike here? Paco Lopez, who rode Hades in the Dwyer. He is now on the 11, the classy one in the Jersey Girl in the next race as well, and he gets the mount on the 5, Grouch in here, and this horse is getting played here. Does have 3 main track efforts, a win in 2 seconds. I thought the 7, Pogi, was very interesting in here. I get it, 10 second place finishes. Does have a win on the slop here. You know, Frankie Pennington in town to ride, but I landed on the 3 in here. I thought the 3 for Chuck Spina has got a big shot. This horse, Jasper's Pride, has some gate issues. If he can get out of the gate a little bit better, he came rolling home last time. And at 6-1, I just think he's a better proposition than some of these other horses in here, especially the 5. I just think that's taking Paco Lopez money.
We saw a quick time from Mullican, but maybe even quicker time for Paco Lopez. Hour 18-minute drive to get from Aqueduct to Monmouth, and he's already there and ready to roll.
Well, it tells you something about his desire, right? He's not resting on his laurels. He's like, I got to get back. I got mounts to ride. Now it's
there he is.
A quick trip in a helicopter because you go right over the water, and it's like a 25-minute trip in a helicopter. But if he drove it, he probably was doing some race riding on the Garden State Parkway.
He's on Grouch, the 5 for Kent Sweezy. Favorite next door, Ship to Shore. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Up to the gate. Going in. We're ready to go. And Leroff, Ship to Shore, wins the start, blasts out of there. Bustin' Loose, quarter horsed out of the gate to get forward position as well. Bustin' Loose to the front, Ship to Shore right behind off a fast tempo set by Bustin' Loose, who leads the way. Grouch is in the 4th position with Pogi. I'm on Fire to the inside. Another 2.5 to Jasper's Pride, and 6 back to Kaz Sweet Heist, who's well out of it approaching the far turn run. Bustin' Loose is first. Bustin' Loose, a 2-length leader from Ship to Shore, right behind in chase mode. Pogi, Grouch, side by side. I'm on Fire is plummeted back. Jasper's Pride just passed him. He's within 6 lengths of the lead in the 5th position. Now being asked to improve. Kaz Sweet Heist has yet to pass a runner. Busted Loose coming back to the group. Pogi in the 3 path. Ship to Shore between horses. 3 runners across the track. Grouch is right behind them. Tips into the 4 path coming down the lane. Wide open. Ship to Shore. Pogi in a battle. Grouch on the far outside is 3rd. Jasper's Pride is moving late on the extreme outside. Jasper's Pride and Grouch are both coming quickly. It's going to be an epic finish. Grouch in the 3 path. Got it. Grouch over Ship to Shore, Pogi, and Jasper's Pride in that order.
Straight out of the car from Belmont to the Big A to Oceanport, and Grouch and Paco Lopez delivers another win.
How good a horse race was this race, though? The 1, Bustin' Loose, showed all that speed. Ship to Shore is going after him. It's the 7, Pogi with Frankie Pennington put pressure. They exchange bumps, and then here comes Paco, who sat that perfect trip right in behind him to deliver Grouch right in the shadow of the wire.
3rd win, 10 career starts, first try on a wet track, and he loved it here. I think you got 9-2 on this horse.
That's actually a huge price for a Paco Lopez horse at Monmouth Park, and he delivers. So we talk about it a lot. We say, man, this horse seems overbet. It's the Paco money, and then Paco figures out a way to orchestrate another victory, and I'm impressed with that. Ride in New York, jump in the car, get back down there, and deliver a win right out of the car. That's pretty heady stuff.
Incredible. Back at Horseshoe Indy on Indiana Derby Day, the Michael Schaefer Memorial up next for 3-year-olds and up. 1.70 yards, and the 8-5 favorite. You see quite a few scratches in here. It's Mr. Wireless, a horse who a lot of his best efforts for Brett Calhoun have come at fairgrounds.
Yeah, and sometimes some horses have a certain affinity for a certain track. I think this came up a fairly deep and contentious race, though.
4-1 on the rail. Here's 5-star General. Ran a monster race last start, gate to wire.
Speed from the inside, always dangerous. She at Corey Lannery.
That was a gate to wire win race taken off the turf at Churchill. Injunction, 7-1. Another one who ran a big effort on a wet track.
Yeah, and was claimed by the trainer of Next Doug Cowens off that winning effort, showing good speed in the slop.
Here's War Campaign for trainer Phil Sims.
Yeah, more of a closing type, horse that certainly has races good enough to be tough here.
Kapuna, he was favored over 5-star General last start. He was runner-up to him.
Yeah, but he was cast into that chasing spot. Another horse that could be forward.
Here's Trademark, 3-1, Fernando de la Cruz.
Man, you go back to his Clark, he runs that race. Everybody else is going to be chasing him in the stretch, aren't they?
Mr. Wireless, millionaire for Brett Calhoun, and still plenty left in the tank as he showed back in March at Fairgrounds.
When you get your dual Kentucky Derby winning and Kentucky Oaks winning rider Brian Hernandez in the saddle, always a positive thing.
Schaefer Memorial coming up on Indiana Derby Day. Let's go to Sarah El-Badwi for more.
Hey Greg, hey Richie. Looking forward to this upcoming race with these older veterans that should be coming up on the track in a short amount of time as they're heading towards the gate. And I did end up on your favorite in here, Mr. Wireless, a horse that has that ability to show up on big days here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, having won the Indiana Derby back in 2021 and then taking this race in 2022. Now a different type of tactic to get him to the races here today than usual, starting his 6-year-old campaign. They started him out sprinting, going that 6 furlong distance to come back to the races, and he was able to reward connections with a victory. Then they really stepped him up. Grade 1 company next in the Churchill Downs Stakes. Ran okay, didn't get out of the gate all that quickly that day, and we have seen that be a fairly productive race coming back. That race, of course, won by Gun Pilot, who would manage to run third to Baby Yoda up at Belmont at Saratoga in the True North. So Mr. Wireless, for me, your current favorite, a horse that just seems to show up on the big days when it matters. Greg?
He might be, certainly one of the classes of this field. You have Clark winner Trademark, the 8 in here as well, but Mr. Wireless, time and time again, shown up on the big stage, maybe just a cut below the best older handicap horses in the country.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, but I think this is a really nice, deep, loaded field. You know, for 100,000, they showed up.
Really did. I mean, you can make a case for 5-star General. If he can repeat what he did last start from that inside post, he went gate to wire last time. He's going to be tough in here. Who tries to go with that horse early?
Well, from the rail, you know that he's got to show that speed. Is it the horse directly outside of him, an Injunction, who's coming off a fast-paced 1-mile race at Churchill Downs? They went a sub-45 half, going a mile, 44 and change. I think he's the most likely to put pressure on if pressure's going to be put on.
Well, you know 5-star General and his connections, they want the lead. He went gate to wire with that win, but then you see since that time, Bullet 4 furlong move as well to try and maintain that sharpness and that speed, you would think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, especially from the rail, doesn't it kind of simplify things? And Corey Lanerie, every time he's ridden this horse has been on the lead. And Corey's not a jock that's like a send rider, if you will, right? He allows horses to show their speed, but he doesn't force horses to show that speed.
And the turn, the way it's configured at Horseshoe Indy at 1 mile and 70 yards, it comes up fairly quick. So he has an ability, from the inside post here to maybe put some ground on this field early.
Yeah, I think, again, you got to come out running from the rail, and then if they leave you alone, you're controlling the race. I think mistake riders make with speed types sometimes, it's just being a little bit too complacent, not, kind of throwing down the gauntlet and saying, this is what I'm doing. And then it almost kind of invites someone to say, well, maybe I'll go forward, and then you start picking it up too much. I think you just come out of there, I want the lead, and then settle after you've established that.
Kentucky Derby winning rider, Oaks winning rider, Brian Hernandez Jr. He's on Mr. Wireless, the 10. For Brett Calhoun, your even money favorite, who's 2 for 2 here, by the way, at Horseshoe Indy. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. War Campaign with 5-star General. There's Mr. Wireless with an early bid. And Injunction is also vying for the early lead as they enter the first turn. It is 5-star General toward the inside for Corey Lanerie, 5-Star General to the front with 7 furlongs to run. Injunction is close up. Mr. Wireless gets position running in third. Then toward the inside is War Campaign, Trademark, and Kapuna. It's 5-Star General who dictates the stakes. 5-Star General out in front leads here. Injunction making this backstretch run. Then Mr. Wireless outside of War Campaign toward the rail, as Trademark starts to gain on the outside of rivals, and Kapuna trails the stakes sextet. The opening quarter, 22.55 seconds. 5-Star General leads the way to a half mile from home with Injunction close up still. They have the 12th-time winner, 5-Star General, to track down. Injunction has been right there with the leader. Half mile in 45.05 seconds, just over 3 furlongs to go. Mr. Wireless with War Campaign, Trademark, and Kapuna remains last as they round the far turn. 5-Star General. Injunction trying to get on even terms. Injunction up to 5-Star General. 3 clear for Mr. Wireless with for the inside War Campaign in the red cap, and then farther back to Trademark wide. Kapuna has trailed. It is Injunction, and to the inside 5-Star General. 3/4, 1 minute 8.96 testing seconds. 5-Star General headed by Injunction. 1 furlong to go with Mr. Wireless trying to close. Then toward the inside is War Campaign, Kapuna, and Trademark. They're well inside the final 16th with Edgar Morales. It's Injunction near home. Injunction to win the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial for Mr. Wireless. 5-Star General third, and War Campaign finished fourth.
Horse who was just claimed, another great claim. Doug Cowan's here for $80,000. Wins his Schaefer Memorial, getting by that speed. 5-Star General and holding off the big favorite, Mr. Wireless.
Yeah, strong connections. The connections of next to get Edgar Morales here. And this was a very game performance. They went very fast early. Greg, 5-Star General and him threw down 45 flat to the half, and this horse just kept on.
Turf Triple Series for 3-year-old fillies. Kicks off here facing Tipton Belmont Oaks Invitational. The odds-on favorite, She Feels Pretty, going longer than she ever has for Cherie DeVoe. You also have dynamic pricing for Chad Brown, 12-1. Maggie, all these prices inflated with all the attention the favorite's taking.
Sign me up for that. On number 2, dynamic pricing, as I'm a big fan of this filly. Don't get me wrong, I like the favorite too. I have no problems with her, but dynamic pricing, she ran very well, I thought, to get the win in the Grade 2 Edgewood last time. A horse that I've always liked. I was really impressed with her when she debuted as a late 2-year-old last year, and she's done nothing but improve. I think she's just beautifully and elegantly put together. She has this great poise, and she's just naturally kind of walks around with her head nicely on the bridle, and I don't see why she wouldn't be able to handle this 1 3/16 distance based upon her pedigree and what I'm seeing from her physically. Love what I'm seeing from dynamic pricing as we're waiting for a rider there than one. Moving on to your favorite, She Feels Pretty. Now, she is beautiful. I do love what I'm seeing from her. And yeah, she's stretching out from a mile, but looking at her, I don't see any reason why she can't handle it. She's a big girl. Also a classy one too. She's very strong as well. She really carries her conditioning well for a 3-year-old turf filly. Generally, they do tend to be slighter framed individuals. Greg, I think that is way too short of a price, but I do really respect her.
Crazy, these prices we're seeing on some of the other fillies. It's just being bet like She Feels Pretty cannot lose this race. And keep in mind, the distance is a question mark, even though she's shown a ton of talent. Well, we start with Pin Up Betty. She's won back-to-back starts, including a Grade 3.
Yeah, a hard-knocking, consistent sort. Took her a long time to break her maiden, but came right back with that stakes victory.
Hard to imagine these connections with a graded stakes winner at this price. Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, I mean, this filly, obviously she didn't run well in the Florida Oaks, but all of her other efforts have been very strong. She comes off a nice win on yielding ground at Churchill.
Euro Invader, who's 3 for 4 lifetime fun with flags.
And already a Group 3 placed filly over there. Another one getting firm ground for the first time, though.
Bucciu going to try and turn the tables on a couple of fillies she's already been beaten by in here.
Yeah, Pin Up Betty and dynamic pricing, but she's honest and consistent. And Phil Bauer, he wins at a high percentage.
There's Group 3 winner overseas, Secret Satire.
And you get Frankie Dettori. This one was in the Oaks over there, the Epsom Oaks, and was well beaten there, but our other races are good.
I can't believe Suggest is a shorter price than dynamic pricing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit with you on that. She does have the win over the course in the prep for this in the Wonder again.
Here's the big favorite, 3-5. She Feels Pretty, trained by Cherie DeVoe.
She's been ultra consistent, and when you can put that kind of separation on a good field like she did in the Hilltop, but that's an awfully short price with a couple of horses in here that I think have a big chance.
Charlie Appleby Godolphin, Cinderella's Dream.
Yeah, it was undefeated until she ran in the Grade 1 Guineas over there at Newmarket, but all of our other races were terrific.
And Cy B had a maiden win and then stumbled at the break, and a wonder again was second beat a half length to Suggesta.
I mean, you can make the case that she was better than Suggesta there with the stumbling break and just missing. And she's 33-1.
Too big a price. Bored, strange, but that's what happens when all the attention is going to one filly, and that's the case right now with She Feels Pretty for Cherie DeVoe. Let's go to Maggie.
And please be joined by the aforementioned Cherie DeVoe. And Cherie, that's a short price on She Feels Pretty. Is it warranted?
I think so. Obviously, a little
biased,
partial, but no. I mean, she's really trained well. She hasn't thrown in any bad races, and she's trained forwardly out of every race. From 2 to 3, she's made the jump physically. Looks fantastic. So, the distance is definitely a question. So we're just going to see if how she handles it.
Is there any indication from you, looking at her, the way she trains, her pedigree, that says that she can't handle it?
She below her second dam, the second dam has a lot of stamina in there. The Stallion and More Than Ready kind of suggest just the mile, but it's definitely in there for her and in her wheelhouse, and she trains really well. She almost trains like she could handle the dirt at some points. Right. But when she ran last time, she handled that field. It obviously was a step below this, but had a nice gallop out and really just dominated the field with that turn of foot.
And I'm sure it had to feel so good bringing her back for a 3-year-old debut where she arguably was best in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Yes. No, it definitely, I'm not one that rests on my laurels or I'm confident, but there's a lot that can happen, and they have to go out there and run the race, and they have to show you out there that they're doing just as well as how they are in the barn. So it was very validating. And it's an exciting year. So if she can't handle the distance, there's obviously a lot more exciting races for her.
Exactly, and Saratoga is a perfect grounds for that. Any upset chance with Cy B, who I thought ran really well in the local prep?
Well, Cy B's came out of that race and trained forwardly. Obviously, this is a big step up for her. With that being said, she broke her maiden. She went into that race. She's one that the pedigree definitely does suggest that she can handle this, and if there's given a ground, it could definitely be in her favor. So, I don't think she's without a chance, but she really does have a lot of improving to do.
Well, Cherie, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck with your 2.
Thank you so much.
All right, Cherie DeVoe sending out Cy B, long shot, and then the heavy favorite, and She Feels Pretty.
Shortest price on the board and the biggest price on the board for that barn of Cherie DeVoe. But this is a real talent right here. Even in defeat in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, she ran a monster effort.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I understand her taking the money she's taking. But I also think some horses maybe are getting lost a little bit. Now, you got to like this, though, Greg. Look at the way when she hit the front, her ears went forward. And she was like, oh, I got to do more. I just passed my rivals. Johnny set her down, and she sprinted away. She showed that turn of foot. Now, this was also on less than firm ground, although she has performed well on firm ground as well.
Group 1 winner in Woodbine. That comeback, as good as she had run first couple starts of her career, she took a move forward even in that start. And if she can't handle the distance, it's going to be an awfully tough customer in this spot. But to see even 8-1 now still on dynamic pricing with these silks, this barn, surprising on this circuit. Let's take a look at that Edgewood Grade 2 win on the yielding turf for dynamic pricing.
Yeah, listen, she's got a nice closing kick, and she also got pace to run at. And this was yielding ground as well, but she ran well in the Swedish Chan on firm ground, but maybe this was her best race because of the ground? I mean, that's a distinct possibility.
Could be.
Yeah, I like her.
Seemingly would need to move forward to contend. Look, distance, they can all come back together a little bit, but would seemingly need to move forward a little bit to contend with the favorite.
Well, yeah, I just think it's 7-1. I'll take that gamble that she can take another step forward. She certainly has the right conditioner in Chad Brown to believe there is another forward move in her.
Minute to post in this Grade 1 to kick off this Turf Triple Series. Let's go back to Maggie.
Richie and I on the same wavelength when it comes to number 2 in here, dynamic pricing. But let's take a look at a few of the Europeans that ship in here. There's 3 in this field, though. We'll take a look at number 5 at 17-1 is Secret Satire, a horse that is turning back in distance a little bit here from that Epsom Oaks try where she pulled quite hard. And a horse that is trying that 1.5 mile distance that's going to be really forward and fighting the rider early isn't going to have much left to finish with. Based upon her physical makeup, I really like her transferring here to this American track where it's tighter turns and she's guaranteed to get a little bit more, or you would think, a little bit more pace out in front of her. So therefore she doesn't fight the rider as much. She might just be that way too, because she had fire in her belly in the paddock. She was kind of pawing and striking at her handlers, and she was pretty keen throughout the preliminaries, but physically, she's the one I like most of the imports. As we'll check in with Charlie Appleby's charge, that's number 8, Cinderella's Dream. Now, I don't know if she was running against a bunch of midgets. No, I'm being nice, in the Guineas, but she looked huge, and maybe it was just a camera angle, I don't know, but she's not that big. She was running against a nice filly in Porta Fortuna, who came back and won the Group 1 coronation at Ascot. You can tell she's a little bit one of that can be a little bit obstreperous at times. Not obstreperous, but just a little bit have that nervous energy and fidgety energy to her. So she's one that actually stretches out in distance, and I'm not exactly sure that necessarily suits her. I'd rather have one turning back a little bit, like I said, with number 5, Secret Satire. But again, you have to respect these connections, Greg.
Brings in a pretty good record, too, and that man on board, William Buick, one of the great riders in the world, has not lost on this 3-year-old filly. 4 for 5 in her career. She, too, though, like She Feels Pretty, the big favorite, going to be going longer than she ever has. Turf Triple Series kicks off with this Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks Invitational. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And in. All set. And they're off in the Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks Invitational. Sagesta right out towards the early lead and assumes command, and Secret Satire is to the inside of that rival. Also right there is Pin Up Betty. She Feels Pretty is content to sit right there, is going to stalk the pace setter. Secret Satire, Frankie Dettori now takes back to the 4th position as they work towards that first turn. Fun with Flags is well settled into 5th, and at the rail comes Dynamic Pricing, who's now traveling in 6th, and the Red Silks towards the outside is Buku, who's in 7th. Second to last will be Cinderella's Dream with the trailer Cy B. They're chasing Arad Ortiz Jr. and Sagesta, who's in front. She Feels Pretty is stalking right there as a comfortable second. At the rail is Pin Up Betty as they work to the backstretch. Then in 4th, there is Fun with Flags, is still chasing now at 23-3. Opening quarter mile. At the rail is Secret Satire, a little bit more subtle with Dynamic Pricing moving towards the outside now, is in the 6th spot, but got off the rail, is in the 2 path there for Flavien Pratton. 48-4 was the half-mile time. Red Silk still is Buku, and Joel Rosario moving forward towards the back end of the field there. Cinderella's Dream, and the trailer is Cy B. They're chasing Sagesta. Sagesta still there. She Feels Pretty, the favorite, is ready to pounce, is within a half length of the leader. 1:13-1. For 3/4 of a mile, they turn up the pressure up front. At the rail, there is Pin Up Betty, just waiting for some room. Out wider, there is Fun with Flags. Here's Dynamic Pricing, starts to launch a rally. Secret Satire, Cinderella's Dream in between horses. Out wider, Buku, tightly bunched. They reach the top of the lane. Sagesta is still there. She Feels Pretty, ready to pounce, and here comes She Feels Pretty towards the outside. Sagesta is very game to the inside, not going anywhere. Cinderella's Dream is rolling in the Godolphin Blue on the grandstand side. She Feels Pretty, Sagesta to the inside, and the oncoming strides of Cinderella's Dream trying to join them. 3 across the course of the Grade 1, and Cinderella's Dream, William Buick, they win the Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks Invitational. Cinderella's Dream, then a photo. She Feels Pretty with Sagesta. Up there for 4th was Pin Up Betty. Final running time, 1:53.42 seconds.
That great record gets even better now with a Grade 1 win. Cinderella's Dream now 5 for 6. She was rolling down the stretch.
Boy, did she come with just a flying finish, and they actually wound up going almost a full second faster, 3/5 of a second faster than the boys did in the Belmont Derby earlier today, although that was a very, very slow pace. So William Buick, he saved that ground in the stretch before angling out, and his filly really found her stride. William Buick, he's just such a good, complete rider. He's so comfortable shipping over here from Europe, understanding American racing, and he gets to ride those really talented horses for Godolphin. Very game effort by Segesta, who looked like out-knotted your favorite. She Feels Pretty.
You think so?
I think she got the last bob and got her nose down for second there.
All right, and they don't run this distance a lot here, so keep that in mind for what it's worth, but new track record in this performance for Cinderella's Dream.
Just a beautiful finish from her. William Buick, such a strong rider, and he's got such a great relationship with Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. And she just came storming home. The race was dominated on the front end by Segesta, and She Feels Pretty. No one else was able to do what your winner was able to do here, Cinderella's Dream, and run them down.
Big finish down the lane under William Buick's Cinderella's Dream. Godolphin, Charlie Appleby at 7-2. Big step forward from Segesta, even though she does not get this win. Ran a big race.
Ultra game to hold off your favorite. No excuses for She Feels Pretty. Just could not get by the leader and got run down by a good Godolphin runner.
Charlie Appleby does it again in a Grade 1 here on U.S. soil with Cinderella's Dream. We'll be back.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
The nation's #1 Horses of Racing Age sale. Over the last decade, this sale has produced earners of more than $88 million. Top grads include recent graded stakes winners Newgrange and Fort Washington, Grade 1 winners Atone and Stiletto Boy, and Breeders' Cup champion Wavell Avenue. Fasig-Tipton July selected Horses of Racing Age, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Stakes race next at Monmouth, New Jersey breds. In the Jersey Girl Handicap, purse of $85,000. Fillies, mares, 3 and up on this sloppy sealed track. We kick off the post parade with Summers Coming. Big Price inside.
Yeah, Big Price is really going to have to find a race we have never seen from her.
Another big long shot next door in Sea Maiden, 2-time winner.
Yeah, 2-time winner, another one. Have to take a big step forward.
Bel Pensero, and this one tried to go gate to wire last start in a stakes race and backed up late.
Yeah, but does have speed. Should be forward.
701 next door, Mia's Crusade. Jomar Torres.
Adds speed to the affair, too, but she is drawn outside, directly outside of the speed, so maybe she can get a stop.
One has turf sprint speed. That's probably going to be the one in front in here. Midnight Heiress, 14-1 here.
Yeah, some good races on the turf, too. Decent record on the grass. I think she's a major player. at a big price.
Off what this filly did last start deserves to be favorite, Riding Pretty.
Yeah, but that was on the dirt also, Greg, right? I mean, we're still on the turf, so is she getting bet just off of that dirt race?
There's Joy and Prosperity. We'll get back to that question in a minute. Isaac Castillo on the 9.
Yeah, more of a closing type. Feels like she has to get a bit faster.
Frankie Pennington, Bramble Bay, 5-1.
Does have races. Actually was second in this race last year, the Jersey girl on the turf, and she runs that race would be tough.
And here we go. Paco Lopez, 4-1 outside.
No, I just found my selection. Paco, come on. The guy delivers. It's just funny how much he delivers.
Now, the favorite, Riding Pretty, yeah, big win it was on the dirt last start, but was third in this race last year as well. Paul, your take here on getting back to grass for the 6-5 favorite.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I think Mig makes a lot of good points because when you look at the horse, listen, the horse ran a giant number. It towers over the field, but it was on dirt. But if you go back to some of the turf numbers for Eddie Owen Jr.'s on Riding Pretty, her numbers are good enough to win this race. Now, 6-5, do you want to take 6-5 or not? But she's not far in front when it comes to her turf numbers. To me, to be 1-2, I would think that would go up a little bit here in a little bit. But, you know, I don't know if I would take her at 1-2. She's the horse to beat. The 10 in here, Bramble Bay, you know, they ran second and third last year. And the thing about Bramble Bay you worry is that she's 8. The one thing I do like on sometimes with these older horses, when they come off a layoff, they're a lot fresher than when they're, you know, a little bit older. They like to run a little bit fresher. So Bramble Bay was good in this race last year and actually beat Riding Pretty. But is Riding Pretty, now being a 4-year-old, going to progress a little bit more? You know, the 11, the classy one, the blinkers have gone on, and I know this could be Paco Lopez money, but this horse actually ran pretty good to the wire last time for Kelly Breen. The start before that was a confusing race, but with the blinkers on, the horse has gotten considerably faster. So, you know, the 11 is a major player. And you know what? I think the 9, Joy and Prosperity, has got a big shot at a big price. But they're all going to have to beat the heavy favorite in here. Riding Pretty, Maggie, we'll go back to New York with Charlie Appleby.
That's right, Paulie, and please be joined here by Charlie in the winner's circle. And Charlie, considering the pace ultimately held together in a way, Cinderella's Dream was ultra impressive considering she was able to close with an incredible kick.
No, it was sort of our plan to go out there and drop her in and ride a race on her. She showed at home there that she can jump and she can just latch on a bit. So it was keen for her first start here that we did it the right way around. But like I said, the pace was a sensible pace, but it held up. But I was sort of confident off the turn there. If she could get the splits, then she would pick up. And yeah, great ride by William, and yeah, pleased that she's gone and got the job done.
Well, talk about that relationship with William Buick. You, Godolphin, and he have teamed up over the last several years with so much success. It feels like the whole team has so much confidence in him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'd like to think that I've said many a time before in interviews that myself and William, we're friends as much as work colleagues. And, you know, in this game, you've got to take the highs and the lows. And, you know, earlier on there, you know, Legend of Time there, you get tucked up there. And, you know, it wasn't his fault. It was just it was something that we sort of had preempted that could possibly happen. And unfortunately, it unfolded in that manner. But, yeah, you move on and you go to the next race. And I think that's where we get on so well is, you know, at the end of the day, we're out there to do our best, and you know, everyone's trying their hardest, and if it comes off, it's great.
Well, it's a team that definitely works with a lot of success. Congratulations here.
Very kind. Thank you very much.
All right, Cinderella's Dream, Grade 1 victor in this Belmont Oaks, guys.
She's a dangerous trainer, especially in these high-level races, maintaining you know, a larger stable than he really has in the past few years here since his initial success in the States, and we're going to see him a lot, I would think, at Saratoga as well as we get back to Monmouth.
Yeah, I think this is a wide-open race, really. I don't see anybody being a shorter price, and we just had, what number was that? 4, break through the gate, and that was one of the speeds, and I'm sure there will be a late scratch the way she lunged through the gates around up, but we'll wait to see when the outriders apprehend her. Now, you know, this is a decision now the gate crew has to make, Greg. Do they back everybody else out of the gate, or do they leave them standing in there? It's not fair to the horses that are in there, and there are other horses back out of the gate.
Well, too, likely, and we're assuming she got away a little bit. they're going to have to take that 4 off the board too. So you would think they're going to move everyone out.
Yeah,
right?
It looks like they're starting to back these horses out now, and it's the right thing.
All right, so in the meantime, when we have that delay, and hopefully Outriders catch up with Bel Pensero sooner than later, we go to Horseshoe Indy. Race 9 next on this big day. Mile on the turf in the Ellen's Lucky Star Handicap. As we get a look at the call to post. Let's listen in. Little Star Wars thrown in the mix. Who's the Empire in this race? I guess Best Cupcake. 5-2 favorite here for Mike Lauer. Oscar Performance filly. Back on the grass for just the second time in her career. The debut on the turf was a winning one.
Yeah, listen, you want to see horses that have had success on the turf getting back to the grass. Inside Horse has a horse that has turf pedigree, though, huh?
Out of a Sky Classic mare.
Ginny's Classic was trained by Michael Hushin right here in New York, and she was a turf mare.
There she is, 5-2, and she is at least on dirt sprinting. She's been quick early, so you would think of to try and jet to the lead from that post. Here's the 2, a little more cracking.
Yeah, both their efforts on the turf were good, and you get Florent Giroux for Ian Wilkes.
Rider change on 3 coats. This big long shot Edgar Morales.
Yeah, the one turf effort with this horse leaves a little bit more to be desired.
Under the Palms, the only turf start was the debut. It was not good, but it was first time out.
Yeah, so was it a matter of just this horse needed to kind of figure out the game and learn? Because her second start was just okay, and she's kind of improved on the dirt.
And this is Kenny McPeek and Brian Hernandez Jr., by the way, as well. Inspired Fire, big number.
Yeah, big number and not as much turf pedigree to go on here trying it for the first time.
Another sprinter stretching out and trying turf for the first time, the 6.
Yeah, I think that's, another layer here. And again, not that turf pedigree that we're looking for to kind of point it out.
Turf debut for Cicerto, the 7.
Yeah, this is another one, though. At least has a couple of decent races in state-bred races there in Indiana.
There's the one who debuted on the lawn last start, the 9 and 1.
And that was a really nice effort, too, by Oscar Performance, who's been a terrific sire.
Front cover was no match for Best Cupcake last start.
Yeah, was going to have to improve. The first turf try was okay.
Charming Jazzle, 37-1.
Yeah, actually took a little bit of a step forward in her turf race last time when she was third, but it's going to have to improve as well.
Juicy Justice, 2-back winner on the lawn and then did not show up in the next start.
Yeah, feels like she's going to have to get a touch faster as well.
And Galosh is also eligible, draws into the field, turf debut.
Turf debut by Get Stormy, who was a turf specialist, and his horses like to show speed. The mare also had a little bit of turf form.
Stakes action continues on the lawn. Next, let's go to Sarah.
Those 3-year-old fillies are going to be running over the grass course here. And I mean, looking at this race in terms of who has faced open company in the past, you immediately end up gravitating towards the number 4 Under the Palms for your Kentucky Oaks and Derby winning rider and trainer, and Brian Hernandez Jr. and Ken McPeek. She's run against some tough horses overall. She's only run on the grass 1 time, and that was her debut, but that race was won by Hard to Justify, your eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner. So she's kept some solid company running into an eventual Grade 2 winner in her second start. You could argue that she's gotten a little bit faster as a 3-year-old as she now gets back to the turf course, and she is one that I think will take to it as an improved 3-year-old has taken that step forward from 2 to 3. But a horse that Richie touched on, Little Gin and Class, the number 1 horse, does have that turf pedigree, just as he mentioned, and should take to this surface well, even though she has yet to try it. Coming out of some sprint races, some sprint victories, and looking for this one to likely be forwardly placed up near the front end coming into this spot as she tries to get the distance as well as the grass. But pedigree certainly suggests that she'll be able to handle that surface switch. But for me, I'm going with the number 4, Under the Palms, to get the victory, first time versus Indiana Breds.
8-5 favorite. She'll need to turn around what was, a debut where she didn't show any kind of affinity for the lawn. But again, give her a pass. First time out. It was against your eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf winner for Chad Brown. Hard to Justify, as mentioned. And now she'll get another crack on the lawn. And as we got still holding pattern at Monmouth for the Jersey Girl. Let's get an update from Paul.
You know, this is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. Before Bella Pinciero got loose, right? She went all the way around the racetrack, and the outrider could not get a hold of her on the backside. They had to move the gate off the turf course. And I'll tell you right now, if she didn't have a future in horse racing, she's the next closest thing to Marshall Faulk, because when they backed the gate out, she was bobbing and weaving, and all of the horse guys were moving in and out. So she went back and then went up the chute, and they finally just got her, and they just escorted her to the main track, and now they're going to reset the gate on the turf. That's why the gate is off the turf. Bella Pinciero decided she wanted to go around and just go through traffic.
All right, Paulie. Well, great news that they did catch up with her. She's headed back to the barn, and now they'll reset here for this Jersey Girl coming up.
Yeah, I'm glad they apprehended her. They had to move the gate, though. If she got by the outrider and is running towards the gate, you can't run the risk of her crashing into the starting gate and, you know, injuring herself at the least. So a little bit of a delay. It looks like everybody else is handling themselves well despite the delay.
So she heads back to the barn, still, you know, riding pretty. The price actually come up. Was what, 1 to 2 at one point?
Yeah.
Now 4 to 5. So we'll see if she can translate. You look at her turf races too, and even though they weren't wins, they were against a lot tougher company than pretty much anybody in this field.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that's a fair statement, but I still think that maybe, well, I guess the Tropical Oaks. I mean, I don't know. It just felt to me like maybe she was being bet more off of that dirt try last time. But her numbers are strong enough to make her the favorite. I understand it.
And Bramble Bay, the 10, she did finish ahead of her in this race last year, but Bramble Bay, recent form, at least that last start on the grass at Gulfstream, not quite up to what we've seen from her, and she's getting up there in age a little bit.
Well, that's it. I think Paul made a really good point. As an 8-year-old, at some point, horses decide, you know what, I'm not as enthusiastic about this anymore, and, you know, she has to show that she still has those races in her from last year. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, you understand her being a Jersey bred. This is a kind of an attractive spot for her, right? You know, getting back against Jersey breds. Interesting, the race the horse that the race is named for, Jersey Girl, was very good on dirt. Never ran on turf.
Strange how these decisions are made, isn't it? Monmouth there on the right-hand side of your screen. Or no, sorry, left. And then Horseshoe Indy on the right. We're going to stick with Monmouth, and then we'll bring you what happens in the Ellen's Lucky Star handicap when we conclude here. 4 to 5. Any interest in Sea Maiden? This is a huge price, but third off the bench, should be forward. Too big a task?
I felt like so, but honestly, listen, again, we're talking about horses running in a race restricted for New Jersey breds, and sometimes, you know, they get in amongst their friends, and she's going to be forward, and that's never a bad thing. Usually create their own trips that way.
Probably the 5, though, Mia's Crusade, the one in front?
I thought so. You know, this horse has had good sprint speed. You know, last time they rated this horse on a slow pace, we're riding pretty, you know, dominated in the stretch. But I think if she's going to be effective, it's going to be allow her to show her speed like she did in the Pinot Grigio last fall at Meadowlands.
New Jersey breds in the Jersey Girl handicap, 4 to 5 favorite. The 8 riding pretty. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go for the Jersey Girl handicap presented by BCB Bank. And they're off. Summers coming off awkwardly from the inside post. Sea Maiden gets the first call of the race, is going to the front end here, has the lead by about a half length. Mia's Crusade takes the second spot. Midnight Heiress third, 3 deep, parked in a good position. Bramble Bay tucking over behind the pace setters and runs in fourth on the fence going into the turn, while Stablemate, the Classy One, is fifth at this point, 6 lengths off the lead. Riding pretty, Summers coming, enjoying Prosperity. That trio line up at the back as they round the clubhouse turn and approach the backstretch run. Sea Maiden paves the way at 60 to 1. On top, a length and a half from Mia's Crusade in a good gallop second. Then the next pair. Bramble Bay inside of Midnight Heiress. Another 3 to Riding Pretty, the classy one. They're side by side. They're a length better than Joy and Prosperity. Summer's coming. Can see them all as they head towards the far turn run. It's still Sea Maiden on top, a length and a tail. Mia's Crusade tracking right behind. Bramble Bay shown a little more rain, got closer. As they go into the turn, she's still third with Midnight Heiress, but Bramble Bay has some run down on the fence. Riding Pretty, 5th. Nibbled along, and now she's moving up. Riding Pretty, kept out of harm's way, and begins a move. Riding Pretty is going to be caught deep, turning for home. Mia's Crusade has pounced on Sea Maiden, who calls it an afternoon. Her job as the pace setter is done. Riding Pretty tries to get to that front runner. Bramble Bay finds a seam on the rail, but is not quickening. Mia's Crusade still in front. Riding Pretty grinding away. She's got the ears pinned back. She wants that win. She's diving late. It's gonna be tight. Photo finish, very tight. A photo to decide the Jersey Girl handicap. Riding Pretty on the outside. Mia's Crusade inside in a thriller.
Interesting decision from Joe Mark Torres as we take another look at the 5 Mia's Crusade on the quickest in this field, but sat just off of Sea Maiden, the big long shot. Did it pay off? Here comes the 1-2 favorite, Riding Pretty. Photo finish.
Oh, this is dead tight. And if Mia's Crusade was out knotted at the wire, it's a heartbreaking defeat because she did all the heavy lifting, had the race in the bag, and then here comes your favorite with a relentless and long run tail swishing filly here. It's heads up and down. We need Paul to call this one. He's our resident photo finish caller.
He's undefeated in calling these, I believe. Paulie, dead tight at the wire. What'd you think?
Wow, this is so close, guys. You know, to be honest with you, the 6 got the last jump in here, or excuse me, the favorite got the last jump in here, and the 5 might have been in front at the wire. Oh, my goodness. I'd have to take another look, but couldn't get the low angle look. If I'd had to call this, I'd call it 5-8 or a dead heat, guys.
And it's just been posted. It was the 5, barely. Mia's Crusade able to hang on. 6-1 upset over this 1-2 favorite.
And this is some feeling when you're coming back. You don't know if you want it's that close, so you're coming back slow because you want the numbers to be up, and you're looking at your arm number to be sure. All right, I rode the 5, I rode the 8, whatever, and now you're peeking. You can see right here he's peeking at the board as we're looking at the live feed. He's going to be pretty happy with that result.
Back at Belmont of the Big A Mile on the grass dissolved, went by with Tyler Gaffleone. Here's Ghostly Prince.
Yeah, Ghostly Prince is pretty slow early. He's a horse that needs to kind of find his stride.
I thought he could really step forward here. Here's Alexis Zorba Speed, who backed up, stretching out last start.
Yeah, now going a mile again with that mile effort last time, will he settle a little better?
18-1 complete agenda. Rudy Rodriguez trains.
Yeah, trying the turf for the first time.
Victor's Valiant, trained by Jorge Abreu.
And get Flavien Prat, who is just riding so well, delivered a perfect trip last time.
Yeah, one is the favorite. Capture the flag, deserving favorite. His face so much tougher than anyone in here.
Yeah, really much easier spot than what he's been facing, and you get the band back together. Johnny Velasquez for Todd Pletcher.
Jose Lezcano for trainer Jack Fisher, jump trainer with Mission North.
Yeah, Hall of Fame trainer Jack Fisher. A nice effort last time when Source attended the pace.
That's your field for the 10th here. First allowance condition race. Mile on the grass, back to Horseshoe Indy for the Ellen's Lucky Star. Here it is.
Galoshes leads out as they enter the first turn from Little Gin and Class with Best Cupcake third close up. Inspired Fires a wide fourth. In the meantime, Lilmore Kraken saving ground in 5th at the 5.5. Then toward the inside comes 3 Coats. Cicerto's midfield under the palm settled with the rail. Then 3 wide Charming Jazzle. We trail back 2. Front cover with Primrose Girl, and Juicy Justice has dropped back to 12th. 23.54 lean seconds, and at long odds it's Galoshes. So Galoshes dictates the tempo here to Little Gin and Class, who tracks. Gavin Ashton and Best Cupcake right there third. Wilmore Klecken is ground saving 4th. And then between horses, 3 Coats held up. Inspired Fire on the outside, 5 lengths off this leader, Galoshes, who clucked a half mile in 48.83 seconds. Onto the palm, starts to move in toward the inside for Brian Hernandez Jr. 7 from the front with inside 3 to go Cicerto. Then Charming Jazzle front cover. Juicy Justice just relegated Primrose Girl to last. Here comes Best Cupcake. Best Cupcake is gearing up. Best Cupcake with Lil Gin in class as they swallowed up Galoshes, straightening away 3/4. We're at 12.96 seconds. Best Cupcake with Lil Gin in class. Galoshes trying hard. Wilmore Kraken switched out, and she's charging hard. Down toward the final half furlong, it's Best Cupcake. Best Cupcake's in front with Wilmore Kraken trying to close her down. And on the outside onto the palms, it's Best Cupcake. Best Cupcake, Gavin Ashton on the wire. Oh, for his first U.S. Stakes win, Best Cupcake, but Wilmore Kraken made that desperately closer for Best Cupcake.
Another thriller in Best Cupcake. What a move it has been to put this filly on the grass. Back-to-back wins now.
Yeah, it's very game here. Was kind of stuck out there 3 wide throughout. But a daughter of Oscar Performance, who has really turned into a very nice sire. Best Cupcake game in victory here. Wound up going off 6-5.
All right, back to New York. Mile on the grass and the one to beat. Capture the Flag, Todd Pletcher. Johnny V, as Mig said, back together again as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, and Capture the Flag's a funny horse because this is the first time I've seen him in just under 2 years, and that's why taking notes on these horses is essential. And I kind of got a chuckle out of my notes when I saw him when he debuted and won as a 2-year-old. I said, huge, so handsome, big, mature-looking, massive stride, but looks like long on turf. So I can't remember if I picked him that day, as we do have a late scratch. It does look like number 1, Dissolved, will come out, so he will not participate today, leaving just the 1 Mike Maker horse and Alexis Zorba, who I'll get to next. But Capture the Flag kind of had that tune-up going the 5.5 furlongs, which you wonder about. You know, Todd Pletcher is a guy who, wants to win every race that he's in. That's why he's one of the greatest trainers that we see in North America. So why did they sprint him last time? Because you would think that Todd probably had him fit enough. I don't know. That bothers me a little bit because he looks so, distance meant. And maybe he was trying to get him back to he won going 5.5 first time out. I don't know, but I like this spot for him, and he looks tremendous. He's even more handsome than what he was as a 2-year-old, now as a 4-year-old. Moving on to number 4, Alexis Zorba, who is now your favorite, or flip-flopping with your favorite. I know he possesses that speed, which could make him very dangerous here, but I haven't necessarily thought that longer is better. Maybe this mile will work out for him like it did going back to Gulfstream when he finally broke his maiden, but and paces have been holding together nicely on the turf today. I get it. But I still can't quite equate him physically to getting these longer distances. So we'll see what he does today, but is way more fit than what he was 2 back when I saw him off the bench in April. And then we'll check in with number 8, Mission North, a rare Jack Fisher sighting for a flat race here. This horse was so much the best last time, and I know it wasn't a great field as he is a Maryland bred coming in here, but he looks to, and I know it's not a great post either, but he looks to be for it because he was quite engaged and keen early on with Forrest Boyce aboard last time out. So I'm wondering if he does possess a little bit of a problem for Alexis Zorba. And Greg, Jack Fisher, the first time I did the Rail Rider Cup, he beat us all. Go figure, a jump trainer winning a horse show over jumps.
Terrific trainer. We're going to be saying his name with some of those big jump races coming up. You would think at Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just been winning jump races for as long as I can remember. And I love his association with Sean Clancy and the River D stable, and just always has so many nice horses. And he's a horseman's horseman. And also, he got my saddle back for me.
That's huge. For those that don't know, yeah, it's been missing for how long?
Several years now, and we talked about it on the show, and I got a call the next day from Jack Fisher, and within a week I had my saddle back, so thank you, Jack.
Incredible. Power of television. Power of a good trainer.
I got a kick out of that.
Alexis, so I'm surprised to see this filly, Colt at 8-5. Could not handle the stretch out last time out on the lead, backed up. See what happens here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Victor's Valiant gets the first call, but here towards the inside is going to be Alexis Zorba. Now Alexis Zorba's in front. Victor's Valiant is content to sit in second. Out wider there is Capture the Flag. Mission North, no choice but to be about 3-4 wide here into that turn. The two at the back, Ghostly Prince and Complete Agenda. They work into that turn and they're chasing Alexis Zorba, who's in front. Alexis Zorba is up by 3/4 of a length. Mild pressure here from Jose Lescano, and Mission North stalking from the second position. Now they get over to the rail and almost single file. Capture the Flag is well settled in third. Patiently Ridden is followed by Complete Agenda, who's in the two path there, is in fourth. At the rail is Victor's Valiant and Pratt. They're in the second to last position with the trailer Ghostly Prince. They're chasing Alexis Zorba, who went 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. The favorite is up top. Mission North is right there, just sitting in second, waiting for the cue. Is just following this leader now as they get set to reach the far turn. 47-4, that half-mile time. Also chasing is Capture the Flag and John Velasquez. Moving through at the inside, Victor's Valiant starts to pick up some momentum. Complete Agenda is now relegated to the back end of the field. Got passed by Ghostly Prince as they get set to reach the top of the lane. Alexis Zorba is doing it very easily on the front end. Here comes Mission North, ready to challenge, and these two start to sprint away. Alexis Zorba still with a half-length margin. Mission North continues to chase this leader. Alexis Zorba trying to put away Victor's Valiant. Dives down towards the inside red cap, and joining them, Capture the Flag. 4 across the course, and here's Capture the Flag on the grandstand side. Capture the Flag, Victor's Valiant, Capture the Flag. Got it. Capture the Flag wins it over Victor's Valiant, who rolled down towards the inside for second. Then came a photo Alexis Zorba with Mission North. Final running time, 1:36.33.
Surprising, this horse did not go off the favorite in here. He took his time to kick it in gear, didn't he?
He did. It was like he moved into the far turn, then he almost kind of stalled there for a moment or two. Johnny Velasquez kind of gathered him up. He got to his right lead. He held his line, so Victor's Valiant had a dive to the inside on the Flavien Prat. Looked like he might get it done, and then Capture the Flag said, oh, wait, I'm supposed to finish the deal here, and then he picked it up again, and nice to see Johnny Velasquez win for Todd Pletcher, always. And it was just kind of funny. He made a run, stalled, and then kicked in and made a second run.
Finally got things going. Second turf win of his career. And the stretch out off the second back off the bench of his 4-year-old season wins as a 9-5 second choice. 7, 6, 4, 8. And for Alexis Zorba, you know, Irad Ortiz Jr. did what he could with this horse. Maybe just a little bit too long here for him.
Yeah, I think he did as good a job as he could with a horse that wants to do too much, a bit too keen. I was surprised he went off the favorite. I did think Capture the Flag would go off your favorite. A nice effort from Victor's Valiant. And, you know, Alexis Zorba's kind of stuck. I think those 5.5s at Saratoga might be a little sharp for him, and I just don't see him getting a mile unless he ever decides to stop pulling and being so keen early.
2 today for Hall of Famer John Velasquez. 9-5 here on Capture the Flag. Wins a second start back of his 4-year-old campaign. Just a few days away. One more day of racing. And then we're off to Saratoga, July 11th, this Thursday. Opening day. We'll be there all meet long on Fox. We'll be back right after this.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. And it's Capture the Flag. Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, they've won countless races together. And this is where it just looked like he really wasn't doing a whole lot at this point, but finally he's going to kick in.
No, like I said, he moved into the far turn, Greg, and it looked like, okay, he's on his way. And then he got with that group, and he just stalled with them for a few moments. I think when Johnny switches to his left-handed crop, it kind of got his attention. He sifted away from those horses, and he found more. Sometimes they need a little bit of motivation, a little bit of a wake-up call. He did what he was supposed to do. He got it done. I thought he'd go off your favorite.
Did you play Capture the Flag growing up in Brooklyn?
We played all those kind of games. Capture the Flag, Ringalibio, Manhunt. How about Johnny on the Pony? You ever played Johnny on the Pony?
No.
Oh, that's a Brooklyn game.
Safe for Saratoga with the kids.
Yeah, well, I was the pillow because I was the smallest guy.
Cross country pick 5 follow along, $6,120 with Mia's Crusade, your biggest price, and some very logical ones in there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mia's Crusade got it done. I mean, that was, you know, we were questioning Jomar Torres' tactics in the Jersey Girl because he looked like he was a speed.
Yeah.
Turned out to be the right tactics.
Just barely.
Barely.
That is amazing, that payoff.
Well, that's what Jonathan was saying yesterday, just how generous the payoffs have been because he feels like maybe he gets a little lost in the shuffle with all the wagering options.
Yeah. Terrific payoff in that cross country, and usually winds up that way as well. Let's get back to Oceanport, New Jersey. More action coming up from Monmouth Park. And seen some thrillers. Certainly that last was. We're back on the dirt here in race 10. Mile and 70 yards. And condition claiming race coming up in this spot where we have 8 to 5 on Sheik and Scat. From the rail, trying to at least cross the wire 3 times in a row. Got DQ'd last start.
Yeah, disqualified last time, drifting out. It was one of those fouls, too, that was warranted, but you also wonder if this horse wouldn't have won, if this filly wouldn't have won if she didn't drift out. Anyway.
And I think it's a little bit tougher. Going to drop down to a softer spot here as the 8 to 5 choice. So even though cross the wire first, back-to-back starts, now just 1 for 12, gets another opportunity, and we'll get opportunity against a little bit easier here for the Jorge Delgado barn.
You get Maddie over, who lost the bug, and kind of plied her trade here, learned her craft, and it's the toughest time for an apprentice. When a rider loses the apprenticeship, that year to 2 years afterwards, you've got to fight your way through that post-apprentice slump. But Maddie works hard, and she's getting it done.
You got to prove to everyone, equal weights, that you can get it done with giving up a ton of experience.
That's it. The incentive for people to ride you as an apprentice is you get that break in weights to make up for that lack of experience, and it's hard to get the prime mounts when they can have riders that already have that experience.
There she is. She's done a terrific job, particularly on Super Chow, who's very difficult to ride, too.
Tough horse to ride who wants to get out. Now they put her on a filly that was disqualified for drifting out.
Here's Capture This.
Taking that drop back to the 7,500 level where she was not successful recently.
Buck and Lucky was beat by Sheik and Scat 3 starts ago.
Yes, I'm sorry. Lost track here. Luminous Ruler went by.
Nana Squan, 1 for 18 lifetime. Here's the 6 General Robinson.
General Robinson flashed brief speed last time, was well beaten in the same event as Sheik and Scat.
Yeah, Born for Greatness turned back to 6 furlongs last start. Was a distant 4th.
Yeah, sometimes they turn horses back in those distances to try to sharpen their speed up for when they stretch back out.
6 to 1 from that outside post. Paulie 7 to 5 favorite. Sheik and Scat obviously in very sharp form coming into this one.
Yeah, Greg, and she is the one to beat. You made a great comment. I mean, she's won 2 races in a row. She got disqualified, and it was warranted. With Sammy Camacho had come out left-handed and impeded a horse that probably was going to go by her in the lane, but you just can't argue with her last 2 races. She's the one to beat in here, and I would think by the time they spring the latch, we're looking at 4 to 5, maybe even 3 to 5, somewhere in that area. Now, when you look at the rest of the fillies in here, there's only one horse that's got to win on the wet surface. It's the 7, Born for Greatness, for Carlos David, and the horse that he claimed 2 back from Timothy Hills. And, Timothy has tried this horse around 2 turns, Not much really happened. You know, blinkers on. Then now Carlos David took the blinkers off, and now they're going to go around 2 turns. And, you know, maybe the muddy surface does move up to 7, but I just can't go there at 5-1. I thought the 3 Buck and Lucky, I get it. The horse lost to She Can Scat. I just think going back out to the mile distance will be better for this horse. We've been talking about Marius Serra's been having a phenomenal meet. I think Jorge Hernandez can keep this horse a lot closer. If you look at Buck and Lucky, he's a dead closer. He's kind of unique, a dead closer as a sprint horse, but he actually will show some speed when he goes long. So I'm not giving you much in here, Greg. I had 1-3 in this race. I do think the 6 for Jorge Delgado, I get it, 1 for 15. At 11-1 is your horse that can round out maybe your triple in here. But again, like I said, the 1's going to be about 3-5 in here to 4-5. So maybe Buck and Lucky can buck the trend.
And none of the records of anybody lining up in that race, and that's the nature of that condition, is going to get you too excited as we get back to Horseshoe Indy. Race 10 here, the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap, mile and a 16th on the turf coming up. And 9-5 on Regal Realm for trainer Jonathan Thomas, coming out of some really tough spots, including a Grade 3 win at Kentucky Downs towards the end of last year. Let's go back to Sarah.
Well, favoritism right now going to that horse, Regal Realm, that Greg just mentioned, one that we have seen on the Aqueduct circuit as well. Last seen disappointing a little bit as the favorite in the Forever Together to close out 2023, but making her 5-year-old start now here in 2024 for Jonathan Thomas, who has excellent numbers off a layoff similar to this in turf routes off 180 plus days. He does have a positive ROI over the past 5 years. I went in a slightly different direction though with her. She does have to come back off that layoff as well as improve off of that more so disappointing effort in the Forever Together. And I went to the number 8, Strikingly Spun, a horse that I think could outrun her odds in here for trainer Joe Sharp, a horse that has run well on the grass in the past and is looking to return to that surface after being rained off on 2 occasions. One of those a win last time out over a sloppy sealed surface. Back to you, Greg.
Sarah, thanks. Our post parade kicked off with Bolovy for Brendan Walsh, who went by. Here's the 2. Join the dance, Dallas Stewart.
Dallas Stewart picks up Hall of Famer Mike Smith here. We've seen Dallas horses outrun their odds in stakes races for a long time.
No question, including several times in the Kentucky Derby. Here's Stir Crazy.
In very good form, won on and off the turf, or came back and won on the turf. Always got to respect horses in good form.
Graded stakes winner on the grass. We talked about Regal Realm.
Yeah, she's good, and she's a deserving favorite.
Fuente Ovahuna at 16-1 with Corey Lannery.
That comes out of a good addition of the Mint Julep at Churchill Downs. Going to have to take a step forward.
Present Moment, big number with Deshaun Parker.
Yeah, can lay up close. Going to have to improve.
Strikingly Spun, finally getting back on the turf. Last 2 times been washed off, and last time was a win.
Well, Sarah made a case. She picked a big price winner earlier on the card as well.
Misread Tom Drury Jr., and he has Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard.
This is who I like, Greg. This is a Claiborne Farm horse by their stallion Blame out of a Warfront mare, a tremendous broodmare sire. I like her a lot.
Alunda Queen, Brad Cox taking over training duties here.
Yeah, this is a horse that was out west in California, came to Monmouth, and now shows up here. And Brad Cox, obviously, you got to respect him.
Group 3 winner in France, by the way. And here's a long shot to the outside, Bally Bell.
Yeah, it feels like she's going to have to improve a bit for trainer Rusty Arnold, and also a very tough post.
All right, we'll get back to that race at Horseshoe Indy as we return to Monmouth. And 4-5, Pauly all over it, and She Can Scat does dip below even money.
Yeah, and I think deservedly so. And, inside draw, in good form. Maddie Ulver, really good with these type. Help keep them along, get her running up into her hands. But, in the lower level races, it's just really who's good on the day. Trainer can't have a horse tell them, hey, I'm not feeling 100% today. I woke up on the wrong side of the stall, right? I mean, with lower level horses, it really depends on who is doing well.
And you throw into the mix the track condition here, something that She Can Scat has yet to really perform over well to this point. We'll see what happens as she tries to win her 3rd in a row from that inside post. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call, 10th from Monmouth.
Out the group. Born for Greatness it. We're ready to go in the finale. And Leroff in the nightcap. Buck and Lucky asked for speed. She can scat away in the second spot early. Nanisquan taking third with General Robinson. Luminous Ruler right behind the speed going into the turn. Born for Greatness about 3 or 4 paths off the rail, charging into the turn. Capture this at the rear of the field. Buck and Lucky challenging on the front end along with General Robinson. General Robinson punches forward, takes the lead away from Buck and Lucky, who concedes the lead second. She can scat, gets off the rail, is 2.5 lengths off her stablemate approaching the backstretch run. Nanisquan in fourth, followed by Born for Greatness. Capture this passing Luminous Ruler. Luminous Ruler now the trailer, at least 10 lengths off the lead as the 7 fillies and mares are in single file. And General Robinson leads the way, a length and a tail. Buck and Lucky in the second position. She can scat. 3 deep in third. Buck and Lucky going up to pass General Robinson. We have a new leader. Buck and Lucky into the turn is the front runner. General Robinson behind in second. She can scat. Picks up the running to come up and apply the heat on Buck and Lucky, who rounds the far turn. Jorge Hernandez getting to work aboard her. She can scat alongside, and these two have pulled clear from the competition. General Robinson left behind in third. The others are well out of it. Buck and Lucky has plenty for the final furlong, it appears. Kicks away to a 2-length lead. She can scat, losing contact with that front runner. Buck and Lucky, furlong to go, increasing the lead to 4. She can scat second. General Robinson third with a 16th to go. It's Jorge Hernandez and Buck and Lucky wrapped up in the end and gallops in the nightcap. Jorge Hernandez having a good meet, winning at a high percentage. She can scat was second. General Robinson third, tight for fourth. Luminous Ruler and Nanisquan.
I think evidence of, what you were just talking about, these lower level races, who feels right on the day, and today Buck and Lucky feeling a lot better than She Can Scat.
Yeah, I mean, she showed good speed. She gave up the lead to General Robinson, backed off, a heads-up ride by Jorge Hernandez. Best horse on the day, but a good heads-up ride. No excuses for She Can Scat. Maddie Oliver gave her every opportunity, made her run at the 3 Buck and Lucky, and just came up second best.
So Buck and Lucky, second win, 19 career starts. And a barn that's having a terrific month. Me and Mario Saray with that victory. We'll have those prices for you momentarily. Back to Horseshoe Indy. Post time coming up for this Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. And then we get into the big ones, the Oaks and Derby, where Brad Cox looks like he could be very formidable in both.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting note, Brian Hernandez won his first graded stake in the Indiana Derby when he and I dead heated in 2006 in the Indiana Derby. They called it a dead heat. I'm still not convinced it was a dead heat.
Was that the one with the photo where you're clearly in front?
Yes. Yeah. But hey, I'm a part of history.
Irrefutable evidence, too. It's amazing. But good for him.
Well, I'm a part of history. A Derby and Oaks winning rider in the same year, only the 9th to do it in the history of the sport. And his first graded stake, he dead heated with me. I actually feel honored.
Regal Realm, though, the 5, the favorite for Jonathan Thomas, making her 5-year-old debut. Graded stakes winner on the grass. See if she can pick up win number 6 in 11 tries on the turf. Let's go to John Dooley.
Corey Lowry, Fuente Ovejuna. One more. Bally Bell, Black Gold Chevrons, Gavin Ashton. Riding for a stakes double. Over the mile 16th. And of course, rated good. On the big day of the meet, they're in the gate. And they're off in the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. Regal Realm strides away, along with Fuente Ovejuna from the inside. There's Join the Dance, along with Bolivi, as they make their way toward the first turn with Alberto Burgos. Bolivi to the early lead from a close-up Join the Dance. Regal Realm is right there, white with the green halves, and Fuente Ovejuna over toward the rail running in 4th. Then between horses, as they enter the first turn, is Present Moment running in 5th, and they have 6 furlongs to run. The leader here is at the inside, Bolivi. So Bolivi dictates terms early on, takes them through a quarter in 23.40 seconds. Bolivi out in front. Leads here, close up, Join the Dance, who tracks there for Mike Smith. Frente Ovohuna in the orange cap. Regal Realms running in 4th. Strikingly Spun now in 5th. Stir Crazy is 6th. Following that is Misread from 7th. Lunda Queen is 8th. And then comes Present Moment, now back in 9th position, and Belly Bell trails. Half mile in 48.03 seconds. Inside 4 furlongs to go. It's Bolivi. So Bolivi continues to lead the way here as they now traverse the far side of the course from Join the Dance. Regal Realm, steady progress to 3 furlongs from home. Frente Ovohuna was Strikingly Spun, running in 5th. Misread in the gold is 6th. Stir Crazy is 7th. Then comes Present Moment, who's looking to pick up from 8th, about 7 lengths off these leaders as they close ranks past the quarter pole. And then in between horses is Alunda Queen and Belly Bell. Heads are turned for home after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 11.96 seconds, can Bolivi finish them off? Bolivi is a furlong away. Join the Dance. Regal Realm now joins. Frente Ovohuna with through the inside Alunda Queen. Stir Crazy, she's in tight quarters. It's up for grabs. It is Join the Dance with on the outside. Frente Ovohuna. Stir Crazy comes on through. Frente Ovohuna on the wire there in the Indiana General Distaff Assembly with Join the Dance, who was right there along with Stir Crazy, who came through. Blanket photo finish.
Fuente Ovohuna, Corey Lanery, Brendan Walsh comes and gets them late.
Yeah, came and got them late. There was a lot of traffic going on in the stretch. We saw several horses having to check and search for room, but the winner was out in the clear on the Corey Lanery, an unencumbered run. The runner-up, Stir Crazy, had to dive to the rail and came with a furious and flying finish to just miss. Turf racing's about trips, and the horse that got the clear trip got the money.
2 for 21 coming into that race for that 5-year-old mare. Picks up another one in a thriller. Some good racing out there at Horseshoe Indy. Our nightcap here in New York. 6 furlong sprinting on the grass, and odds on the entry here for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Credit worthy, the first-time starter.
Yeah, first-time starter by Matoli, and then you've got the horse with the race under his belt, Research Results, who ran extremely well on debut.
Squeezed back to last in that debut and was only beat 3/4 of a length. He's the reason for that short price. Here's the rail runner, Tap to Mischief.
Yeah, Buy Into Mischief and Hall of Fame conditioner Bill Mott.
Cut back a distance for Quando, who's run good on the turf so far.
Yeah, he's run very well on the turf, and I think the cutback, it really helps this horse a lot.
Live Happy, Pratt for Jorge Abreu.
Has speed on the dirt. Would see if it's going to translate to the turf.
2 tons of fun turf debut.
Another one that had good speed last time back in April on the dirt.
Side Eye, 4th only beat a length against Feltrinelli and Research Results last start.
Yeah, I thought that was a nice effort, and that was coming off of a little bit of a freshening.
Master Freud, Bob Glaceris trains.
Yeah, has been showing speed, chasing, going longer, and now gets that distance relief.
And a pedigree play here. Prospero, the Dam, full sister to a Grade 1 winner on the grass, who first time out last year as a 2-year-old. Didn't show a whole lot, took a little bit of money though.
Yeah, and you're getting Hall of Fame rider again. John Blash was looking for his 3rd win of the day.
For Cherie DeVoe, we'll see if Cherie can pick up a win here with Johnny V aboard. Nightcap from Belmont at the Big A when we come back.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races as it's time for the nightcap here on what has been a glorious day of racing. Belmont at the Big A, and we'll finish things off with a 6-furlong sprint on the turf as horses make their way to the gate. And while we see a Chad Brown Klarovich entry taking all the money, and assumably the horse that has experience is who they're betting and research results, let's take a look at the first-time starter in number 1, Credit Worthy. They paid $325,000 for this. Son of Matoli, after he worked 10 flat last year. He just looked rapid, and that's exactly what he looks like here. But when you look at the pedigree, and while Matoli actually has been successful with his turf sprinters on the bottom side, it's mainly dirt. And while I was somewhat optimistic in the paddock about him handling this surface, he kind of moves a little bit more like a dirt sprinter, but, you know, Chad Brown knows his horse as well, so I'm not going to necessarily question him, but his lettered entry mate here is by far the strongest of the duo. I don't think he's going to upset him. Moving on to another lightly raced horse, number 8, Prospero, coming in here at first time out, though, for Cherie DeVaux. First time out, he didn't show much. He broke well, but then he just couldn't keep pace. And for me, he ran like a horse that wants to run longer, but I see why. We're trying a sprint, also coming back off of a layoff, a place to get started. He kind of acted that way, too. He's really, really laid back, and he kind of looks like a horse that a mile would be optimal. He won me over a little bit more when watching him warm up, where John Velasquez really engaged him. He gave him a big warm up, got him moving, and when he started moving, he moved very, very well. So I like the way that he warmed up, and Johnny's got him a little bit more on his toes, which I think is a good thing. Moving on to some long shots. Number 4, Live Happy, does not have much pedigree, but Jorge Abreu reaches out to Flavien Prat to ride this horse to try the turf for the first time and start number 9. Weirdly, physically, he looks like he'd turf. I don't know. We'll see what the pedigree says, but I got to go for a bomb in here. That's number 7, Master Freud. This horse is a turf horse, and I love the fact that he's sprinting. I know he's a New York bred, and he's stepping up against open company here, but he's a turf sprinter. Greg?
I think we're both shocked by that price. It's way too big on Master Freud, who I know you like as well.
Yeah, I agree with Maggie. I think turf sprinting is going to help him, but I feel the same about the 3, Quando. He's been chasing or being on fast paces, and I think the turnback's going to help him as well as at 6-1.
Yeah, I like Quando quite a bit. Big prices because this entry, taking all that play, and it was a tough trip for research results out of the gate last start. Got squeezed back to last, ran on big late. We'll see what happens in the nightcap. Chris Griffin to close out this Saturday card from South Ozone Park, New York.
Thanks, Greg. Master Freud goes in. Prospero. All set. And they're off. Prospero has early speed, so does Master Freud in the early mix. And down towards the inside, there comes Side Eye, is chasing them as well. Research Results is in that early grouping, very tightly bunched, and getting the worst of it was Credit Worthy. Credit Worthy got shuffled all the way back to the tail end of the field. The leader is Master Freud. The long shot steers clear of all that trouble in behind. 3 wide there comes Side Eye, is in that second grouping, and in a tight spot as well as Live Happy. Live Happy is getting squeezed for room, 21.37 that opening quarter mile. Emerging towards the inside is Tap to Mischief, so they start to sort themselves out. Some trouble during the race, but Master Freud's got the lead. Tap to Mischief right there, then Side Eye. Quando's trying to make up some ground. Live Happy is bearing out there, and Live Happy maybe eased out of the race, just not traveling now. It's drifting way out in the center of the course. The leader is Master Freud. Tap to Mischief trying to make up that ground in between horses. Then comes Side Eye, Quando. Research Results and Credit Worthy. They start to put together a rally, and Credit Worthy is rolling. The leader is Tap to Mischief, who's in front. Credit Worthy is absolutely flying down the center of the course, but running out of time inside the final 16th. Tap to Mischief. Credit Worthy is lunging late. Tap to Mischief gets there. Tap to Mischief wins it over Credit Worthy. Then came Quando. Then come a late rally. Prospero is in a photo with Research Results in 1 minute 7.52 seconds.
More quick times on this turf course. First-time starter gets the win, but I think no doubt who was best. Credit Worthy. First-time starter got shuffled back to last with trouble early in this race. Huge finish.
You could see that there was going to be trouble 70 yards out of the gate when the whole field was together. No one was deferring to anybody else, and he wound up taking the worst of it again. Research, was it Credit Worthy? I'm sorry. who really, he just got shuffled back out of it. Quando had trouble as well, had to check. And when all those horses are bunched up and there's no separation, that's when it lends itself to horses getting bad trips. But a really nice effort by this son of Into Mischief out of the Tapit mare, Leslie May. Jose Lezcano, consistent, shows up, rides good every day.
13-1. He's your winner to close this out, but keep your eyes on Credit Worthy next time out. That was a monster performance with that troubled trip.
Yeah, and again, like, you know, as a former rider, you're watching it take shape and you go, oh man, someone's going to get it here because everybody's just packed together like sardines and they're going fast. There wasn't enough separation with that second flight of horses. Your leader, and Maggie identified, Master Freud, he had that speed going long. He cleared the field going 6, but everybody else was bunched up together.
So 13-1 to close things out. It's not always a horse who's best who gets the win, but still impressive for Tap to Mischief. First time out to get that victory as well. For the Mott Barn with Jose Lezcano. Meanwhile, Buckin' Lucky as Chic and Scat comes up empty here in the stretch.
Yeah, Buckin' Lucky, best on the day, showed speed, backed off, heads up ride there. Chic and Scat had her opportunities. Matty Ulver gave her a perfect trip, just came up second best. And General Robinson was the horse that showed the most speed. So it was basically the 3 horses that were 1, 2, 3 early were 1, 2, 3 late, not in that exact order though.
Got more stakes action on Sunday to close out this meet before we head to Saratoga. And Turf or Dirt, Spur to St. Louis, has been sensational. He's back on the turf tomorrow in the Hudson Valley, trying to win a 5th consecutive start for Chad Brown. We'll have Manny Franco aboard. We'll have a preview when we come back.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 places at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our Saturday coverage. And closing things out here in South Ozone Park, New York. Saturday card in the books. First time starter, Tap to Mischief, the victory for Bill Mott. Jose Lezcano, owned by John Oxley. Into Mischief, first time starter. But again, runner-up finish from Credit Worthy. This was a very big runner-up debut.
Really, I mean, both horses, the winner too, we got to give him credit. He was able to hold his position in that scrum the first 1/8 of a mile. And, you know, we know Bill Mott's not a guy who cranks him up to win first time. Not that he's not very capable with first-time starters, so something to build on as well. But, yes, I mean, you know, you've got to make the point that Credit Worthy was very unlucky and got shuffled back out of the race and came with a flying finish.
And these times, they just incredibly fast maidens going that fast in a debut on the turf. But
yeah,
obviously warm weather, very quick turf course right now.
Well, you know, usually when we're racing on the turf at Aqueduct, it's in the spring when we have a lot of rain, and then it's usually in the fall when, you know, the weather also kind of turns on us. Very rare that we've been here during the heat of the summer or into the fall. So I think you're going to see these, you know, fast times yielded and track records fall here and there.
So Tap to Mischief, big price. Believe, has this gone official yet? No, still waiting for this to go official, so we'll keep you posted. Let's look ahead at, we talked about going to break Spirit of St. Louis. Even money favorite in that Hudson Valley coming up on our Sunday final program of the meet. Trying to win 5 in a row.
Listen, this horse is just remarkable. You've got to respect and admire this horse. 9 starts, 7 wins, 2 seconds. On the turf, 5 wins from 6 starts and a second. On the dirt, 2 wins and a second. I mean, this horse doesn't matter what surface. He just shows up and does his job. He's got that great Chester and Mary Broman pedigree out of that mare Concord Kid. You got to admire and respect this horse. Now, this is no layup. He's got to, you know, handle City Man, who handed him his only defeat on the turf and who runs.
He's handled him of late, though.
He has, but City Man also runs very well fresh. So I don't think it's a layup is my point. Listen, I am the biggest Spirit of St. Louis fan. This is my kind of horse. Like my horses, like my people, hardworking and honest. And
you remember, some might remember this was Belmont Stakes Day last year. Final race on the card. He had that far outside post, did not break well at all. Should have been race over. Still managed to get up and win that race.
Yeah.
He overcomes adversity. He's good on dirt. He's good on turf. This is a very fun horse.
This is, you know, why they're good horses. They find ways to win. They don't find excuses. They find ways to get it done, and that's what Spirit of St. Louis does.
That'll be fun. That's early stakes action on the card. That's race 2 tomorrow. So we look forward to that coming up on our Sunday coverage. Port Washington, a little bit later on in the afternoon. And Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard Marvelous Mod. Silver Skillet, 6-5 morning line favorite.
Yes, Silver Skillet, last year's champion turf female New York bred. And Marvelous Maud is also another one of those hard-trying, hard-knocking type. She gets back with New York breds. Last seen against New York breds, she won the Mount Vernon. Came back this year, tried the Plenty of Grace, where she was well beaten in a paceless race by Spirit of Glory. I do think she appreciates a little pace and having a target to run at, and just getting back with New York breds certainly points her out.
Silver Skillet, though, Clement, Rosario, and I mean, her recent form's pretty sharp.
Oh, very sharp. I mean, her turf race 2 back before she was in the off the turf in the Mount Vernon, no chance with the trip she had. She was wrestled back out of position, just no chance whatsoever. Last time allowed to stride freely into the hands of Joel Rosario, who rides her back. She's a very, very capable daughter of Liam's Map, and like I said, she was last year's champion female on the turf.
2 good ones on the grass coming up on our final day of this Belmont at the Big A meet before we wrap things up and head north to Saratoga. So we hope you join us for our Sunday coverage. Still have a little bit left to decide. See how many wins our leaders. Basically, the jockey and training title has been wrapped up.
Yeah, it looks like very well wrapped up. And Manny Franco, gem of consistency, right? Leading rider in New York the last, I believe, 3 years in a row. Not an easy thing to do, and he just shows up every day, does his job.
Got to feel good, too, to have a jockey title in the bag heading into the most important meet of the year.
Oh, absolutely. And it's always nice to have that jockey race put to bed so you can go into the last day feeling comfortable and relaxed. Those ones that are nail biters where you're, you know, battling and scrapping to the very end. One year, me and Robbie Davis kept trading, and we wound up dead heating in the last race of the meet for leading rider.
Still, by the way, unofficial. It's just gone official as I say that now in the nightcap. So there we go. 13-1 Tap to Mischief to close things out here on this Saturday card. So we'll have these prices coming up for the pick 6, pick 5 here in just a moment. You know, we keep talking about Credit Worthy, and that was sensational. I'm excited to see this horse back next time out. But give credit to Tap to Mischief, first-time starter as well for Belmont.
Yeah, I mean, listen, no doubt you saw the trouble credit-worthy he had, but you don't want to underestimate or not give enough credit to the winner who was able to hold his position. And, Bill Mott's a trainer that develops a horse for a career, not so much a race. So, there could be further improvement for this son of Into Mischief. Nice to see Bill Mott have horses for John Oxley. And John Oxley, been a long time, tremendous owner in the game. And this has been more of a recent development over the last year. That
Monarchos?
Yeah, Monarchos, and that was with John Ward, and then more recently a lot of horses with Mark Casse, and now horses with Bill Mott as well. So, kind of an owner that employs these top-notch trainers like Bill Mott, like Mark Casse.
And Monarchos, Kentucky Derby winner, I want to say 2001, I believe?
I think you're right.
Way back when. Seems like just the other day. $29.60 to close it out here on the Saturday card with Tap to Mischief. And the pick 5, $14,783. Pick 6, carryover to the final day of the meet, which will mean a mandatory payout.
Another reason to play Aqueduct or Belmont at the Big A on closing day.
Absolutely. If not already, you're not signed up with Naira Bets. We have extra incentive for you on the final day of the meet with that pick 6 carryover over $100,000. More coming up. The two big ones from Horseshoe Indy, the Oaks and Derby, when we come back.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Back to Horseshoe Indy. And here we go with the two big ones back-to-back. Indiana Oaks, Grade 3, $200,000 purse. And Chattelis for Grant Forster kicks off the post parade.
Yeah, this is a Grade 2 winner on dirt. Tried turf last time with a good effort. Now gets back to dirt with an inside draw.
Undefeated but untested to this point. Neon Icon for Rusty Arnold.
Rusty Arnold, tremendous horse trainer. Daughter of Arrogate, stretched out to 1.25 miles and won easily last time.
Tough spot seemingly here for Dancing Princess.
I mean, she's a maiden. They're just rolling the dice here. She really would be a huge surprise.
The Martha Washington winner on the road to the Kentucky Oaks for Kenny McPeek, Band of Gold.
Well, listen, if you don't respect Kenny McPeek and Brian Hernandez, your Oaks and Derby winning riders from this year, you got to look a little deeper.
3-5 favorite, though. It's Brad Cox with Impel for Juddmonte.
Yeah, I mean, she's already grade 1 place. She's just a filly that's shown a lot of ability, and you know the mile on the 16th is no problem.
Yeah, little Jamie outside. Blinkers come off. Corey Lannery rides for Robert Medina.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to improve a little bit to be a contender here, but horses change. They take the blinkers off, trying to find a bit more.
Again, when we wrap up, more coverage coming up later tonight from the Meadowlands, Scioto Downs. It's Fan Appreciation Night at the Meadowlands 11-race program and a pair of $50,000 eliminations for the track's signature event, Meadowlands Pace, which is among the most prestigious races in the world for 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings. And among those competing in the 8th, you'll see Captain Albano, who's the 2023 Dan Patch Award winner. Fireworks follow the action tonight, so terrific night of action coming up from the Big M, and we'll have live coverage.
I love that camera work for you're putting you right in the harness race.
That's a great shot, isn't it? Look forward to that later tonight. Chris Griffin will be in the hosting seat along with Paul Verderosa, so they'll bring that coverage tonight as we get back to this grade 3 Indiana Oaks. There she is. So there's Impel. So you feel there's no question marks for the distance?
I don't. I mean, look, she's a big, strong daughter of Quality Road, and I think that she's going to be, obviously she's the favorite. And she's got some contenders in here. This is no layup, but you know, here's a filly, you're watching her in the 8 bells in the slop here. She was kind of running in place to my estimation. And finally, when she sifted the clear, she found her best stride. She got out of the kickback. But she was also facing a very good, accomplished My Main Squeeze, New York bred filly that has been very, very good. You know, My Main Squeeze, bred by Buck Butler and now co-owned with Windstar Farm. She's just a very good horse. And I don't see any My Main Squeezes in here, although I do think this field is fairly deep.
She got a late start to her career. There's Band of Gold, by the way, Martha Washington winner for Kenny McPeek. And then I think after that second start for Impel, a lot of people, for at least for a little bit off that performance, thought she might be the horse to beat on, you know, on the road to the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, listen, she has the pedigree. She has the connections, obviously Brad Cox. She ran well in the Ashland. You know, just FYI, your 2-year-old filly champion was second. She was third right in behind her. So they went to the 8 bells, and now My Main Squeeze defeated her. My Main Squeeze had a lot more foundation, right? A lot more experience, and she's good.
Very talented.
Very talented.
1-2 favorite, though. It's Impel. Let's go to Sarah.
And Impel, a very short price, but deservedly so based on what she's done on the racetrack so far. And both Greg and Richie were talking about some concerns with her ultimately wanting to go this far a distance. She has handled it in the past, having a win at the mile and a 16th. That was in her second start at Oaklawn, and then trying some graded stakes company and certainly not disgracing herself in both of those efforts, finishing third in the grade 1 Ashland before running that second to My Main Squeeze. And look, she is a horse that has a little bit more of a sprinting dam side pedigree, but knowing that she's been able to handle going a little bit further than that and just how this race is likely to play out tactically for her, it does seem as though she's going to be forward, maybe loose on the lead on the front end in here. And while no, this isn't necessarily a walk in the park for her based on who she's going to be facing in here, some graded stakes winners in this field, she does seem like the horse that really towers above her competition based on what she's done so far for Potent Connections. Just like Brad Cox and Florent Drew, we're used to seeing them take money. It's usually for good reason, and I ended up going to Impel, a horse that does seem to be the one that controls things on the front end. Greg?
Well, we'll see what happens, Sarah. Thank you. You felt a mile and a 16th, really not a question for Impel. 2-5 seems awfully short, even with her impressive resume.
You know, I would agree with that. Yeah, no, I don't think she'll have an issue with the mile and a 16th. And I mean, I think the horses to beat, certainly Band of Gold, who has races that would be good enough, although her best race did come on an off racetrack in the Martha Washington. But it's Brian Hernandez and Kenny McPeak, only the third trainer-jockey combo to ever win the Oaks and the Derby in the same year. Ben Jones and Eddie Arcaro did it twice. But they were, the fourth time that it was done, third trainer-jockey combo to do it. And I thought the 4, Neon Icon, Rusty Arnold's another horseman that develops horses for a career. And his horses improve incrementally. She improved from her first start to her second start, and she could take another step forward here.
This was a mile and a quarter. You don't see 3-year-old fillies really do this, except for the Alabama later in the year. She's won her first 2 starts by 10 lengths combined, so she has not been tested at all because she's been that good. Yep. And if she takes a little step forward here, she could give Impel a test.
I think she's a player, a major player. And again, Rusty Arnold's a trainer whose horses improve. She's by Arrogate. She's got that beautiful stride that we've come to correlate with the Arrogates, right? They really put their head out, down, and reach for a lot of ground. I think she's very interesting.
We'll see what that is. A big number 2 outside. I don't know if she's good enough to win, but Little Jamie forward last time out. She makes an equipment change at 18-1, and then you have a grade 2 winner in Chattelis on the board, the 2 at 6-1 in here, who last time she was on dirt, she had a troubled trip.
Yeah, she had a troubled trip. I just, you got to think you're going to see a step forward, too, from 2 to 3, right? Those 2-year-old numbers are good, and they're usually 10 to 12 points higher when they turn 3, just with that natural maturity.
Impel, though, your odds-on favorite for Brad Cox. Florent Giroux rides. Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
One more. Little Jamie. Corey Valerie riding for a stakes double. Fast track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Indiana Oaks. There's Little Jamie who strides away. Impel in the pink cap and Chattelis toward the rail as they make their way toward the first turn with Antonio Fresu. It's Chattelis has taken a short lead from Little Jamie as they enter the first turn with Impel tracking them from third. Neon Icon is running in fourth as they go to the back of the track. Band of Gold and Dancing Princess has dropped back to last. It's Chattelis. So first run of 2024 for Chattelis, and Chattelis leads the way with 6 furlongs to run from Little Jamie, who now tracks Chattelis, making this backstretch run. Florent Giroux and Impel is running in third, joined toward the inside by Band of Gold, who's looking to make headway now for Brian Hernandez Jr. Then comes Neon Icon, and Dancing Princess remains last. The opening quarter for Chattelis, 23.72 seconds, just over a half mile to go in the Indiana Oaks. It's Chattelis, who's a 3-length leader from Little Jamie. Band of Gold with the rail just gains third. Neon Icon with Impel on the outside. As they enter the far turn, Chattelis clocked a half mile in 47.48 seconds. The distant trailer is Dancing Princess, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go, it is Chattelis. Chattelis continues to lead. Right there is Little Jamie, who's close up for Corey Valerie coming toward the quarter pole, and Impel, her bid is 3 wide. As they straighten past the quarter pole, Band of Gold, Neon Icon, and Dancing Princess. They straighten away after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.29 seconds. Here's Little Jamie to the attack. 1 furlong to go. Chattelis trying to respond to Little Jamie, who's narrowly in front. There's a 16th to go, and then toward the inside, Band of Gold. Impel is now 4th. It's Little Jamie. Chattelis determined. Little Jamie and Chattelis. Chattelis dug her heels in. Chattelis in the Indiana Oaks. Little Jamie with Band of Gold, Impel, and Neon Icon after that.
Chattelis digs in, gets by. Big effort from this huge long shot. Little Jamie for the win and 3-year-old debut. She takes a step forward, certainly for Grant Forster.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a big effort for this filly, making the first start for Grant Forster. Antonio Fresu, who was familiar with her out in California, came in for the ride, and she just battled back so determinedly in close by the 8, Little Jamie, and just refused to yield. She was passed. She was, a neck behind at one point and battled back. I think it's safe to say and fair to say that speed has been very good at Indiana today, because earlier in the day, how about that 45 and change, and they ran 1-2 around the racetrack in the stake earlier. I mean, this is a very fast racetrack, but what a game performance, particularly off the bench. Give Grant Forster a lot of credit.
Yeah, that's a good point. Ready to go off the layoff, 3-year-old debut. And look, for Impel, she was way too short a price in here. It was being overbet, but too wide all the way around the racetrack.
She was wide all the way around the racetrack, but when you ride an overwhelming favorite as a rider, you almost have to ride a little bit defensively, and you're giving her a trip that you're giving her opportunity to run on. Maybe she just ran a little bit flat, maybe just not quite good enough.
Chattelis, Grade 3 Indiana Oaks winner, out-dueling this long shot Little Jamie and Corey Lannery to the wire. We've seen some thrilling finishes today at Horseshoe Indy. We still got another one to come, their main event. Grade 3 Indiana Derby coming up next for the 3-year-old boys. And Brad Cox will have another shot with Dragoon Guard, who's won back-to-back starts. Stay with us.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
We know that the horses are the foundation to this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Grade 3 Indiana Oaks goes to Chattelis in her 3-year-old debut, trained by Grant Forster. And Antonio Fresu aboard for the win, got the first graded stakes win of his career on this filly back in October of last year.
Well, so they're old friends, very familiar with each other. What a game performance, particularly coming off of that layoff and making the first start for Grant Forster, daughter of Gunrunner. I love when horses battle like that, and she battled so gamely on the rail. And if I'm riding a horse now in the Indiana Derby, I want speed.
No question, connections, obviously paying attention to what's happening throughout the afternoon, but gonna maybe change things tactically. We'll talk about it coming up in the big one in the Indiana Derby. Chattelis holding off a big rally from Little Jamie, and Impel goes off at 1-5 in the end with that wide trip. Winds up no better than third.
Yeah, and it almost looked like at one point she was going to be completely off the board, Impel, especially when Band of Gold made that bold rally on the inside with Brian Hernandez, and he came out and almost got her interested a little bit, carried him on with her. But I think it's safe to say you want to be forward, and inside speed looks very strong here.
Young man who really emerged last year out on the Southern California circuit, got his first Kentucky Derby mount this year with Stronghold. He's with Sarah.
Here with winning a jockey of the Indiana Oaks, Antonio Fresu. And how game was Chattelis to battle back and get that victory in her 3-year-old debut?
Yeah, you know, I always thought she was a good filly. Last year, she gave me grade 2 in Santa Anita when we won the Chandelier, and she was qualified for the Breeders' Cup. And she always shows some talent, you know. And today, bring her back after a layoff. She was well, she was fresh, she was, presented here by her whole team in great shape. I breezed her a couple of times last month when she was still in Santa Anita, and I always thought she came forward. She was more mature, she was moving like stronger, and I had big confidence on her today.
Certainly rode her confidently, going right to the lead with her, and she was very tenacious in getting the victory. Now you'll be aboard Stronghold, morning line favorite, coming up next, Indiana Derby. You rode him in the Kentucky Derby. Was it ultimately the distance that got to him late?
Yeah, he had a tough campaign, and getting into the Kentucky Derby was the toughest race, going longer too, I thought probably the distance was just a little bit too far for him, and he got tired at the last 16. But I think today is back in himself, and he will run big.
All right, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations here. Looking until he takes the double. Thank you very much. Back to Greg.
Yeah, so we'll see Stronghold Frazu back on board. The Santa Anita Derby winner had back-to-back graded stakes victories coming into that Kentucky Derby, where he wound up 7th, non-threatening 7th. See if he can rebound.
Yeah, very well could rebound. He is your Santa Anita Derby winner. And I find it fascinating. We've had influx of riders from different countries over the years. At one point, there's been this huge influx of French riders, right? Going back, Jean Cruguet, Jean-Luc Semine, tremendous riders, right? And then you got Julien Leparoux, Flavien Prat, Florent Giroux. Now it's Italian riders. We got Frankie Dettori, we got Antonio Frazu, we've got Umberto Rispoli. So I like that we get this international flavor, if you will.
And we're going to see Frankie all summer long at Saratoga as well. But this is a rider who's really just sort of recently emerged on the scene. And big win for him here. Again, this was the first graded stakes winner of his career late last year out in Southern California. Now we'll see him again on the even money favorite coming up on Stronghold.
Well, you got to think with that inside draw, the speed he was able to show in some of his victories earlier in his career, Antonio Frazu is going to look to guard that inside position and allow him to use his speed for trainer Phil D'Amato here.
Some of the pace, taken out of this race in here, but, EJ won the Cup. Mike Smith is good as, big money rider there is, and he knows well aware how this track is playing this afternoon. That horse has speed to use.
And one thing about Mike, he's made a Hall of Fame career by being that kind of sharp and trying to exploit situations when he sees them. So I would agree with you. I do think that EJ won the Cup, will be forward. Mike maybe even try to make the lead. Mike maybe a very underrated gate rider. He is a rider that can pop a horse out of there. I think it goes back to his early days, cutting his teeth in New Mexico and getting on quarter horses as well. And listen, the 8, Dragoon Guard, for Brad Cox, Judd Monaghan, Florent Giroux, has had sprint speed. And they didn't have good luck trying to chase with Impel. Maybe they're looking for the lead too. We could see a pretty strong pace here if everybody's looking at it the way we are anyway.
Yeah, Dragoon Guard just a neck away from being perfect, and that was in the debut. Still ran very big in a runner-up finish and now undefeated. Coming back, here's the 3-year-old. Grade 3 Indiana Derby still to come on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. We'll take a look back too at this Turf Triple Series. Dracari coming up big for Graham Motion. Makes it 3 wins in a row. And in the Belmont Oaks Invitational, Familiar Connections getting their picture taken. Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Thanks for spending part of your weekend with us. Closing weekend. Belmont at the Big A. Saturday card of the books. We still have the Grade 3 Indiana Derby to come from Horseshoe Indy. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, Sarah Elbadwi out at Horseshoe Indy. And we'll see who's going to take a step forward now in this big one here for the 3-year-olds going a mile and a 16th. Will it be Stronghold for Phil D'Amato or potentially this rising star for Brad Cox Dragoon Guard? We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. We had a lot of stakes action from earlier today on our card here in New York, including really a breakout performance from Domestic Product in the Dwyer.
It really was. Now, Domestic Product broke his maiden at a mile and an 1/8 here at Aqueduct last fall. And the way he traveled in the bridle for 2-year-old, I thought, wow, you know, his stamina is incredible. But talking with Flavien Prat, his rider, he loved the turn back to the 1-turn mile for him. And look at the way he accelerated away. He was always traveling like a winner, always in the bridle. And he kicked away readily and wound up finishing up a nice mile in 1:33 and change. It's got to be doubly satisfying for Seth Klarman, Klarovich Stable, because this is a homebred. By Practical Joke, a horse that he campaigned as well. So listen, it's always nice to win, but to have, you know, prepared the mating and matched up the stallion and the mare and get this done. And look at his intense demeanor, Greg. I love horses that pin their ears and go for home like this. They want to be dominant. This was a scintillating performance.
And it really was a breakout performance for this horse. You look at, I think afterwards it sort of sounded like Flavien Prat was saying, well, he might stay shorter, but we've seen this race be a stepping stone to the Travers before. Most recently, you know, Code of Honor, big performance in this race and going on to Travers Glory. What do you think we'll see?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because I have a hard time picturing him being as effective going 7 furlongs in a Grade 1 race like the Isle of Jerkins. But as easily as he dominated this mile event, maybe I'm being short-sighted. Obviously, strong connections, tremendous horse trainer, Chad Brown. They'll make the right decision.
Belmont Derby, Turf Triple Series gets underway with Chircari making it 3 wins in the last 4 starts. Graham Motion, John Velasquez for Ammerman Racing.
And this is why John Velasquez is the great John Velasquez. No pace on whatsoever. He wound up putting his horse in the perfect spot, and he was able, it was a 1-2 speed number on the racetrack, right? White Palomino battling Flavien Prat, showing why he's as good as he is. And they flew home. 1/2 for good horses. It was going to be almost impossible for anybody to close the gap. Endlessly had absolutely no position whatsoever. He would have had to come home in 21 to try to catch these leaders. Johnny Velasquez always understands the importance of getting your position going forward, putting his horse in the game. And it was a 1-2 speed number. The 2 best rides yielded the win and the runner-up finish. And 2 good horses,
yeah,
too.
big step up for White Palomino, who ran a much improved race as well. But it's Chircari who gets this first leg of this Turf Triple Series, Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Congratulations to those connections. John A. Nayrud, Grade 2. And Mulliken makes it 3 in a row and wins this race, I believe, 120.52.
Yeah, very fast. The track record is just a shade over 120 by a sprint champion and Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Artax. This was a scintillating performance by Mulliken, and he just threw his hat into the ring to be one of the premier sprinters in the country. Nice effort by the runner-up, just second best, but what a really nice performance. Great job by Rudolph Brissett, and Flavien Prat always in the right position. Most complete rider to me, Flavien Prat. He rides sprinters well, he rides, you know, routers well, he rides closers, front runners, always seems to put his horses in good position, and an extremely strong finisher.
He's in high demand as one of the elite riders in this sport, and with good reason. And this horse now, coming back as a 4-year-old, undefeated, 3 for 3, and now gets his first graded stakes win.
Yeah, and you know, he's a player. We're going to see him hopefully in Saratoga in a race like the Forgo.
Yeah, you got to think that's on the radar. That's August 24th. We talked about it earlier. Vanderbilt, probably a little quick coming back. That'd be 3 weeks away, July 27th.
Probably, but you know, I think the old timers used to play it, Greg. When a horse is good, they run him. And when they're not, they back off them. And nowadays, horses don't run as often. I think sometimes horses would actually respond well to it.
Yeah, some thrive on it. Belmont Oaks Invitational for 3-year-old fillies. And Cinderella's Dream State's debut. Here we go again. Charlie Appleby Godolphin coming up big.
Yeah, William Buick. It's a pleasure to watch him ride. He's just such a good rider, strong finisher. He's blended the European and the American styles, and this is a nice filly. What a turn of foot. She dropped her head and went and got two horses that were dominating on the front end again. She was the only one to be able to pick up the ground. No excuses for your favorite here, who wound up second. I'm sorry, her name's escaping me now. She's so pretty. Is that right? Yeah.
This horse,
she feels pretty.
She feels pretty for Cherie DeVaux.
And Segesta was
7-2. I mean, she came in with a 4-for-5 record, and you don't see Charlie Appleby and Godolphin sort of dismissed on the board, but was here just because of all that respect for She Feels Pretty.
Well, listen, She Feels Pretty has, put together a tremendous resume. But so is the other filly. I just think she got lost in the shuffle. I mean, she came out of the, 1,000 Guineas, a grade 1 in Europe. And before that, she was undefeated. I think She Feels Pretty was way over bet. Segesta was very game and held her off for the runner-up spot. But no doubt about it, Cinderella's Dream showed that European acceleration, that turn of foot.
It's fun to watch when you see that. You see that on the grass, so that's what makes it so fun. And she really kicked into gear for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby here. Look at your winners. So big question, what will we see next with domestic product? Of course, Chad Ray's got another really good 3-year-old too, who really stepped up. It looks like he's on the road to the Travelers. He obviously got Sierra Leone, so he's got quite an arsenal in that 3-year-old division.
Yeah, for a guy that was starting to get the label as a turf trainer, he's got an embarrassment of riches in 3-year-old dirt horses.
Opening day feature at Saratoga. It's 2-year-old fillies in the Schuylerville. What in the literal? Back for more for Jenna Antonucci. Aoki was second in there. They'll meet up again. 4 come out of that race to line up in that opening day feature.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Buy in July. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. A catalog packed with precocious yearlings by the nation's best sires, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2024. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Carson's Run, Candy, and Go Rocket Ride, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Just a few days away from this gorgeous setting, horse racing heaven. Opening day at Saratoga, Thursday, July 11th. We'll have full coverage all day and all meet long. From the Spa, begins at 12:30 Eastern on FS2 on Thursday, then 6 to 7 on FS1. Hope to see you there, whether it be on the broadcast or in person. And as usual, that traditional opening day featured 2-year-old fillies in the Schuylerville.
I love that aerial shot. Just seeing Saratoga in from that vantage point makes me smile.
Makes you feel at peace, doesn't it? And we talked about the winner of Jenna Antonucci filly and the Astoria going to break. And we'll see going forward. She could take a step forward. 13-1 upset winner in this performance over Aroki.
Yeah, breaking her maiden here in the Astoria run at Saratoga, and just would refuse to yield. It just would not be passed, and it was as game as a horse could be. And you've got to respect horses that'll fight like this, especially a young horse. You know, you can know a horse has ability, but you don't know the depth of their heart and how much they're going to, give you. She fought every step of the way.
It's her third career start, able to hold off Iraqi, who's going to be back. We'll have the inside post for Steve Asmussen, and that was just second start of her career for Iraqi. Joel Rosario will get them out there, and then a lot of new faces as well.
A lot of new faces, a couple of fillies that broke their maiden right here at the Belmont at Aqueduct, at the Belmont at Big A meeting, I should say, coming back on shorter rest. You've got a daughter of Acoma who's gotten off to an incredible start as a freshman sire, winning with 50% of his first-time starters. Viggy Dahl, the 10 for the Steve Asmussen barn, was impressive at Churchill. This is a loaded Schuylerville, and it's the way it should be. Start Saratoga with a race like this.
Danny Gargan was talking a lot about how many talented 2-year-olds, more ammunition than he's probably ever had last summer at Saratoga. He's got another good one here coming into the stakes race this year. Complexion, daughter of Complexity, who was dominant as a favorite first time out.
Yeah, for Danny Gargan, your Belmont Stakes winning trainer. Johnny Velasquez had worked her. He loved her when he worked her. I'm sure Johnny Velasquez has a very good handle on horses' ability, as many good horses as he sat on over the years. And this filly was very impressive. I like her name too, right? She's by Complexity, out of Russian, no blushing complexion. I like cleverly named horses. And she showed a lot of ability, but it is a fairly quick turnaround for her, as well as it is for Carmen's Candy Jar, named for the late Carmen Barrera, who was loved by so many.
Yeah, and that was such a popular win because of who this filly was named after, and she was able to win first time out at odds on for Todd Pletcher and Rapoli Stable.
But you know what I really liked about this effort? Look how professional it is. She's buried in behind horses. A young horse is not that comfortable in that position. Now she's going to boldly split horses and get it done. You know, we see a lot of horses, like Complexion, break their maiden going gate to wire. But when they show this dimension, Greg, that professionalism to sit behind horses, take kickback, and be brave enough to split horses, says a lot about her quality.
And again, there's incredibly lightly raced for a lot of these. They've only had one race under their belt. Some of them 2 starts, but who will take a step forward with a big crowd on hand, all that commotion going on at Saratoga? We'll find out, but we always love to see the Schuylerville.
Well, like one of my favorite memories is winning the Schuylerville, because you're winning the opening day stake, setting the tone for the rest of the meet, and winning for the connections I won for. Barry and Cheryl Schwartz, you know, people that have meant so much to me throughout my life, and having that opportunity to win that race for them. And knowing how much it meant to Barry, because Barry always talked about, want to win the Schuylerville, so I get off the mark right away in Saratoga, and we got it done with How About Now from well off the pace that day.
Race 10 on that opening day card, 6:16 Eastern time. And when it came out just the other day, overnights for opening day, I think everybody in this sport got excited because it means we are on the cusp of that first day of the meet, 40 days of bliss.
So you know how you get to Saratoga, right? Drive 200 miles north, turn left on Union Avenue, and back 100 years.
Yes, indeed. Still holds true today. Greatest quote ever. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Grade 3 Indiana Derby to come. There's a look at Woodcourt stronghold. Can Antonio Fresu go back-to-back in the Oaks and Derby on the Santa Anita Derby winner? We'll have it live for you when we come back.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Grade 3 Indiana Derby for 3-year-olds. $300,000 purse. Going a mile and a 16th to close out this Saturday afternoon. We start with Woodcourt to kick off the post-parade. Cipriano Contreras trains.
Yeah, we just have to really step forward and come up with a bigger effort than we've ever seen.
Stronghold, the Santa Anita Derby winner, who was 7th in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, boy, making a nice appearance on the racetrack. He's already a Grade 1 winner and should be forward, which I think is imperative on this racetrack.
Real men violin. It's Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr.
Well, you get those strong connections, but this is more of a closing type. And we saw Brian try to compensate by saving all the ground in the Indiana Oaks, but I think you got to be more forward.
This one will be forward. Kitty Hawk, good enough to hold on, though, late?
Going to be tested for class here, but does possess a good commodity to have, and that's speed.
Ricardo Santana Jr. for Steve Asmussen on Informed Patriot.
Yeah, was well beaten last time in the Texas Derby. Came off a nice victory in the Bathhouse Row at Oaklawn Park.
EJ won the Cup. This horse could be forward as well.
Yeah, Mike Smith, always a rider that's been able to identify tracks that have a particular kind of bias.
And Dragoon Guard a neck away from being perfect for Brad Cox and brings speed to the party from that outside post.
And this horse has had speed around one turn. I got to think after getting beat with Impel as a big favorite in the Indiana Oaks, their game plan has to be to try to make the lead.
8-5, slight second choice right now. You can play this race with us at Saratoga all summer long and beyond by getting signed up with NYRA Bets, the promo code for new members. Match 200 to get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. Again, right there at NYRABets.com. Let's go back to Sarah.
Ready for the main event now coming up, the Indiana Derby, and horses are heading towards the starting gate. And here as we get close to post time, but the favorites make a lot of sense coming into this spot. Your Santa Anita Derby winner Stronghold, as well as the number 8 Dragoon Guard, taking most of the money. And Stronghold with a very professional effort to take that Santa Anita Derby, sitting just off of horses, able to split horses and go right on through a tight spot and get that victory over Imagination, a horse for the Bob Baffert barn that hasn't run quite as well since, but another horse running well in this race was EJ Won the Cup, a horse that's just been in tremendous form as of late since breaking his maiden and stretching out in distance, and he'll be facing him yet again in this spot as Antonio Fresu does look to take both the Indiana Oaks and Indiana Derby, and did so with the Indiana Oaks on a bit of a price in Shadowless, but he understands that being forward on this racetrack is likely where you want to be. Imagine same tactics will be upheld for Stronghold coming into this race. Heading towards the outside with the number 8 Dragoon Guard. He's untested and he's lightly raced, and he's had some fast buyer speed figures over his last 2 starts. This will be his stakes debut. We'll see what kind of trip he ends up getting in here, because I don't see him getting as much of an easy lead as he has in that last race when he was able to wire the field at Churchill Downs over a sloppy sealed track. And then for a bit of my insane pick, Woodcourt's a horse that I've been chasing for a little while. I don't have much of an excuse for that Illinois Derby, but he had nowhere to go in the Jeff Ruby Stakes at Turfway. Ran okay in the Rebel, really outrunning his odds, finishing 4th behind Timberlake. And I just think that he's faced some of the better horses outside of Stronghold in this field overall. In terms of how the track might set up for him, not likely in his favor, but we'll see what he can do from that inside post, or if it'll be Antonio Fresu taking the Indiana Oaks Indiana Derby double with your favorite Stronghold.
You look at this race, thank you, Sarah, and the way this track's been playing, and I don't think there's even a question. The horse who does have the quickest ability in the race is Mike Smith on EJ Won the Cup.
Yeah, and again, Mike Smith didn't get in the Hall of Fame by accident, so I think he would probably be very in tune with that as well. As, Antonio Fresu has to be. Antonio Fresu and I have something in common. His agent, Tom Knust, was my agent for a while out in California.
See if he can go back-to-back here in these grade 3s. Antonio Fresu on Stronghold, the 6-5 favorite from post 2. Grade 3, Indiana Derby, John Dooley the call.
With EJ Won the Cup, Brian Hernandez Jr., Real Men Violin, so stand by. One more. Florent Giroux with Dragoon Guard. Over the mile and 16th, it's a grade 3. Close out the card with the big one of the meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. They're off. And the Indiana Derby. Stronghold broke sharp. Here comes an early bid from Informed Patriot, and right there is the gray Dragoon Guard as they make their way toward the first turn. It's Stronghold, Informed Patriot, and Dragoon Guard up and after the lead now for Florent Giroux. Dragoon Guard takes the top as they make this run toward the backstretch from Informed Patriot with Stronghold looking to settle there for Antonio Fresu in between horses. Then comes Woodcourt. They have just over 6 furlongs to run. It's Dragoon Guard. Dragoon Guard leads. Informed Patriot, who's right there, with on the outside Kitty Hawk, who's gained third. Stronghold fourth toward the inside. Woodcourt fifth between horses. These are well grouped. Making this run to the half-mile pole. EJ Won the Cup, settled back there for Mike Smith, and Real Man Violin trails. The opening quarter, 23.74 seconds. They have just over a half mile to go in the Indiana Derby, and it's Dragoon Guard who leads Informed Patriot, who stays close. Stronghold is right there running in third. Woodcourt in fourth as they enter the far turn. Now moving up is Real Men Violin, accompanying with EJ Won the Cup. As Kitty Hawk has dropped back to last as Dragoon Guard took them through a half mile in 47.24 seconds. Informed Patriot staying close to Dragoon Guard at the quarter pole. 2 lengths clear then from Stronghold, who now tips to the 3-path. And EJ Won the Cup is sweeping 4 wide. And then toward the inside, Real Men Violin, Woodcourt, and finally Kitty Hawk. They've turned for home after 3 quarters in 1 minute 10.77 seconds with Florent Giroux. Dragoon Guard, the gray, leads the way, has 3 lengths to hold on Stronghold, who's charging hard on the outside, but they're near home. It's Dragoon Guard. Dragoon Guard has won the Indiana Derby from Stronghold. Informed Patriot was third, then EJ Won the Cup with Real Men Violin. Woodcourt and Kitty Hawk was last home.
Dragoon Guard 3 in a row, and EJ Won the Cup a little sluggish out of the gate. The horse was last early, allowed this horse to do things on the front end.
Yeah, Dragoon Guard was able to clear from that outside post, aided by the fact that EJ Won the Cup broke awkwardly and a little bit slow. And once he made the lead, the way this track's been playing, you knew he was going to be very tough to run down, and it was impossible to run him down. A nice effort from Stronghold, tried every step of the stretch, just second best the way the track was. And a good effort, too, from Informed Patriot, from the Steve Asmussen barn, Ricardo Santana, up close, and just came up third best with this group. But EJ Won the Cup's the horse that you want to watch out of this, because he was not only compromised at the break, he was also wide every step of the way.
Still, Dragoon Guard, he's a big boy, isn't he?
Big boy with that big relentless stride by Arrowgate out of Filimbi, who we saw in New York, a very successful turf mare. Here, both grays, hence the gray pigment there, but nice effort. Listen, only his 4th start. He can take another step forward as well.
3 straight wins for him now, undefeated. Coming back here as a 3-year-old. Tests are going to get tougher. We'll see if Brad Cox puts him into some of those tougher tests and what kind of plans he has for him later this summer. But able to get it done here under Florent Giroux here in this Grade 3 Indiana Derby. We'll have the prices for you in a moment. Juddmonte, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, Dragoon Guard, son of Arrowgate, makes it 3 in a row and his first graded stakes victory.
Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, America's Day of the Races. Dragoon Guard 3 in a row on the rise for Brad Cox, our winner circle lead-in. Brought to you by Fasig-Tipton's July sales. Don't miss the July selected horses of racing age sale on July 8th and the July selected yearling sale on July 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Lightly raced, and this horse just keeps on winning.
Yeah, now reeled off 3 in a row after being defeated on debut. But listen, he possesses speed and a track that was playing kind to speed, but he had to clear from that outside post. And Ferrant Drew allowed him to stride away. I thought he was going to try to raid him for a moment, and watching it, he go, well, that could be a mistake. But then he dropped his hands, and horse went on, and it was a nice performance from him. But I think when you look at this race, you've got to think about how the track's been playing as well.
Yeah. Takes advantage, though, and works out. Florent Giroux. Heady ride and assisted a little bit too with AJ won the cup, not breaking well, didn't hurt.
Yeah, always frustrating, right? You ship to a track, Mike Smith making the journey from California, and then you get a break like that, and it just compromises your trip. It's a long way to go to be unlucky at the break.
This 3-year-old picture, I don't know if any of these horses coming out of this race ultimately will wind up being good enough to compete, in a race like the Travers going forward. But this picture, it's just completely wide open right now. We have no idea who's going to assert themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting for someone to kind of step up and get a stranglehold of this division, and it's very wide open, and that makes even the Travers even that much more important, right? Because it becomes the race that maybe could give us a leader in the division.
Yeah.
And these horses are changing. They're young, they change, they develop. Who's the best horse starting the year, especially with 3-year-olds, not necessarily the best horse 6 months later.
One more look, Dragoon Guard on the front end and able to control up front and get this grade 3 victory.
Yeah, I mean, had the inside, good portion of the track, speed, and just kept finding. It looked like at one point Stronghold had a shot at him right in here, but he didn't yield. He didn't come back to him. Stronghold was running on, but he just couldn't catch a horse that ran through the wire who continued.
So Dragoon Guard, 3 wins in a row now, is only defeated again by a neck in the debut. And pretty good horse. We'll see. It's going to be some quick comeback spots, even if they wanted to tackle races like the Curlin, the Jim Dandy, to try and get to the Travers. That'd be quick. Let's go to Sarah for more.
Here with winning trainer of the Indiana Derby, trainer Brad Cox, who was able to get this victory. A race that certainly he is no stranger to winning. And with that 3-year-old male picture so open going into the second half of the year, do you feel as though Dragoon Guard is likely to make some noise going down the line in some of those graded stakes?
I definitely believe he can. Obviously he did here today, stepped up. First run around 2 turns. He's bred to do it. He's got plenty of scope, leg underneath of him to, handle distances maybe, beyond the mile and 16th he won today at, and we'll step him up next time. Not sure where, but happy with the performance today. I thought he responded well when asked. He was obviously able to hold off a horse that won a grade 1, and it was a good group of horses.
Certainly was. And with him, do you feel as though the plan was always to try to establish the lead in this race, or was that something that was adapted over how the track was playing?
It probably had a little bit to do with how the track was playing, and our last race with Impel, we thought we'd be a little bit closer. She just broke a little flat foot. I think I was a little frustrated. Florent was a little frustrated, so he come out with run on his mind, and it worked out.
A little bit of redemption here, taking this Indiana Derby, changing up those tactics and making sure to have that forward position. Brad, congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
A man who has incredible depth of talent in his barn. And he's got another good 3-year-old here. He says he's going to step him up next time. I wonder what that means.
Well, listen, he has the pedigree. He's really done nothing wrong. He's a neck short of being undefeated. And this was another step forward, and they showed that he can get the 2 turns. He's a very interesting horse.
If he were to think Jim Dandy with this horse, Curlin's going to be too quick. That'd be July 27th. Pretty tight turnaround.
Yeah, tight turnaround. But again, you know, in a day and age where we don't see horses run back on as short a rest, it seems like typically at least 4 weeks, some trainers 5, 6 weeks. There are certain horses that would thrive on more work, and we don't find that out because trainers don't do that. Years ago, the old-time trainers, when they were good, they ran them. When they started to show that they were feeling the effects of racing or a little bit tired, they backed off them. And I would like to see that be less of a cookie cutter type of situation and go with what the horse shows you.
So Dragoon Guard, Brad Cox, some decisions to make after this performance and 3 wins in a row from his son of Arrogate. This is on the horizon. One more day here at Belmont of the Big A on our Sunday card. Then it's off to Saratoga. Opening day on Thursday. Going to see crowds like that throughout the meet. And we'll be there all meet long. 12:30 Eastern start time on Thursday on Fox Sports 2. And some great giveaways too.
Really looking forward to it. You love the energy, best racing fans, tremendous giveaways. I really want one of those baseball shirts. Hopefully they'll, everybody at NYRA will give us some swag.
They better. We might not show up on opening day.
No, we'll be there. And then how about late? We get to the fall? Yeah,
Yep,
as the weather starts to turn. I like the progression.
My favorite part when you drive up to the racetrack too, and there's a look at the dates for the giveaways, seeing that crowd line up on opening day, waiting to just run into that racetrack and claim those picnic tables.
Their excitement and their anticipation is infectious. And you know, when I was riding, you'd love to ride there because you were playing to a full house, a packed house, right? It's a little bit different riding in the winter at Aqueduct, almost a little bit anonymous. Up there, all the eyes of the racing world upon you, and you love to get off to a good start.
And especially too, we usually shift from Aqueduct to Belmont. With that track under construction, we've been here, and all these riders and jockeys and trainers, they've been here a long time.
We have been here since the end of Saratoga last year,
Almost 10 months,
September
yeah.
to now. And listen, I love Aqueduct. It's been great to me. But it's nice to have a change of venue and a different scenery, if you will. And also, we don't deal with the same kind of traffic up there that we have to deal with the Belt Parkway. And I know your commute on the train and everything. So it's going to be nice, and always nice to get up there and catch up with old friends.
We hope to see you there. If not, again, we have coverage all meet long. Fox Sports 2, Fox Sports 1, Big Fox on those Saturdays, starting with that coaching club, American Oaks. Torpedo Anna, Oaks and Acorn winner will be in action for Kenny McPeak. And coming up tonight, we're not done. We got Saturday night harness racing, including a couple of big $50,000 eliminations for the Meadowlands Pace. That is ahead at 8 Eastern start time. Hope you enjoyed our Saturday coverage. We're back tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time. It was a breakout performance from domestic product in the Dwyer. How about Tricari for Graham Motion and Ammerman Racing? Johnny V aboard for that victory. Kick off that Turf Triple Series. Mulliken, new shooter in the Sprint Division with that blazing performance in the Nehrude, and Cinderella's Dream in the Oaks Invitational. We'll see you tomorrow.
Stallion Management, a slow-mo stretch.